like we did before. Then I felt you on my shoulder, and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worried, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try and make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on.
Tell me sweet 何をしてても Daydreaming yeah 君の言葉繰り返し寝ても覚めてもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね
Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. On everybody bring it in.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some ARAMs or something like that. I mean, still do math, right? New towers, new objectives. There's also
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat. Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey there! Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win, but not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? With the pain, wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? With the pain, wash it away and stand again. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it?
LEC intros I've seen in years.
Oh, Jackies! For a bit, another. Crowd's all ready for that drag slide. Their rapid, crazy minds right in the arcane again.
Everything blue in this arena. Everything blue.
Hello everybody and welcome to the final day of week 2 here in LEC Versus. This week has been nothing but a banger and today hopefully we're gonna have the same. I love this league. Every game has been amazing. I'm Law and it's gonna be with Jack Spectra and Videos for today. Are you hugging T-Bears? What's that about?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to be comfy, and
Yeah.
what's comfier than hugging a teddy bear on the Alistair?
Lovely. Let's get comfy. We have a lot of things we want to talk about today. Yeah, nice. On all the plushies that we have here. Before we get into the action, I want to play a game with you guys on the couch, with you in the audience as well, and you on Twitch chat too. We're going to play pop quiz. If you haven't seen it, we're going to play Minefield. You're going to see 10 options. That can be the correct answer to a question. If your first guess is correct, you can keep on going. If it is wrong, you're going to be out and we're going to move to the next person. Do you have it? I don't know if you've seen it online, but yeah, we're going to play
Just
this
don't
one.
be wrong.
Just don't be wrong.
Pretty
Don't
easy
suck.
for us analysts.
It's supposed to be your job, so you should be good at this,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
We're gonna
I
start
might
with-
cheat and ask for help from the audience every
Yeah?
now and then, but we'll see.
All right, audience, be ready for this. It's going to be a lore check. Lore check with lore, actually. Haha, always do those things, this one. Demacian Champions is the first one. You have 10 champions here. 5 of them are from
It's the
Demacia.
Demacia question, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which ones are... Wait, who wants to start? The youngest first.
Okay, I
want to
start?
say. Okay.
Okay, Ezreal is an obvious one.
Okay.
Pretty easy. Kale. Ezreal is
Wait,
All right.
You're
Ezreal's
wrong!
not Demacia.
It was the first one, Jack!
Is it Ezreal and Lux? Aren't they both?
What?
Anyone knows in the audience maybe wants to help them? Yes?
Go, Law, go ask
All right.
them. Who, does someone have a good guess?
Do you have a good guess?
Kale,
Hang on,
Kale?
Kale, lock in
They-
Kale.
Fiora,
Oh, you want to do all of them? Okay, go ahead.
Zenzao,
Yeah?
and a fifth one, right?
You have one more missing.
It has to be Sona. Yeah, it has to be Sona. Sona.
Sona. Sona is correct.
Very good!
I heard it here as well. Nice, pick Sona. There you go. Maybe players can hear you. Well, you guys.
Wow, Jack.
Should I replace you by the audience?
I'm so
Actually?
shocked at that.
All right. Next slide we have. It's not gonna be champions. I'm actually gonna quiz you about 8 champions that has been played in the LEC by some players.
Okay, which of these pros has played Pike in an LCS?
In an LEC or LCS
Okay,
game.
cool. So I'll
Who plays
start
Pike?
with. I will start with Wonder.
That is wrong.
That.
Oh, he only played in an MSI. Ah!
There you go.
No!
Oh my god.
I
that's
got hit with a technicality.
I love it because production warned me about this one, and they were like, "Well, they're gonna."
I got
play
hit with a
smart." And, yeah.
technicality.
Oh, I'm gonna say Hillisang.
I thought you were good at this. Okay,
Oh
Hillisang.
my goodness.
Hillisang is one. Yeah.
Execute. I remember he had some nice plays on the pipe.
Uh-huh.
Now we're getting into Uncharted. I think Caps played it.
Caps played it.
In the
That's
LEC,
right.
Yes. Okay, that's 3.
I know who the bait picks are.
Anyone wants to guess? Behind me.
I think,
No, 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 no. On this side.
Okay, listen. Reckless never did it.
Yeah, I don't think I think Alvaro for sure played it. He's played a long time.
He didn't.
I was gonna say Torre definitely did.
He did?
Torre did. Yeah, you're right
Torre
on that.
definitely did. And then the last one would have to be. It's either between Yellow Star or it's Niski. And the question is, Niski played support.
Yeah, but he
Was
didn't
Pike
play...
even out when Yellow Star was playing?
I don't think so.
I think then it has to be Niski. Niski has to have played it.
All right, rapid. 3.
I'm saying
2.
Niski.
It's not Niski.
Oh, well,
It was Perks.
he played it in the
He played
LEC?
Pike. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Oh, I thought he was never allowed to.
When they were doing all the swappy.
It must have been
in
Yankos that
G2.
didn't do it then.
Production, do we have time for a third one, or do we have to move on? Okay, no time, you guys. Well, no,
Wow.
but congrats
Well,
in the
we
audience, of
suck.
course. You did so
We
good
suck
here.
at that
If
game.
you want to watch the full episode with the actual pros answering the questions, you can go at youtube.com/LEC. We have a 15-minute episode. It is a banger, and they're way better than what these guys did so far. Talking about what we had this weekend. Yesterday was great.
Yeah?
A lot of things happened. Best team we have in the league right now is MKOI.
They certainly are. They're having a really strong performance. I've been super impressed with what they've demonstrated. The fact that they absolutely smashed their opposition yesterday, set an unprecedented gold lead. You know, we thought that the 20-foot python was a mythical dream, and while we still search for it, we did in fact still find the 20k gold lead. So super impressive performance from Koi, who kind of just taken the league by storm. We'll conveniently forget the Shifters game, but aside from that, they've just dominated the whole league.
Absolutely. Last time we had this was in 2018, actually, Fnatic versus Vitality. They still hold the record for this one, but kudos to Koi here, of course. The most dominant team we have in the league. Players play during the game, but they also have other talents that they display outside of the game. Poby showed us that yesterday.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 3.
Forward the silence, the knock upon the rupture does not get it done. A double kill for LEC.
I gonna swing from the chandelier. Chandelier.
In on Somni, trying to find the ball, but there's just no damage there. Wonder finally getting involved in the fight. We'll get away from Desmond back. Another ulti for Somni doing good damage. Down goes Skeens. Pairs with a quick follow-up, but suddenly Major out of nowhere with the steel chair. Crushing dreams. Flick doesn't quite connect, but Navi, they're Goomba stomping him.
So good, Poby Sansu.
I actually thought he was
good.
singing mid-team fights, which would be impressive, but yeah, so good. How's your singing skills?
My singing not so good.
Okay.
Really?
I'm not gonna demonstrate.
No, we're not going to do that now, please.
I
Let's
thought
not
I
do
could
that now.
go with you a little bit, but all right, fine.
Right. The last good news we had from yesterday was for the Rats. After a lot of tears, it's finally happy tears for Cajol. We're going to watch this now.
Huge damage and tracing into the back.
Yes! 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 There it is! There it is! The Tonys get the win!
Damn late. Los Ratones on the board.
And Nemesis is not going down without a fight.
Nobody beats Los Ratones 5 times in a row, Baus. Thank you so much
Bausy.
for joining me.
Yo,
The whole
Bausy.
arena
Yo, give your love to Bausy, man. It's been, bro.
was chanting for you.
Thank you guys. Thank
Tell
you.
me about today, especially
After
Bro, it's been
yesterday,
tough.
because I felt like I played really badly. I didn't feel like I played that well today either.
It's been
but
so tough,
you know, you work and you improve. But
Absolutely.
as a team, we've just been after these.
Yeah,
games,
you can
we've
make
just
fun of me. It's just an
working
LEC
really,
best
really
of one, but
hard
it's deeper
to
than
try and
that,
get
man.
our stuff together.
It's not just a best of one, especially when you know what it means for these guys, for Cajol especially in this project.
Absolutely. I mean, we've had the pleasure of working with Kedro for a really long time, and we know that he just 100% throws himself into anything that he's invested in, and we know how much this meant to him. So congratulations to him and the boys for getting that win. We'll see if they can find another one, because if they do want to make that top 8 dream a reality, then they're going to have to find a couple more wins to get there.
Yeah, I think this game, it should be also the start of something bigger for them, the momentum to build up. Like, once you lose so many games in a row, it's easy to lose that confidence.
Yeah.
Nothing is working. You try different drafts. It doesn't change anything. But finally, you find the one key that kind of works. I think Nemesis had such a standoff game that hopefully that at least gives him some confidence that he can continue carrying their games.
Absolutely, and especially right now being halfway through the season of LEC regular season versus here. So I want to check the standings to see where we are right now, because guys, I look at top 3, there is one team that I was not expecting to see here.
Yeah, Navi is just coming out of nowhere with a steel chair, as Draco said earlier. I mean, LEC has been such a standout performer and so impressive, and it's honestly such a pleasant surprise to see them in the top 3.
The standings are still very close, but of course, one of the teams that finds themselves at 1 and 4 is SK, who is our first matchup, and the schedule ahead of them, I mean, on paper, it should be manageable. They've had a difficult start to the split, but KC Blue should be beatable. We saw Heretics fall before. It's when you get up against Koi where things start to get a little bit more challenging. But I know that for SK, their main ambition right now is getting into that top 8. And when you look at the schedule in front of them, in theory, this should be achievable.
What are we looking at? Any hope for SK?
I mean, I do think like the KCB and Los Ratones, those are the ones that they really, really need to win. And the same goes for the opposition, right? With KCB, this is the game that they need to win at the same time.
And Dracos, I believe, had a chance to catch up with Mickey ahead of this game, so let's send it over to him.
Thank you so much, Lore. I do have the distinct pleasure of being joined by Mickey X. Now, I'm going to be honest, it would have been more fun to do this interview after you won and I had that game and the stocks were sky high. But I think the nature of this SK team right now is when you win a game, #1 comment every time is Mickey's a genius, I've seen enough. When you lose, the opposite. So talk to me a little bit about how you feel about playing with this team right now. What's the pressure like? Because most of the teams that you're on, they've kind of got their own brand, their own recognition. This is the first time where it really feels like this is the Mickey X team. So how has that affected you when it comes to working with SK?
I mean, I think pressure of it doesn't really affect me. I think it's quite fun to like kind of try to prove people wrong. So far we haven't done it really, but I feel like we have a good way of turning it around, or like I think the rest of our matches are not that hard, I would say, and I feel like early losses usually give you a bit of a better idea of what you need to work on and improve as a team, and I think we had good talks and our atmosphere is still pretty nice, so I feel like as long as we can actually take things away, which I think we did for like the most part, I think we can be a lot better in the future weeks.
Yeah, so for the fans out there, and also probably for the haters, because they want to know more too about what they should comment on, like what are those things? What are those takeaways that you guys are focused on? Because the audience definitely has a pretty clear impression of where they feel like the issues are. But from your side, from the SK side, from scrims, etc., what do you feel like the problems are?
I mean, I guess the most like obvious one probably be just like we don't really draft like many other teams, and I feel like sometimes we get too stuck in trying to copy, you know, LCK, LPL drafts, and sometimes with like...
Okay, what do you mean by that? Because I saw an echo in the mid lane, so I'm confused.
Yeah.
What do you mean by LCK? Because I don't have it.
So like...
Explain.
The way we usually draft in scrims is like a lot different than just like Orianna Azir type stuff. We kind of try to do more of those kind of drafts early, or like now on. Like we saw some Victor, Asol, Ryze, more like range stuff. Which is not that big of a meta in our scrims. And usually teams also draft a lot differently in scrims than on stage, I guess. So we had to kind of adapt to that. And I think it's also a bit better if we actually show some of the majors and all these things early on, and then for playoffs, when it's actually more than a best of one, you can actually have time to, or like opportunities to actually play more the melee champs, or like the niche picks that are better in situations when most of the champions are out, because some champions in the middle are a bit more OP than, you know, the melees currently.
Yeah.
So we kind of have to play those. And I think for most of our losses, we kind of took turns in like inting the games. Like I remember I had like a really bad Alistar game and a Nautilus game against, was it G2? No, it was against KC. And then, yeah, people kind of took turns, like the G2 one, Lider was kind of running it. All
right,
so.
I think the important question, because we're getting ready for you to get into game, obviously recording this a little bit beforehand, that I have to ask is, you're talking about saving picks for playoffs. You have one win right now, brother.
Yeah.
How are you getting to playoffs? Like,
By getting
what
4 more wins.
Yes, I understand that. What is the solution in the meantime? Like, how do we get the version of SK that won? How do we get that version today? What is the #1 focus in terms of like coming into this matchup today to ensure that you can get that win? Because I appreciate the optimism, but there's a lot of skeptics out there. So what's going to be different today?
I mean, if we lose today, then it might be rough. But I'm assuming we're winning today. And I think we just kind of have to take it slow. I think a lot of our games, we kind of just been kind of AFK, not doing much. We kind of just like farming it up. But I think if we do a lot more planning in early about what we actually want to play for our win cons, how we play around objectives, and just stack those Drakes up, we should be a bit in a better spot than we were.
Early game plan, take it slow, stack Drakes. We'll see.
And good draft, of course.
And good. Okay, just and strong lanes and et cetera, et cetera.
Pretty much.
A lot of things to look out for. Optimism on the side of SK. Casters, take it away. We'll see what you guys think.
What do we think, Finn? I mean, I have some vague optimism. I mean, Mickey seemed quite confident. He said they were sure to win today.
Yeah, Mickey also said they were going to make Worlds and that Leader was the only player in mid can contest caps. And
I mean, the big thing for me is that he's saying they're really setting them up for success in the playoffs. And like Draco's highlighted, we got to make sure we get there first, right? Because it doesn't matter if you're good in Fearless, best of threes if you're not playing them.
A win here for SK would be huge, obviously, taking down KCB, one of the teams expected to be in the bottom 4. But KCB continues to go from strength to strength. I think they've been improving day on day. Always have to focus on Yukino in that jungle role for KCB. It's had a stellar start to the year as we get ready for draft. KCB had right of first selection. They chose second pick. SK chose blue, so it's going to be a normal draft as you would see at home in any league draft format that you play.
And it's very nice. I do appreciate that. I do like that they chose the second pick, and I think they're setting themselves up for some kind of counter pick, or usually when you choose red side and you don't think there's any super strong picks, you can set yourselves up for a trade where the enemy gets one of the power picks and then you get two. So those are kind of the main strategies on red side, either the counter pick or the trade. So I want to see where they go. They're already targeting a little bit of the mid pool, it seems like.
Yeah, it does seem like that. We'll get the draft up for you guys in just a second. We're seeing a few of those bans go through for now. And SK have got rid of the Akali and the Malphite. On the side of KCB, it's Jace and Aurelia as their first couple of bans. We are working our way towards first pick. As when you look at a game like this, there's a few AD carries that really shine, right? Things like the Varus, the Yunara. It looks like SK are going to go towards that Varus. I will just check to see exactly how long we're going to be on getting the draft up on screen for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Varus going through would be a big surprise. I mean, he was already pick or ban almost last patch, and then he actually got a pretty substantial buff, I would say, in this current patch. As we're playing on the live client here, we see the draft on your screen. First pick, Varus for SK. And now KCB will look for the response. Already Ryze and Orianna being taken out. A lot of mid focus in the ban phase.
Yeah, huge amount of mid and jungle focus with the Jace and the Malphite bans as well. Varus and Yunara, the trade. Varus does have good poke and was buffed on 26.2. So really, as an AD carry, if he's let through, you're kind of first picking him no matter what.
Yeah, I really wonder what the KC's plan is for this Varus, because you don't let Varus go like this unless you have an actual plan. And usually against Varus, you see two different options. Either you go for a big dive comp, because Varus doesn't have that much self-peel, has the Chains of Corruption, right? But once he gets went on, it is pretty hard for him to get out, and we already see KCB locking in the Jarvan, so I think that's an indication that's the direction they're going for, that heavy dive.
Yeah, you could look for things like the Jarvan, as you say, could go for a Bard for Prime as well, because there's a low mobility carry is that Varus. But because you've gone for the Yunara and the Jarvan, the Rumble is still available, and SK will be licking their lips with this draft so far. You get an AP top side, means that Leader can go on an AD mid laner, so you don't have a full AP top side, and you're actually just in a really strong spot here for SK.
I mean, the Rumble not only being a power pick, also the Knife from KCB. Tao had a great game on the Rumble the other day, and also together with Jarvan is one of that classic spicy hotpot combinations. The Jarvan Rumble, just locked them in the cage and burned them up. Yone, not surprising for Leader. When I saw that Akali ban, I was thinking that we're probably gonna get something cheeky, because to see Leader's team ban Akali makes some alarm signs go off in my mind, and I'm thinking, what are they aiming for? And the aim seems to be that Yone. Wonder if they're gonna look to pair it up with the Sejuani, which has historically been Yone's best pairing. Not really been super prevalent in winter yet, but is a good matchup into the Jarvan, and we'll see if KCB wants to deny that in the ban phase.
Have you been seeing the Dusk and Dawn Sejuani top that's been making its way around?
Sadly, yeah, I have. I don't think it's that good, because the stats are a little bit wonky, and it's not like Sejuani is that good on hit. Sure, you get the E stack way faster, but in general, you have so much. You have the Q knockup, you have your W slow, you have your old CC. It's usually pretty easy to get the stun if you are close range.
Yeah,
you don't need more help.
Quicker.
A little bit
you can get it quicker,
yeah.
Finn. That's the vibe. Vi taken away by KCB, and they're thinking of the Sejuani too. No real surprises if they do decide to ban that. Aurora taken out by SK, meaning that the AP top side for KCB is a little bit trickier to find. Currently they have the Jarvan and the Aatrox locked in, so they do need an AP mid laner. You can see SK really trying to pinch Camilu's pool there in that mid lane role.
It definitely feels like they're trying to take away these kind of skirmish heavy mid laners with Aurora ban. You don't want to have, because what we've seen in SK in this split already is that they put a lot of emphasis of fighting around leader.
Yeah.
And if you can, you don't want the enemy mid to have a skirmish heavy mid laner like a Nico, like an Aurora. They're really good in this 3v3s, a lot of burst, a lot of CC or utility in the case of Aurora. And now you see the Azir lock in, and I think SK is really happy with this. Yone historically has been a really good answer into Azir and usually comes out when Azir first pick becomes prevalent. And I think this is exactly what they're looking for, and now I want to see them pair this up with a jungle that is willing to go and help leader, because you're putting all your eggs in his basket and you better get some yolks.
Yeah, so things like that. Better get some yolks. Good one. Good one, Finn.
It was a good yoke.
It was a very good yoke. I like things like the Wukong and the Xin Shao do a very similar thing. You're talking about skirmishing junglers. They fit into that wheelhouse. Pantheon does it exceptionally well. Point and click CC on that. Shield Vault can just jump in, get the stun onto the Azir, get his flash out early, and then look for the repeat ganks towards mid. SK now looking for their support. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a little bit of engage as well. Mickey thrives on things like the Rel, like the Nautilus, the Alistair, all fit into his wheelhouse, and it seems like the cow is the way that they have decided to go.
It's as you say, and I think he's ready to prepare another Requiem for drop by the rookie AD carry, because I don't think he's going to get much love this game.
No.
I'm seeing already this SK comp. They have top push, they have bot push, and I think there's only one place where all those pushing lanes will collapse, and that will be in the mid lane. That will be the battlefield, and now KCB is responsible with Rakan, and I think that means they're also willing to take the fight there, because you can't just leave this Azir to get a repeat gank. You need to allow this Rakan, because it's not like the Yunar and the Rakan will have a strong 2v2 against Varus, so you kind of want to find your openings elsewhere. Aatrox will struggle a little bit into Rumble early, but he will eventually start being able to fight, so that could be an avenue that could be positive for KCB.
Yeah, a lot of focus around that mid lane for both teams. It seems, wouldn't be surprised if we see both the AD carries just popping their Qs, popping the wave, and kind of just standing away from each other down towards that bottom side. We do have a small delay before going on into the game. We're remaking the lobby due to a technical issue, so we'll get through that as soon as we can. Drafts will be the same with the same bans as well, so we're not going to have anything change up as we remake that lobby. For both these teams currently sitting at 1 and 4 historically. Now, we haven't had a 12-team league before with 8 teams going through. Usually you're looking at 4 wins as kind of your benchmark to make it into that playoff spot. Today is one of those really big wins, because you're not only taking a win for yourself and going to 2 and 4, you're also pushing someone that would be competing for that 8th spot down to 1 and 5.
Yeah, I mean, losing today for either of these teams would make that last ascent so much difficult. Being on top of the mountain is what you want, but like Sisyphus, the rock would kind of push them down if they lose today, and it's going to be a really hard bounce back from that, because now you're going to have to win every single game, and you're going to go up against the likes like G2, MKOI, KC, the top teams of our league, and taking this win is paramount if they won't actually have aspirations to make this playoff run.
You need to do a lot of work to make yourself get into those top 8 spots. I will say, like, both teams don't have the hardest of roads left. Obviously, every game is hard when you're at the bottom of the table. Like, everyone is theoretically better than you. KCB, they do have G2 and Fnatic left, but then it's Heretic, Shifters, and GX, so none of those top 4 that you'd usually look towards. For SK on the other side, they've got Heretics, MKOI, which is going to be a very difficult match, GX, Lost Ratones, and Shifters. So both of the teams looking kind of at mostly middle of the pack battles left.
And it's, as you say, I think this day is even more important than, because it's a great way to gain some momentum, to gain some confidence back, because when you go on stage week after week and you just keep losing on stage, suddenly you feel like you forget how to win League of Legends games. So getting those wins is so important for confidence. I think that's why teams are really swingy. They will go on like 5-game lose streaks, 5-game win streaks. It's way more common than you think to just fall into bad habits or good habits. So winning today is super important for momentum, and I really wonder what KCB is going to do about this Varus, because he does really seem like the most OP pick on the patch, and instead they banned out the Ryze and Aurelia, so they value denying leaders champion pool more than taking out the most OP champion. So I feel like they need to have a plan in mind, because if you ignore this Varus and just try to play a normal game, he will be a problem for you.
Yeah, we've had Varus 6 times so far in the LEC, and he's won 4 of those games. He's the most banned champ alongside Jace at 22 bans in total across all of the series we've had so far. So it is always going to be a challenge, and he gets pushed by himself. He has good damage. You're pairing him up with something like the Alistair that, after getting past that level 1, does become a threat, and the ability to instantly poke someone out with a headbutt pulverize into a piercing arrow across the top makes it so hard to trade back onto them.
Yeah, I mean, it also kind of works like a band-aid for a team that's kind of struggling to do everything right, because he is such a power pick on his own. It fills some of those gaps that you need to do to play the game well. And this will now allow Mickey to leave Joppa more. They will guarantee that bot lane push, even if they're not laning perfectly 2v2, and will make their game plan so much easier. And I think that is really important for a team that is struggling in the lower side of the bracket to just make things easier for themselves. Don't overcomplicate the game, because you're already struggling, you don't want to make it more difficult.
Yeah, you don't want to be playing comps that, you know, rely on the enemy team engaging on you, you disengaging. SK here have solid engage. You've got the Pantheon ult as well for side lane pressure whenever you need it. You've got ults to team up on top of that. For KCB, they have solid engage and good fight as well, right? We're looking at some of the SK lineup. It's like they're slightly better in skirmishes in terms of individual picks. For KC, if they can scale, if they get to a couple of items on this Azir and on this Yonara, they have Jarvan for the engage, got Rakan quickness follow-up. You've got an Aatrox who, when he pops the World Ender, is very difficult to kill if he's landing some of those Darkened Blades. So overall, if KCB can keep the game even going into the mid game, I do really like their composition as well.
I do like it as well, and I like you bringing up the Aatrox, because what I was thinking about when I see Aatrox this game, as a big Aatrox player myself, I think it's super important that Tao manages to find flanks in these fights. If he goes from the front, he will just get stunned, Varus ulted, Alistar combo, and it will be really difficult for him to have a high impact. So later on in the game, we will focus on those flanks, because I think if he can't find a good flank, he will find a really big struggle in this game.
That he will. Let's get into the first game of day 3 of week 2 here in the LEC. Officially coming up to the halfway mark of LEC versus this inaugural tournament that we'll kick off everything with. KCB, one of the invitational teams joining us up with us. So we have a small overlay bug at the top of the screen there. We'll get that fixed for you as soon as possible. And we see Skeens and Leader trying to step in, trying to get that Razorbeak ward off. Shouldn't be able to do it too easily. Mickey flashing onto Camilo here. Trying to get the damage down. Camilo eats a Comet Spear, but is able to walk away. Does still have the TP. Someone in the crowd sounded very sad about the fact that Camilo didn't die.
I mean, already you see the focus towards mid by SK. It feels like everything will go here now. No TP on Azir. Let's see if they can actually make a plan to punish this. Keep in mind, Mickey will be late towards bot, will not have the flash against the double range, kinda. I can't recount as a range champion. He is technically, I think.
Yeah, kind of.
Kind of. So it will probably be difficult for the Varus to get pushed now, knowing they are late. If we see here bot side, looks like they're trying to step up a little bit.
Prime's going to get the knockup onto Yoppa. No Gleaming Quill to start here from Prime. Doesn't need it because he knows that they do have a little bit more threat. Mickey not having that flash. Went for Phase Rush Alistar, does still have the heal, and he's got the Hex Flash. So there's still a possibility of plays if Hazel and Prime overstep.
If you need even more reasons to believe that Joppa will be left alone, he's actually went for the first strike rune. He's not going for the lane pressure, he's not going for the Comet. He will just be farming, trying to get some gold with his arrows and just trying to scale up. And I can't say this more. I think Mickey, he's leaving this lane ASAP.
Yeah, he'll get out of there as soon as possible. Gets a good double knockup onto Prime, gets a good double knockup onto Mickey and Yoppa. And did have someone on the bottom of the screen saying, oh, we brought out the old overlay for the Unks. It's a very Unk-coded game, is this one. SK, one of the oldest teams in our league, average age of 24.5, whereas KC Blue, 20.4 with an average of 11 LEC games, brought up a lot by Camilo, obviously having played in the LEC before. SK, they have so many average games per player that we can't even get the decimal point in anymore. 252 on average.
25 is old?
No, they're one of the older teams in the LEC. Man, like, I'm 10 years older than them, okay?
I feel like I'm now as well, yeah.
What are you, like 27?
I'm 26.
Are you not? Oh man,
I'm getting there, don't worry about it. Leader looks for the E here, looks for the aggressive trade. Usually when the enemy mid does not have teleport, taking aggressive trades is really good, because if you can take a really volatile trade, just base and TP back while he's stuck in lane, suddenly you have a huge HP advantage. So I want to see Leader keep playing this aggressively, as maybe Nick is looking for something here.
Using the trample early, he's going to get flag and drag, lands the pulverized knockup, and with the Comet Spear coming in, there's so much damage onto Yukino, he oversteps and Skeens. Very willing to pick up first blood. Hazel, the triple ward in the bush. As Hazel is forced to flash away. As Prime there, you're so happy because you ping once, you get 15 gold, man. You're
15
overjoyed.
It's a little bit of a consolation prize there for the fight. I think Mickey, once again, showing why he's so highly valued. You know, he just knows when it's a good time to fight. He really wants to get his river control, and he just walks up and dares them to go on him. He says, "What's up, Jarvan? You want to combo in on me?" Buffers the Jarvan knockup with his Pulverize and sets up a super clean kill onto Yukino. Really well played by Mickey there, and I really like this confidence that he's always showing, just taking up more space whenever he can.
Yukino trying to get back out on the map as quickly as possible. Tao getting pushed in early game here. Wonder, across the course of his career, has been very good at absorbing pressure and does exactly that. As with the wave crashing in, Tao just needs to catch this cannon. Wonder can step back in and get the push out once more. It looks like Skeen's actually got double crab, with Yukino deciding that he didn't want to stay around for this crab fight, instead going in and starting his second clear of his jungle.
Might have a top lane dive here. Rakan is already opening behind there. Skeens wants to pressure this. Tao is very low and no teleport. It's not like he can base and drop this wave, so Skeen is taking a lot of space here, but Prime is here to counter.
Prime on his way. Infernal Chains looking for Skeens, has to flash away. Prime going forward. Wonder flashing over. Flame Spitter gets 1-for-1 so far. Yukino forced to use his flash to escape the clutches of Skeens, who continues to chase out Prime, who does have a flash of his own. Will use it. Late flag attack in from Yukino. Camillu's here, but Yukino falls to a spear through his back. And now, in the end, Camillu should be able to secure the kill onto Skeens. Mickey looking for the knockback!
Mickey!
Skeens lives! By the skin of his teeth, he survives. And now SK 3-1 up at 5 minutes.
You think we were seeing Ungs? This is SK! They're just taking so much space on the map. Really good laning by Wunder, sets up this dive here. As we look at it again, you see Skeens, he sees Prime here, but look at Wunder's flash. He does not care about this. His flash is behind the Aatrox Q2 and tries to predict the Rakan as well, and it's an easy kill as we see again.
Flash, headbutt, pulverize as well. Camillu has a flash, but doesn't have the chance to use it. After Skeens escapes on 16 HP, Mickey returns to punish the Azir for staying around top.
Yoppa looking like a child of divorce right now, just being stuck there alone, just looking at two people arguing, are they gonna dive him or not? I think Mickey will be in time to defend him on this wave though. He will be fine, and once again, really nice roams by Mickey. He's been so active on this map, not only setting up that first kill on the bot side, now roaming top as well on his Alistar. He's just everywhere.
Yeah, walks out, we'll see that Yukino's here. Uses the trample early, so he can get that stun. Headbutt away on Yukino. Keeps a couple of the Krugs. Those small Krugs actually holding a lot of the gold as Wonder tries to trade into Tao again. Infernal Chains doesn't get the pullback. The scrap shield movement speed is enough. And Tao with a Hex Drinker this early on.
You're basing on this wave, and you know there's a Pantheon that's going to hit level 6. Now you have to base, walk all the way back here to this wave that's already frozen here. And you know when you arrive, you don't have flash, and Pantheon suddenly is going to have that level 6 timer. Tao is in a really, really bad spot right now. He's going to lose so much. He's already 20 CS behind, and he will just keep bleeding resources.
The only good thing for Tao is, if KCB watch the Mickey interview, they know that SK want to stack the Drakes. Now, they did also say they wanted to play a slow early game, which hasn't really happened here, so maybe,
bunch of lies.
Maybe it's a little bit of deception from Mickey. Playing a bit of, gamesmanship, sportsmanship, but Skeens is going to start up that Drake, which, if KCB know it's happening, does give Tao a window to step a little bit further forward. He's about 28 CS down. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Leader continues to force Camillu out. He does have that Emperor's Divide and teleport back up, so he can get back to this wave with a little bit more of a health bar. Mickey's looking for a flank towards mid, though.
Yeah, and here you see the secret threat of the Fog of War. They actually didn't know where Pantheon was, if he was clearing or going up for a top lane get dive. So Jarvan actually paths all the way up to cover Aatrox here in case he's in danger. But meanwhile, Skeens, he's just, okay, I'll just take the dragon for free then. Just like Mickey said in the interview. Allowing yourself to have so many plays just because the threat of the Pantheon ult is there. And knowing your Aatrox has no flash, he cannot be left alone.
Power of getting ahead in the early game. Grand entrance from Prime after the Emperor's Divide out of Camillu. Neither able to snap back with that Soul Unbound and avoids really taking too much damage from that ultimate knock-up combo. Mickey here to protect his mid. As you said, both the bot laners just being left to their own devices down on the bottom side of the map. Yukino was looking towards top. Didn't really manage to find anything onto Wonder. As now Mickey stepping forward, Camillu flashes away, Leader Soul Unbound once again, they're diving onto Mickey and the cow is turning into roast beef. Skeens jumps back in, Fate Sealed, lands on two, Yukino with the Cataclysm, Leader able to flash away just in time. Hazel's here to try and back up his team, chasing out Skeens, but once again on low HP, the Pantheon escapes.
That looked really sketchy for SK. Mickey going in so deep, almost goes down for nothing, but then Skeens and Leader actually manages to scrap it out and get one trade kill there. Hazel even rotated to this fight, so now he's actually going to drop some plates on bots, and Joppa gets a lot of free time as we watch this once again. Look at Mickey walking up here, really wants to fight. I think Leader E's thinking the combo would connect, but now really good punish by Yukino. But I feel like here, maybe can you just get out? Or is the CC just too strong?
I think it's just good CC overall. You can see Rakan trying to battle dance out. Hazel going forward here, uses the cleanse. Yoppa flashes in. Mickey goes for it. But still with the piercing arrow, Yoppa able to get the solo bolo. Mickey not even getting an assist. Prime chunked away, down to 100 HP. And we talked about the difficulty with Hazel moving up was plates to Yoppa, but now with Hazel coming back into the lane, Yoppa sends him back to the fountain and is going to get another plate on top of it.
And KC just has so many open wounds right now, they can't possibly put the bandit on all of them. Bot lane is bleeding, top lane is bleeding, Leader has a lot of control, and it feels like no matter where SK go, something good will happen. Yoppa being so strong, great flash over the Rakan W, finds that kill onto Hazel, and I really like to see the aggression. Kind of was Diablo-esque in the way he's playing, so far forward, knowing how strong the champion is. Once again highlighting why Varus is permabanned, and why you probably won't see him very much more today, because this champion is bonkers right now.
Yeah, now has 1,000 gold lead, Yumu's complete. 46 stacks on the cull for Hazel, but that gold infusion is going to come very late. The grubs are available. Mickey's actually pathing down towards the bottom side here. And it looks like Prime is about to reset. Doesn't yet have his level 6. Wonder if Mickey is just going to try and get 6 off this wave and then run back up towards those grubs. Or whether they're saying, well, our top side's so far ahead, actually don't need our support to fight for the grubs. Infernal Chains from Tao. Wonder trying to dodge away from it. Dark and Blade into the world. Ender. Wonder overcharging Grand Starfall in. And Tao is baked alive by Wonder and by Skeens. That's the threat, the side lane threat of the Pantheon.
I mean, it looks like Wunder is alone, but he has his little buddy there, Skeens, to man drop on his face there if he needs to. And when they commit so deep there, it's just so easy for Skeens to counter gank that and get a really nice kill. And you see, it feels like KCB can do nothing right now. It feels like no matter where they make a play, SK will respond.
SK doing a really good job of reading the map well. Wonder winning out on this top side with help from his friends. Now has 1,000 gold lead, almost 1.5k for himself. The grubs are available for SK, and when you're this far ahead, getting something like the grubs, although they are a lesser prize than they used to be, does really help you with those wave pushes. Yoppa already taking a few plates off this bot lane tower. With the grubs, will take even more. Prime looking for Mickey here, who does have the Unbreakable Will. Yukino's on his way across. Yoppa stays around. Cataclysm flash away from Mickey. Does use his own ultimate, so expending an extra summoner in the exchange.
And he's just cheeky, isn't he? He's just seeing what's up there.
I mean, that was greedy.
That was greedy.
Mickey, he's always walked the line of greed and great play. That was super greedy. Yoppa's backing. You know your jungler's on top side. And you're like, I'm just going to see if I can get a ward in this bush by the grump.
You never know. Maybe he's not there. How would you know?
Because maybe he is, and then you have to burn your flash for no reason.
It's just flash, yes, Hex Flash, right? I think he feels more freed up now in a way.
Oh, true. I mean, when you're 5k ahead at 11 minutes, I think your whole team feels a little bit of freedom.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the gold here. Every lane just doing so well. We said all the eggs was in the leader basket, but that's not really true anymore. I think there's eggs all over the floor, and they're just cracking skulls no matter where they go.
That was a graphic metaphor there, Finn. Eggs all over the floor with cracking skulls.
Oh, it's like SK's cracking skulls.
Yeah, I get. That was a good metaphor.
Okay.
I liked it. It was just graphic, you know.
Sorry.
No, there's nothing wrong with
please.
it.
I apologize for any horrid.
Wait, well, I mean, it's only like what is it? 5 p.m. Children could be watching.
Starting early, yeah.
Children could be watching.
Monday, they should be in school.
It's true, actually. Is school still in at 5 p.m. in Germany? I didn't go to school in Europe, so that's enough about us. Let's talk about the game again. I kind of distracted myself there for a second. Ocean Drake is up for SK. They're going to start it up. Yoppa with this Yumu's, and Skeens already with his Sundered Sky complete. Very happy just to kick this one off. Mickey once again poking his nose where KCB don't want it to be, but it will be a second dragon over to SK. All the neutrals going in their favor so far.
Yeah, and what do you do here if you're a KC? Because like, what place do you actually have to get something back into the game? What is your strengths right now? You have Azir and you have Yunara, two really strong backline carries if they get some gold. So you need to do everything to make sure Hazel and Camillo is slowly scaling up so you can get to a point in the late game where you can actually win a team fight, because that is where SK's team comp is falling off a little bit with the Yone and the Varus being kind of high execution. Something might go wrong there. So now we need to see KCB setting up a defensive vision line here. Not this deep, this is still SK's area. Yeah, back off. this is the vision line you need to get for... I'll write it on the minimap because the camera is going like this. Vision line is super important because once the tier 1s go down, you need to be able to hold a few chokes as leaders.
Oh, just takes him out in 2v1. Emperor's Divide was too early there. Skeens now on a rampage. First tower going down to SK in that bottom side. A 7,000 gold lead, and that first turret is going to be followed very rapidly by 2 more, it seems, as Leader can take the mid. Meanwhile, on the top side, Wonder continues to push in, and Skeens has looped his way around for a possible dive on Tau. Yoppa TPing up towards that top lane as well to try and help the advance. Tau able to get the knockup, but Wonder flashes away, and Skeens can tank the tower. With Yoppa clearing out the wave, this turret shortly to fall. And SK accelerating the game exactly like their composition wants to.
I mean, I'm talking about vision times, but it doesn't seem, vision lines, it doesn't seem to matter. SKC is playing so fast, taking every fight, and KCP disrespecting now 2 TPs coming in here.
Prime for the knockup, counter TP coming out from SK as Camillo's the first one to join, doesn't have that Emperor's Divide. Wonder here, now no equalizer on him. He's gonna try and burn the bird. And Camillo might be a turkey soon as he could be done. Yoppa able to get a kill in the 1v2. Camillo is cooked. Yukino forced to run away. Hazel comes in from the side, but it seems like it might be a little bit too late. Mickey looking for the knockup. Hazel with a good dodge to avoid that headbutt pulverized combination, but still SK take the tower, take 2 kills, and get themselves out of harm's way.
I mean, SKC is fighting finger licking good here. Like, they're just so active. Their mechanics, the flash by Joppa is just so on point. Feels like there's no holes in their defense. Sure, Joppa was left alone there, but Wunder's so fast on the teleport response, making sure he doesn't get picked up, doesn't give over that big shutdown, and making sure any momentum KCB is trying to build is in vain.
You can see KCB a bit of desperation in some of these plays, like Prime looking for the knockup on the Yoppa, can't find it. Camillo comes in without ultimate. Yes, you've got a Cataclysm, but Yoppa just wins the 1v2 at the top side, and Camillo doesn't really have a leg to stand on against Wonder.
I think Varus might be a bit problematic.
You think he might be strong?
Yeah, I think he might be a little bit strong, Medic. I'm not sure. I think this is doing a pretty good argument showing why Varus is our most banned champion, why he will not go through any more games today, and why every team is looking to first pick that when available.
Okay. I mean, I very much agree with you. Just such a strong pick. Buffed
I
on
would be
the
surprised
patch
if you
as well.
didn't, actually.
What?
That would be wild if you didn't.
Oh, it would be really weird if it just doesn't get banned in every single game.
Varus is pretty bad,
yeah. Yeah, you know, just what does he do? He has poke, he has damage, he has CC on his ultimate, he has more poke. It's pretty hard to deal with. You can also go on a hit if you really want to.
If you really want to feel frisky with it, you can. So many options.
Rifthold picked up for SK, as they can now look to try and break through these tier 2s. This is where KC might be able to find a defensive line. Like, there's more map for SK to work through, but KC can stand further back without too much risk of being flanked.
Yeah, I mean, there's one win condition here for KCB, and that is Mr. Mickey. I mean, he does like to overextend his vision line a little bit, and I think if they can pick him up a few times, maybe you can start build a little bit of momentum, slow down the SK ascent, but if they let Mickey do like this, just go and take vision wherever he wants, eventually KCB will get so choked out, they will not be able to see anything, and they will not have any agency in this game. So, as I said before, set up those vision lines back here, really important. Don't let Mickey walk past it, or you will be in danger. But it's so hard. How are we going to fight in the jungle against them? They're so ahead. They're up 9k gold at 16 minutes. This is unheard of, Medic.
It's a bit of a one-sided stomp so far. Leader stepping forward here. There's the quickness out of Prime. Yukino coming in with the flag and drag as well as Hazel dashes across the wall, and there's the shutdown. Grabs Starfall. They might look for another as Skeens using the Aegis Assault to try and tank up some of that damage. That's a flash. Rifthold was used on the bottom side, so SK will be able to get a tower out of this. Wonder tries to drive it away, but can't do so before that eye is popped by the Azir.
No license.
I had a license, it was just very quickly revoked.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no legal battle then.
I mean,
it's a lot of
he's
work,
putting a carve inside of carve, isn't he? Like, Rumble's already inside Daisy.
It's like a carry-on, yeah.
Yeah, you can't do that, man. It's like those really rich people that have like a boat inside their boat.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can't do that. It's uncouth.
Uncouth. It's very uncouth.
Yeah. Next Drake is up in right about now. It would be the third of the game for SK. It's only a Chem Soul, so not as impactful as if they were able to pick up an Inferno or a Hextech or something, but still, Mickey said part of their plan was dragon stacking, and they've done a good job of that so far in this game, and it's also a way to keep the tempo up against KCB if they are beginning to step a little bit further back. You're like, okay, we'll take your jungle, we'll take the Drake, and eventually you have to fight us either for Soul or for an Elder.
Still, I mean, KCB doing exactly what they have to. They just need to pick off solo players on side. Leader doing a little bit of moves before here. Wunder's looking for the barbecue here on Tau.
On his way, Prime goes in. Mickey looking for the knockup. Will find it. Wonder with the equalizer. Did go wide earlier. Cataclysm out. Mickey's going to have to use that flash to escape. KCB collapsing well. Getting the summoner out of Mickey, but not much more overall.
Still, no flash on Pantheon and no flash on Alistar could prove to be a little bit annoying here for SK, because it is still easy to pick off these players if you have a numbers advantage with the Jarvan. That's why the Jarvan is such a good pick in general, because when someone doesn't have a dash, doesn't have a flash, it's suddenly super easy to just pick them up if they spoke a little bit too far forward.
Yeah, the problem for KCB is while they invested 5 players towards the top side, Yopper was able to get himself more gold, almost 2k ahead now on this Varus, and there's the Drake that we were talking about. SK keeping up the pace of this game as much as they can. Mickey keeping up the pace of being in the wrong position at the wrong time. Hazel coming in from the side, the flag and drag. Mickey does get the headbutt away, but eventually should fall here. They're trying to give the kill over to Hazel, and he will manage to secure that. It's a 2-item Yanara now with the Fiend Hunter Bolts and that Kraken Slayer, so he is getting to a point where he begins to become a very minor threat for SK. Not quite there yet.
What's the cow doing up there, man? It's
You can't control the cow, man. Cows go where they want.
Yeah, they're free roaming animals. Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure what Mickey was looking for. I mean, I know he was looking for vision, but it's a little bit overzealous. You're getting the dragon on the bot side, once again showing that Mickey, maybe you have to dial it back a little, okay? The game is still in SK's control very handedly.
Yeah, the problem is if you shout at him, like, move, he just thinks you're saying hello. That's the problem, isn't it, you know? Like, move! Utterly ridiculous, that joke.
Yeah, I mean, checks out. That would definitely seem like a friendly greeting if I was a cow. I'm not a cow, so I can't speak for cows, but like if I was, I would probably enjoy that.
So would I. Skeens and Mickey do look for Yukino. He's going to flag and drag out. TP's coming in. Blast going back. Skeens knocked onto the backline here as he puts the Aegis Assault down. Dives now onto Camilla with a good equalizer down. Prime's going to have to flash Chain of Corruption landing onto Tau. And Mickey goes in for another headbutt pole combo. SK find themselves a couple of kills. Prime died after flashing away across that wall. SK will take the tier 2 on the top side. A couple of pings coming out towards the Baron as well. It's only been up for 20 seconds, but SK has so much control over this game, they might just be able to start it up.
Yeah, the sandcastle is falling apart. Looks like it will be the Baron for SK here. Leader looking for something mid here. Yarvan ult will come down. Sure, TP out, but you're going back in there, buddy.
TP coming back as Mickey forced to try and defend his mid laner. The Baron begun by SK. Leader slowed up. Wonder turning around with a flame spitter. Yukino doesn't have smite right now and doesn't have a health bar either. Now they turn onto Hazel, who flashes away, but should be taken out in the end. A double for Wonder. Emperor's Divide only clipping onto Skeens. Wonder gets a triple, almost the quadra. Camillu ticking down to the burn of the Liandris, but it's not quite enough. Yopper ignited by Tau. Should be able to fall here. The Chain of Corruption not enough to slow him, so Tau gets a big shot down, but has shut down himself in response.
This was almost 17 years old, Medic. Almost had it there, Tau, with the TP in. Still looks like, I mean, I don't really like what Leader was doing there on the mid wave. I feel like it was a little bit unnecessary. You're starting the Baron. I don't think that extra mid wave is that important, and it kind of just baits Mickey to go in and die with him here. I'm not sure what he was trying to do.
It's good play from Yukino waiting out outside of vision, but yeah, Leader dashing forward with Mortal Steel was a bit greedy. Yeah. Really was. And because like SK have already started the Baron, it's like, oh, well, at what point do we peel to try and defend? Wonder does a good job. Yopper also does a good amount of damage down, but really you wanted just to be taking the Baron and slowly closing out the game from this point rather than forcing a fight like this.
Yeah, really aggressive dash there by Hazel, jumping right into the Rumble barbecue. I mean, I think you saw that the play needs to happen here and he needs to make something work because the game is falling apart, but here Tau tries to find the counterplay, but he did get a big shutdown though, so
yeah,
that's a big gold influx.
Grand Shuffle coming in from Skeens as they look for Hazel once again. No flash on that Yanara, good grand entrance, but with the equalizer down, Hazel is popped. Prime and Camilla will be able to dash across the wall following one after the other. SK's gold lead almost at 10k, now does crest that mark, and
surely they get this Baron, right?
I mean, you'd think so. This time Yukino will have his smite though, which makes it a little bit trickier. Comes slightly more of a 50-50. Both those smites sitting at that 1,400 mark. There's no real vision in the pit right now. Any wards? You've got to pass that automation for Camillu, so he can pop that down. Try and get a bit of vision in the pit.
SK is holding this for sure. And I think this Baron is going to go down for sure. Yukino goes in, tries to find it, but doesn't really get it.
He can't find it, and there is the bait seal just to follow up. KCB a valiant effort to try and get in there, but they lose 3 for it. Prime walking away wounded. Might be able to escape, although Mickey hasn't really allowed anyone to get away. Prime, ground entrance is out. There's a possibility Mickey there could have headbutt flash or pulverized flashed and caught out Prime, but the dash away is enough. Mickey wants to save his flash.
But when he gets caught out in enemy jungle,
exactly.
He needs to.
I mean, at this point, if he gets caught out in the enemy jungle, I think he survives, man. The guy's almost got his protoplasm harness and already has the bandle pipes.
Protoplasm harness.
Yeah.
It's a cool sounding item.
Great item on Alistair as well. Really nice when you're going and you're losing a...
What a move. If I was a cow, I would love this cast. I know. Okay, you see here trying to find something. I mean, what else can you do as Jarvan? You need to try to get in there. You need to try to find this steal. But with an Alistar, with the Yone ult as well, being so good at denying space, just flipping everything towards the end of that cast, it's so difficult to walk through them. And now it will be soul point for SK. KCB trying to set up this crab so to get a little bit of vision foothold here, but I think you're probably giving this. It's just a Chemtech Soul, and you still need, I think, 3 items on your Lunara and 3 items on your Seer. Once you get that point, you'll actually start to hurt a lot. But right now, you need to slow down the game.
Hazel has been able to take over to those 3 items, but Camilo's still only sitting at 2.5 with the boots. Mickey here in the middle of KCB, doesn't really care. The rest of the team's on his way to help defend. And Mickey just getting the push forward here. Has that unbreakable will, and KCB's will perhaps a little bit broken in this game. Almost a 15k lead as KCB are picking up a little bit of a bounty from that top lane tower. The reset coming out from Camilo, who isn't going to invest the TP, instead just channels that full recall. Double inhibs now to SK. With a minute left on the Baron, they can decide, do we just go for the 5v5? It seems like that is the call.
You have to go now. You can't wait for it. Mickey flashes
in, equalizer layered on top of it, and Camilo is dead before he can even cast a spell. In the midst of the Cataclysm, SK very happily just stand and deliver. Hazel, the last man standing for KCB. But not for much longer, I feel. SK have been unwilling to let them survive. In the end, he will get away. Grand Starfall.
Let him go!
Oh, Hazel actually could have finished his recall. Double TP coming out in the end. SK claim their 2nd win of LEC versus and take themselves off the bottom of the table.
What a convincing win by SK,
really
because it's easy to downplay this, but still, KC Academy has shown really good performances against a lot of our good teams. Against KC, that game was really close, and I think coming into this, people expected a more even game. I think people saw this as a potential game win for KCP, but SK just had complete domination from game start till game finish, except for a few Mickey plays.
Super quick. I mean, a few Mickey plays, a little bit in from him, but it was 5 minutes faster than our average game time here in the LEC. SK knew exactly what they wanted to do, and you can vote for one of them in your you can vote for one of them in your player of the game vote. Wonder, Skeens, or Mickey X are your options. I think they all had really good performances. I think everyone on the team actually had a really good day today. I think Wonder probably slightly overlooked. He did a huge amount of work.
Also 11 kills on a Rumble. That's a lot of kills. I mean, to me, Mickey kind of set it off with that bot side river fight that kind of started the snowball. So I think they deserves a lot of credit for that. Also, I think Skeens had a really quiet but really solid game. Always in the right position, always there for the counter gag when he needed to. But just in general, a really solid game from all of SK. And Leader is smiling, he's happy, back on his own. Finally, this is what we were promised. We were promised Leader on melees popping off and making montages. And I think we kind of got that this game.
That we did, and we were promised more Dracos, and that's exactly what we're about to get. He's standing by with Mickey. Dracos, take it away.
I don't know why you didn't lead with Mickey, but I appreciate it, Medic. Very flattering. Thank you. Great cast. Mickey, you won!
We did it.
You did it! Woo! Let's go back to the game plan you suggested earlier in the day. You said good draft, and then you said a bunch of stuff about taking it slow.
And Drakes.
And Drakes. You did get Drakes. You did not. What do you mean by taking? Because you were kind of just in their face fighting them, it felt like, from minute 1.
Yeah, because of the draft. We were winning from draft from level 1 to 18, so...
Okay, so can I not trust your interviews anymore when you say we need to take it slow?
Yeah, that was slow.
Regardless, second win on the board. I think showing a little bit more of what you wanted. We heard just from the casters there, finally getting to see leader on Melee Champions. You didn't save the Yone for playoffs. Was that just a draft opportunity? Was it just
we kind of have to make playoffs right now. We were like kind of taking it slow, but like now we kind of have to make playoffs.
Again, I'm frustrated, Mickey, because earlier you said you were holding it, you were saving it.
Yeah, we were.
Yeah, okay.
Until the 1-4.
Were you surprised at all that you got Varus? This champion has been
Yes.
perma-banned all week. What was
strong,
going through your head when you did get it?
Nice, we can win. That's what was going through my head.
Verbose as ever, Mickey. I appreciate the length of the answers. What is next now for the team? How do you take this momentum going ahead and ensure that we continue to see this level of performance? How much of today do you think was hinged on just having this good draft versus you guys playing better than you had in the last few games?
I mean, a lot of it was draft for sure, so props to the coaching staff. But I think we also kind of had a lot more plans going into the games, and we were a lot more prepared, it felt like. So I think for next week, we just have to kind of have a similar approach and take scrims a bit more stage-like, I guess, instead of just like fighting everything without any plan or whatever. And yeah.
One step at a time. All right, adjusting scrims to match the stage a little bit more. Last thing before we go to a quick break, Shifters, Los Ratones, who's taking the next game?
Los Ratones.
That's an easy
Let's
prediction.
go.
Get the crowd going. That's what I like to hear. We're going to take a break. When we get back, you know the game. You don't want to miss it.
Oh my god. But the problem when you play first is if you lose, you're depressed for the whole evening. It's GG. But if you win, what a great evening, guys.
I'm ulting. I'm fighting bot. Yeah, I'm fighting mid. Jumbo.
Can't wait for his Mickey flashes in, equalizer layered on top of it, and Camilla is dead before he can even cast a spell. In the midst of the Cataclysm SK.
Just beat it. Beat it.
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
On another level, step into the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. Feeling so no one above me.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to LEC. Ahead of game 2, we're gonna have Shifters against Los Ratons. Los Ratons being a bit more happy, smiling a bit more after yesterday finally grabbing that first win for them.
Yeah, it was a really important win as well, especially as we get closer and closer to playoffs here in the LEC Versus. But coming into the matchup today, again, it feels like the Los Ratones are not the favorites. Shifters, even after their difficult weekend, still feel like a very difficult opponent. So in this matchup today, all eyes are on what can Los Ratones actually do to get an upset against Shifters.
It definitely does feel like this is one of the better games that they could be having, though, because after this, they're going to be playing against MKOI and then G2. Even though G2's been struggling, it's like, you know, it's
still
G2.
Come on.
So they really, really need this win against Shifters today.
How did they make it happen yesterday? Who could we count on the Rift? I feel like Nemesis was hopping left and right.
Yeah, Nemesis yesterday was super impressive. I was so happy with him, and just the confidence that he showed, that he was looking for the outplays constantly. I think that's what they really need in this team, because I think Velia and Reckless, they don't really often have that firepower that to start a fight. So I think it's Nemesis and Crowny that needs to step up and outplay in team fights for them to really find their success.
We got introduced to it last week in their KC game with his Orianna performance, and we knew what he was capable of. I mean, the community's been abuzz talking about, should he be in the LEC, should he not be in the LEC? And the reality is that this man proved yesterday why he is absolutely contender with the best mids that we have to offer. If he can continue to have performances like this, there will definitely be a target on his head, because Nuke is no slouch, and he's not going to just let him have the same sort of performance that he had yesterday today.
Absolutely. If there's one consistent member you can count on when it comes to Shifter, it is going to be the man in the mid lane. So all eyes on the mid lane and on Nemesis today. But everything, guys, starts with a good draft. We feel like the Rats had their priorities right yesterday.
Yeah, I think their draft yesterday was a lot better. I think the Mundo is shown to be working. It was in the KC game as well. They got so much advantage around that Mundo Orianna. Now with the Mundo Rise, I feel like Velia finally has a champion that he's a little bit more willing to play frontline on, but he's not going too deep because he has that like the tankiness that the Mundo provides. While when he was playing something like the Jarvan, he went a little bit too deep. Suddenly disaster struck, but this is looking a lot better.
Yeah, ultimately what this draft showcased was, first of all, they always have a difficulty with their top lane pool. That's the reality. The counter picks for Baus, it's something that he does struggle with, but when they give agency into that mid lane role, and when they give something to the jungle and support that can work together to allow them to have more pressure in the mid game, it seems like that their just direction and shot calling becomes very clear. And I think that as long as they have something that allows them to contest dragons, it gives them a very clear game plan.
Yeah, and they banned Gnar, so
They banned Gnar.
Finally!
Maybe they can hear you again. Hopefully that can work today against Shifters. For them, still Shifters having the upper hand here. They showed a lot of great things in week 1. Let's see if they can make it happen here on the last day of week 2. Casters, over to you.
Yeah, let's see if they can, because it has been a bit of a struggle for Shifters this weekend. 0-2 after almost winning all 3 games last week. Only that loss to Giant X where they were like 1 auto from killing the Nexus, and then they had their Nexus destroyed. I think a lot of people came into this week thinking that Shifters were at least a high middle of the pack team.
I mean, it's really hard to pinpoint where Shifters are, because there have been, as you say, like week 1, I thought they should have been 3-0 that week. Genuinely, they should have been 3-0. And coming into week 2, I was like, okay, Shifters, I was not kind of high on you in the beginning of the split, but now I'm kind of starting to believe. And that train has kind of gone off rails, because I'm not really sure where they are right now. After losing yesterday, I really want them to kind of show something more convincing today if they want to still having that belief. But going up against LR, who just won yesterday, maybe this is the one.
Yeah, maybe it's the start of something.
Maybe it's the second one,
right?
Yeah.
Maybe it's the 2 and 4, getting themselves off the bottom of the table. Shifters have chosen second pick. Los Ratones have chosen red, so have a bit of a skew-whiff draft overall, as we will be getting into it in just a moment's time. I think, as they said on the analyst desk, there's a big thing with the top lane pool. It's like, does Baus have enough champions to play? We haven't seen this Gragas that much, and I actually think I would really like to see it in the current meta. It's okay into the Cassante. It deals okay with if the enemy does pick a Sion or something, although Sion is banned in every Los Ratones game.
He is, yeah. I mean, I like the Gragas for Baus. He's really mechanically proficient on the Gragas. I do think sometimes he does struggle in lanes as Gragas. maybe it's because he always buys like a Dark Seal or a Sapphire Crystal, but he does seem sometimes to lane on the Gragas. I really like it. I think he's one of his best mechanical champions. We'll say, though, I don't think his pool gets countered by that much. He just gets countered by Gnar, Dino Gnar, Gentleman Gnar, Snow Day Gnar, Astro Gnar.
Yep.
Yeah.
it's good counter picks. Good counter picks already.
I mean, yeah.
First pick, Rise. No real surprises there. Nemesis on the Rise. I think Nemesis has been the best player consistently for Lost Returns. Picks up that Rise. Into it, though, a Talia-Vi combo from Shift is something we see time and time again here in the LEC and just in competitive League of Legends. Pantheon, the lock for Lost Returns. Velia on something a little bit more aggressive. We saw him on the Mundo yesterday. He's got a couple of Jarvan games in as well. The point-and-click nature of the Pantheon does do a lot of work. And so we'll see how effective it can be. I like the fact it's a very similar draft, apart from the Mundo for Pantheon exchange, as it was yesterday for Lost Returns.
Yeah, and I do like that Lost Returns has notified their main win condition. Yeah. Nemesis on Rise. To highlight what we said in our last game, Varus is now banned, what looks like on red side, but Varus is actually banned from the first pick team, LR, meaning that even if Varus is open, they don't want the first pick it. They would way rather lean into this Rise and make sure this is their central strategy. Nemesis is the Lee Sin Al-Gaib. He's the main character, and he will be the player they are playing around together with this Pantheon. Also, the Caitlyn on for Crowny, I think, will also have a lot of help sent his way, so he can push and kind of get those plates to scale up.
I generally really like Crowny's Caitlyn. I think he has strong laning phase with it. Yesterday, we saw a couple of mistakes, acing the whole being channel from too short range and having people jump on top of him immediately. But I think he does put in a lot of lane pressure for it. And into something like a Nico, you do need that lane pressure because Nico is so good with a strong AD carry, just pushing you back in the lane, getting prio, allowing that jungler to go wherever he wants.
Yeah, and circling back on the Gragas point we made before, seeing what Shifters is drafting now, you need to get some disengage. You have a Vi, a Nico, and a Talia all looking to dive your carries. You need to make sure your low-range mage Rise has a little bit of peeling. Same with Caitlyn. They are not very good to peeling themselves. So I really want LR to now draft a little bit of disengage, something to peel the Rise and Caitlyn so they can actually deal damage in fights, instead of just being driven by the Vi, by the Nico. And now, for everyone's million-dollar question, will they ban Gnar?
Let's see. Where are you going to go, Lost Returns? We've got 30 seconds left to think about it. We have the Bard and the Karma banned away by Shifters. And better taken out by Lost Returns, another dive threat, which Rooster could play up towards that top side. Wouldn't be surprised if Shifters do look towards something like the Kai'Sa for themselves.
They banned it!
There is the Gnar ban. Okay, Lost Returns. They've learned. Took them 4 days, but day 5 and day 6 are going well in terms of Gnar bans. Shifters, where are you going to go with your first pick here? Likely looking towards that support role because you kind of want to leave top lane counter for last. You can also leave support counter for last if Trimby really wants it, but sorry, for AD carry counter, but you like Product can just pick an AD carry here.
Yeah, I mean here you're just looking for anything that can kind of hold the Caitlyn lane. It's not gonna be Vayne, I'm sorry. It's gonna be either utility AD carry like an Ashe or a sorry, I can't speak, Jhin. But it actually is gonna be the Lucian, which is a little bit unconventional with the Nico pairing, because usually you see a Lucian either with like a Braum or with a Nami that Reckless is now hovering, and Lucian Nico, not really a lane I've seen a lot, but I think this is one of Product's more comfortable champions. I remember in the LCKL, I'm pretty sure it was one of his most played, and he's really enjoying these AD carries with a lot of agency that can dash in and look to make picks with that cooling.
Yeah, it's a 60% win rate on it all time over 20 games, so pretty comfortable on the pick. Lucian's passive was changed a while ago to work with all CC rather than all slows as well, so it does work really well with the Nico. Nami is the lock into it. Really, Reckless just looking to bolster up that Caitlyn so that he can get more push in the lane, but it's going to be tricky because if that Nami is ever caught out, like, you are very dead to Tangle Barbs and the Light Slinger coming out from Lucian.
Yeah, I mean, here you really need a self-sufficient top lane pick because you can't allow your jungler to ever go top, and it will be the Gragas for Baus, which I adore. It's disengage, and it's something that you don't really need to put attention on because you have a Caitlyn Nami that will want to push up and hit the enemy tower. You also have a Ryze that needs to fight for prio, and you can't leave these two lanes alone, which means that the top laner will be left alone. So if you pick something like a Kled Blind...
Nidalee top?
That would be very bad. But it's actually going to be Nidalee top versus Gragas, which is a complete Lane Bully Maniac. It's a Korean classic. She will push in the Gragas heavily and make life hell for Baus. But I do think that the Nidalee will fall off heavily late game. So this game is all about, can LR stabilize their lanes? Can they get to that 2-3 item breakpoint where they are stronger in the 5v5? Because when I look at Shifter's comp, there's a lot of things going on. But when I look at LR comps, it's really clear what they want to do.
We have seen a couple of Nidalee tops from Rooster in the past when he was in the LCKCL last year. He played Thunder Sky, Trinity Force, Sterax, Nidalee. Went 50% on it, but not something we see too commonly at all. As you say, should be able to get the push in the top side onto Baus in the early game, but later on, AD Nidalee against a team that has solid disengage and a point-and-click stun if you ever try and jump in can become a little bit tricky. I've seen a few Nidalees with Echoes. I think in the LCS, I saw Jungle Nidalee go Ludens into Echoes of Helia and was kind of just a heal bot later on in the game. I'd be surprised if we see that from a top lane Nidalee. It doesn't really suit the style that you want to go for, but there are a few builds kind of circulating their way around the world right
now. I mean, in the jungle, you're really leaning into this massive E, human form E, which is just a massive attack speed steroid and a really big heal, which is kind of where you get your utility on in the mid to late game. Meanwhile, top lane, it's all about lane bullying. And I think here, Shifters has noticed that Baus in the laning phase might be a little bit volatile and easy to deal with. So they really gave Rooster a lot of tools now to shut down Baus. And it's going to be about, can Baus stabilize this top lane matchup or really just get ran over by this evil kitty cat?
And grasp of the Undying in the top lane there for Nidalee, just looking to trade as often as possible.
Baus.
What's wrong with a
you
Sapphire
are
Crystal,
so greedy,
man?
Baus. You're going against the biggest lane bully and you're going Sapphire Crystal with refill bots.
Yeah, but your passive heals you up. You know, the more casts you get off, the more healing you get. Perhaps the Doran Shield would have been a little bit easier here for Baus. Has gone for the magical boots in the secondary tree alongside Phase Rush. So it's going to be a little tricky. It's jack of all trades.
Yeah, I would love to track the early top end trades.
Yeah, we should look.
Because I really want to see how Rooster plays around these bushes.
Yeah.
The bushes, on how he actually punishes Baus for the Sapphire Crystal. Because going Sapphire Crystal against Nidalee top is really, really filled of bravado, for a nicer way of saying it. Because it will be tough for him to get through this early lane phase, already walking into trap. He has started the queue and will just look to farm up. But Rooster here will try to look to get his Grasp auto attacks. The thing with Nidalee is that Grasp is nerfed for range champions, right? But if you throw out your auto attack and then go into Cougar form while the auto attack is flying, you still get the melee amplification of that auto attack Grasp proc. So, which is why it's so annoying to trade against Nidalee, because she basically has Grasp as if she was a melee character on a ranged character, which is very impressive.
Yeah, you can see Baus already losing about a third of his HP. Level 2 hit at the same time on the bot side, so Reckless trying to step forward a little bit. Trimby with the Tangled Barbs. Got some damage down onto Crownie, but Peduk has lost half of his health and is forced back behind the wave here. Does have the home guards obviously coming out of base, so it looks like he is just going to try and get that recall off. Knows it's a cannon wave, being the third wave of the game, allowing him just to speed his way back out. Gone for refillable to try and pop himself up in a lane that's likely to be heavy on the trading.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I think LR's bot lane has been stepping up a lot in these past few games. I think Crownie had some really good games, and here again, getting a nice lead in the bot side, actually forcing an early recall off the Lucian will allow them to get a little bit more control. And I think it's been one of the more positive things. I can't speak English today, Medic.
That's fine, man.
It's one of the more positive things about LR recently, where the bot lane is actually generating a lot of pressure for LR, and was a big reason, together with Nemesis yesterday, why they were able to pick up that win.
I very much agree with you. They had a lot of pressure in the early game. Barrier coming out from Crownie there, trying to make sure his recall could go off. If you have that shield and you don't take damage to your health bar, you can still finish your recall, but the second part of the Pot Blossom did finish casting, so his recall was slightly delayed, as he will now be coming back out of base with a longsword advantage. Bukada looking towards the mid lane, realizing Nemesis a key threat here for Lost Returns. Vault Breaker, Ghost out from Nemesis. There's the Unraveled Earth, has to flash away from the seismic shove. Still hit with the Vault Breaker, and the denting blows will force Nemesis low. That's both of his summoners exchanged for nothing.
Yeah, I mean, that is a bit of a bummer. He used the early ghost to try to run out, but Nuke lands that shove, and he actually still has the flash, and he gets chunked, so he loses everything in that gank. Really nice find by Bracada to loop around the vision and find a little pocket of Fog of War where... Because I think Nemesis felt a bit safe, because Velja was clearing bot side, and Velja was kind of hovering there, but Bracada had snuck in the bush there. But here, Velja is looking for his own play, trying to loop around there on the Lucian. Lucian's quite far up here.
Good ward timing from Paduk, meaning that he can't just walk straight through that tri-bush. And because of that, Velja will decide to back away. We saw Baus TPing back up towards the top side. Rooster with about a 3-wave lead in that matchup, one we're definitely keeping our eye on throughout this game. Baus being solo killed in lane 5 times out of 5. So far has 13 isolated deaths, which is not the best stat to have. I will say, Baus getting solo killed now has a 20% win rate.
Yeah.
So perhaps, you know, it's erring up. It used to be 0%, now slowly working its way towards about a 50.
Glass is definitely half full.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, here Baus is doing pretty fine. I mean, this matchup is really hard, and you are expected to go down, but if Baus doesn't die and just keeps losing a little bit of farm and maybe a few plates here or there, he is doing his job. So far, so good. This bounce looks tricky. You see Nidalee does not want to let... If we can show the camera once again, top side here, there's a really cool thing happening. This wave is trying to crash, and Baus can't really do it just because how strong Nidalee is, so he doesn't push this wave. He's just hovering in this bush here, trying to poke him, make him go up to try to push his wave out, and when he does that, that's when you hit him. Baus already losing so much health, and now Rooster has converted this bounce into his own slow push and will keep looking to push in Baus, keep getting those plates, and eventually I think we're gonna see either Nuke or Bracada rotate up here and look for a dive, because Baus is taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, it still doesn't have that teleport. It's about 2/3 of its cooldown left, so Baus needs to be so cautious here. Not yet level 6, needs 3 or 4 of these minions to crest over towards that mark. Rooster goes in for the pounce. Good body slam. Baus hits 6 but dies before he can get the explosive cask off. Great dive from Rooster there, using the enhanced pounce range to get back into range for the damage onto Baus.
Yeah, I mean, really clever by Rooster as well, because he knows either Baus eats the jump, and then he doesn't get turret aggro, so he's not in any danger. And if he doesn't eat the jump, it's actually impossible to cancel Nidalee's melee Q, the little bite thing she does where she jumps up. So no matter what happens there, Baus is dead. He was just stuck in checkmate kinda, and Rooster played that really well.
Great stuff from Rooster. Gets himself about 1,000 gold lead, the majority of the lead for Shifters coming through that top side. Baus did hold on to his flash and does have that explosive cask, so if Velja does path up towards here, maybe after hitting level 6 from his Krugs and his red, there's a risk for Rooster. Does have the pounce to try and escape, the movement speed as well in that Cougar form. Can get him out of dodge, but could be a little bit tricky as Nemesis is having to accept a lot of pressure here in mid. Still about even in terms of gold. Rooster trying to hold the wave here, trading onto Baus. Velja is over towards his Razor Beaks. Rooster looking for those spears to connect, but Baus on the wrong side of that trade. Crowny falling low as well, down towards the bottom lane as Paduk and Trimby able to chunk him out. In the end, not really too much happening with it being a cannon wave. They can back away. They still have the Tidecaller's Blessing and the ebb and flow, so Crowny can be topped up before he gets back into the wave. Bracada with 6 though, and now the pressure that Rooster has begun to enact becomes harder because Velja can get invaded. They know Rooster can move from top. Nuke is moving from mid lane. You do have a Realm Warp for Nemesis, but at the moment you will be taking an uneven trade.
Yeah, I mean, I think the pressure is the mountain here in the top side, as you say. The Merc spy by Rooster just really shuts down everything that Gragas wants to do. Suddenly, even if it connects with the body slam onto you, it doesn't hurt that much.
Nemesis no flash. Bracada unable to get in range. We'll have another Vault Breaker in a moment. 3 seconds. There's the Realm Warp. Cease and Desist coming out to stop the Realm Warp from being cast. Seismic Shove coming down as well as the Grand Star from Velja. Trimby moving first. Nemesis the first to fall in the battle as Bracada will be the second. Velja trying to trade back onto Nuke. Paduk has moved his way up from the bottom side. A 3v2 now in favor of Shifters. Paduk dashing forward with that relentless pursuit. Culling across the wall. Won't find its mark as Trimby secures the second of the fight for Shifters.
Yeah, the Tangle Barb's really stopping there. You saw Velja was trying to get to the wall so he could flash over and get to safety, but right before he was in flash range, the snare from Trimby comes out and shuts that down as here Paduk's looking to get a little bit of a trade onto Crown. I don't think anything serious will happen here, just a little bit of damage. Dodges the Q. Happy times. And here, LR, they are struggling. They are getting shut down both top, and now Nemesis dying, as we look at his play again, will be quite detrimental. Nemesis realizes he can't walk towards bot because Nico is actually first here, so he tries to get the ult down, but Bracada instantly flash ult to stop that from going through. Here, Velia doesn't get the trade kill here, but does end up going down here in the end.
Yeah, it continues to try and trade onto Nuke, realizing it's not the easiest to get out. Unfortunate for Paddock that Trimby takes this kill, or gets this kill, we'll say, on the support. Paddock would have been very happy to get the extra gold in his pockets, but it's a 2k lead now for Shifters. Bukada going to start up these grubs. Bounce and dodging away from him, was looking perhaps towards that mid lane. Something we've seen him do a lot is kind of sack a wave on top to go down towards mid.
Yeah, and getting grubs from Nidalee is just so nice.
Oh, good
my
flash
goodness
forward
gracious.
from Bennett. Really nicely done. Trimby turns into a minion so he can't be targeted. And manages to walk away. Really nice. You can see Trimby also thinking about the Pot Blossom, but doesn't find it. Bukada will find the grubs.
Yeah, a little bit overzealous from Product there. You're taking the grubs topside, which is so good for your Nidalee. When this Nidalee gets her grubs, she will do so much damage to this tower because she's constantly under no threat. There's no... I mean, Pantheon can gank her, but I don't think they actually have the damage to kill her yet. So she'll just keep getting plates and plates and plates. So all you have to do there as Product is to wait for your jungle to take the grubs, come back bot, then you can play aggressive. Really good punish by LR, really nice find by Velja, and really important for them to get a foothold in this game.
Also, Bounce putting the vision on the grubs meant they knew Bukada was up towards that top side, so good timing overall by Lost Returns. They managed to get themselves a second kill on the board. Both of them going over to Velia, who's building up towards that Sundered Sky. Bukada has been active on the map in the early game as well, but with Nemesis now having his flash back up, it's a little bit harder to find a gank on this Ryze.
Yeah, I mean, it is still really good if he can force it, because if this Ryze loses his flash, suddenly he needs to play so far behind. Will allow that Talia to push, and will allow Talia to interact with both side lanes so heavily. So I think that's still a really good plan to make. If you can force Nemesis flash, the game will be really difficult to play here. You see Trimby pulling up as a minion.
Man, just count, guys, okay? There are fewer minions in cannon minion waves, and Nikos will try and play with your mind, because like, there should be 7, there's only 6. Oh, or there's 7, yes, there should be 7, it's fine. Just count the minions. In a cannon wave, there were 6.
I'm waiting. Someone is dying to the Nico on a cannon wave soon, because they will feel very normal seeing 3 melee minions on a cannon wave.
Exactly, man.
It's gonna happen sooner or later.
Shouldn't be unable to find the Pot Blossom, and you're trying to burn those summoners from Ryze, put him in a slightly more susceptible position to the damage as Rooster kind of left on an island towards this top side, continues just to chip away at that tower.
Already has his quest completion as well now. He's doing so well in his lane. Up 1.5k gold. Medic.
I can be Vedius if
you
you
want.
Vedius?
Medius?
Well, I want the LEC back so we can... That's what he does.
Yeah, that's all he does all the time. Yeah.
Lost Ark. I love Lost Ark. It's a great game. Wales.
I'm just thinking about the animal. It's like he's really passionate about the animal. Fish, aquatic.
It's so much he can brag about, though. The guy, he knows how to fly. You know that? He can fly planes. What? He's an air cadet. He's such a cool dude, this Vedi.
That's insane.
Yeah, my wife will get mad if I say more. Rooster should be able to take this top lane tower. Does so.
You're in danger.
Low on mana, in danger. Now basically out of it entirely. The chase coming out from Rooster as Baus has built himself a library. 4 books there, and looks like Rooster wants to take one out. Baus trying to escape the late.
Oh, he's so literate.
Well.
He read that coming a mile away. He had so many books. What a play by Baus. Escape artist gets out there. Really nice. I mean, that looked really scary. I thought he for sure was dead there to Nidalee flash pounce over the wall, but he scratches out, has a little bit of mana to body slam over that wall, and gets out to safety as now LR will try to get his dragon. Looks like it won't be contested by Shifters as Bukada is looking to get some of Velja's topside instead.
Yeah, stealing away those top camps. It's an Hex Optics first here for Crownie, was buffed slightly. It used to be that you needed to hit someone from outside 700 range. Now it's 600 range, which means it does synergize relatively well with the Caitlyn. The further someone is away from you, the more damage you do to them. And if you get a takedown, your range then extends by 100. Baus hit.
Dear.
He's a little overextended, but he should be fine. Trimby's coming across as well. Good vision from Baus means that he knows Bukada is on these Krugs. Doesn't know that Trimby is waiting around the corner. But he does still have his explosive cast, so not the easiest gank to enact.
I feel like they could have went there. I feel like he's taking so much space. The Vi ult into Tangle Barbs connects, so I think that's really dangerous by Baus. The Phasic there does end up getting away with it. Will just be the Krug take from Shifters as they want to now shift their vision back into the bot side there to put some pressure on this bot side tower, because I don't think they want to let Crownie do whatever he wants anymore. I think they want to start using their Vi, using their Talia to put some pressure on this Caitlyn, because she has been doing really good in bot lane so far, and they don't like that.
Yeah, you want to try and deny more off the map if you can. Get some gold into Lucian's pockets as well. Get some more into Talia. so that they are strong in their individual matchups. Culling out onto Crownie, able to dodge the majority of it. Velio is waiting just next to the tower here. Does have that Grand Starfall, so could look for a gank if Shifters go for the dive. And I think that's partly the reason they didn't look for the dive on Baus top, is they knew the Dragon had just been taken. Reset's likely to come out from Velia and Reckless, and a Grand Starfall into a Tidal Wave could have turned the gank around with a good explosive guard.
I mean, for sure, you got 2 camps, you got out the deep push, you got your resets. That is still a big win. You don't need to go for the whole chicken, only the drumstick. That's what Wild Turtle always said when I played with him.
Oh,
He was
really?
like, guys, we're always going for the whole chicken. We need to just get the drumstick and be happy with it.
Moderation is key.
Moderation is key for everything in life, I think.
Yeah, apparently so.
Just get the drumstick.
Just a schmackerel of drumstick for me, please.
Yes, give me a little bit.
Right now, Lost Returns would be happy with just
Now, this
bit
is a
of
cannon mini
popcorn
wave.
chicken.
Yeah, this is a cannon mini wave with 4 melees. Come on,
Yeah,
Nemesis.
but, I mean, Trimby kind of walked to the side and now is taking minions with his World Atlas, which makes it pretty obvious that he is not a minion himself. Nemesis doing a good job of reading that and just backing away. Rooster has been relegated to the bottom side of the map to deal with Crownie and Reckless. Nemesis maybe looking for a recall as he's trying to protect his Razor Beaks here for Velia. Bukada is behind him. Trimby's coming across. Nemesis.
Sneaky.
Bukada's going to get onto Nemesis here. The Weavers all coming out from Nuke as well as they look for the chase. There's the cease and desist. Nemesis flashing away. A tidal wave for the follow-up onto Bukada, who had to flash himself. Trimby was stunned by a good bubble, but now Velia's on the wrong side of the wall. Does have to flash out. Rooster joins the fray. The Carling almost connects. Crownie does find one as Trimby goes down in the affray.
Somehow LR comes out on top of that exchange. I thought that was for sure a good pick onto Nemesis, but they actually don't chain the CC with the Talia flick that well, and in the end, actually, Nemesis manages to flash out, and Trimby does go down in that following exchange. So really nice played by LR, really clutch there, and really important to stabilize the game a little bit, because you are bleeding gold on all your sides, and now getting at least 30 minutes of relief with that Niku off the map is lovely.
I actually think Reckless lands a bubble onto Trimby as he tries to come across. So you've got the CC chain here, cease and desist. Now you look for the flick, they don't get it out. The bubble comes out onto Trimby, meaning he can't get in there for a good pop blossom immediately. Has to invest it only onto Velia. And then after that, you can see Trimby chunked out a ton. Crownie lands the build over Peacemaker. And Trimby has to accept the terms.
Really nice there. Really nice healing from Reckless. He actually provided so much healing in that fight, and I think it baited a lot of shifters. First the ebb and flow, and also his own heal. Just made it that they were deceptively tanky there. They committed so deep, but didn't actually manage to pick up a single kill, and then was a nice return kill there by Crownie. Really like that. Will still be the Rift Herald, and will still be shifters in control of this game, but this is what LR needs. We were talking about vision lines last game. This is the vision line. Fighting in these zones make it really hard for the enemies to commit deep. And when they are committed and they try to run away, that's when you pounce on their mistake, and that's when you can actually find a decent fight, just like LR did here.
So far, Rooster has been doing most of the pouncing in this game, as he's now trying to deal with Roosters can pounce. I mean, Rooster as a cat, there's some sort of furry thing going on there, man.
We don't judge.
No judgment between the two of us. Nemesis is the one who's having to deal with the cat right now. And with the Rift Herald up, I wonder if we'll see Bukada coming down towards this bottom lane. Doesn't actually need to apply more pressure in the lane that Rooster's already in, because Rooster is just winning whichever lane he's assigned to. But there is the idea of getting another tower, allowing Rooster to move elsewhere on the map. Right now, Nuke is up towards the top side. He's the one assigned to Baus duty. Baus smartly just jumping away. Trimby and Bukada are looking for something. Can't quite find it as of yet. Vision control for shifters up towards the top side. There's the Rift Herald. The charge should be enough to take out the tower. With the Drake coming up, shifters are going to use that pressure to then move in towards this bot side jungle you have to expect and try and take away that mountain. Drake, the charge not quite enough. That tower must be on like 2 HP.
Oh, man. I mean, in
49,
the end, you're just using this Herald to get control of mid and then control the river, because you don't really care about this mid tower yet. It will go down eventually, but they do want this dragon though. You're having, oh my lord.
A tidal wave coming out as well. Crownie healed up. Flashes.
Not the mid wave, Crownie.
Not
the mid wave.
Taking him out. Crownie dying on a mid-wave, overextending. Baus coming in with a body slam. Explosive cast season assist is going to dodge the CC out of it, but now Bukada's in the middle of Velia. Reckless, the seismic shove yeets them back into the team. Velia caught out with those tangle barbs, jumped in with the shield bolt, but doesn't have the damage. And in the end, shifters will win out on the fight.
Man, he just shoved it their entire team. That was insane by Nuke. What a great shot. Predicting the flash. Victor just getting a lot of bonus kills there. And Crowny overextending here. Feeling a little bit of false safety, I think, because he had a tower behind him. But that tower is fake, my guy. That tower doesn't live. That's a zombie tower. It's an X tower. It doesn't live right now. It's down, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I'm not making a crazy point. I'm not a crazy man blabbering, yelling at the tree.
Tower was pushing up the daisies and Crowny joined it. You can see, thinks, oh, I'll get over. Jump away with the 90 caliber net, but can't quite do it. And now Baus TPing in means that Velia and Reckless feel like they need to look for the re-engage.
Yeah, and it looked quite nice because he got that big shield, and I thought he was actually doing so much here. Gets the kill of Bukala, but this shove by Nuke is just massive. Catches all three of them. It will be 2 more kills in the bag, will be a tower in the bag, and will be a smile on Nuke's face.
I can't blame him. Not often you get to see that sort of synergy of the enemy team, even if you're the one that made it happen that way. Drake eventually for Shifters will be taken. Ricardo and Paddock are going to clean that one up. 2 items on the AD carries now. Infinity Edge Hex Optics for Crowny. Paddock's got the Essence Reaver, Navori, Flicker Blades. Rooster already has his second, and it's a hull breaker on the Nidalee.
Ooh, I like it. I like it because the hull breaker coming out for Nidalee is actually quite nice against Gragas, because as Gragas you're used to is walking up to a wave, using your entire spell bar, I guess, on it, and then it just dies. Yep. You're happy. You clear the wave and then walk away. But now with the hull breaker, suddenly Gragas needs like 2.5 rotations just to kill the cannon minion, and allows that Nidalee to get so many more auto attacks in on that tower if the Gragas even is there to defend it. But Baus gave up on the tower, now looked for a little bit of a flank play on Paddock, but Paddock didn't really quite walk away all the way up there.
Yeah, didn't overstep, doesn't have his flash and barrier. Paddock wisely just staying close enough to his allies to be defended, but far enough up to add a little bit of possibility for Lost Returns, kind of baiting them into thinking they could make the play happen. Rooster, after pushing out the top side, has now moved into this top side jungle to clear away a little bit of vision of his own. The Weaver's Wall will separate Baus from the rest of his team. Sizing shove going wide. Baus with the explosive cast yeets the cannon minion into his team, but the cease and desist is going to catch him out, and now he's knocked back with the Bolt Breaker, and Nuke will secure the kill. Miscoordination there from Lost Returns. Baus going in, the rest of the team on the wrong side of the wall.
I mean, you see how easy the game is when you just have those grubs, you have those pushing lanes. You just walk and you hit the towers, and you kind of daring the enemy team to stop you, and then it becomes a little bit hard, because I think their Baus felt really pressured that, okay, if I don't go here, they're just going to get our mid-tier 2 tower for free. And we just watched them take it. So I think he felt like he needed to defend that, but wasn't really the angle he was looking for, wasn't really the play they needed, and will just be a tier 2 tower for Shifters, as now LR wants to defend this blue buff. I think they will be successful.
Managed to do it, but without a teleport, Rooster's going to get a lot of time on this tower. Look how quickly he kills it!
That's a ferocious Kitty Cat.
It really is. The 3 grubs allowing him just to claw his way through the turret. And Rooster gets a tier 2, and now a 6k gold lead for Shifters. There is still hope for Lost Returns. You know, you do have Nemesis on 2 items. You got 2 items on Crowny.
He picked the cat against the mouse. He's a genius.
Oh, that's actually very smart.
That's so clever. Great draft by Shifters.
And against a fish.
Oh my god, the cat is having a field day. There's fish and rat just consume wherever he goes. Definitely so strong.
I mean, that and the fact that he just harassed Baus in lane the entire time.
That's not why it's against the rats.
Nemesis? Realm Warp in behind Paddock. Yeah, that's Trimby for safety, but how safe is it really? Now with the teleport coming out from Rooster, Lost Returns are going to try and turn onto the Kitty Cat, who immediately flashes away. Tidal Wave onto Paddock. Trimby looking for the knockup, and he lands it onto Velia. Baus with a good knockback from the explosive cast. Nuke trying to break Paddock, trying to do the damage onto Velia here, but he's getting chased out. Velia with an Aegis Assault. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Baus getting caught out with a Bolt Breaker. Paddock dodging away from Velia. In the end, will fall, doesn't get one of his own. But Baus and Nemesis go down in response. A Weaver's Wall forward from Nuke as he looks for Crowny. Seismic shove into the unraveled earth, immediately stuns up the Caitlyn, and Shifters shift their attention towards the Baron.
That Lucian spoke so much Korean. The way he was dashing, he was putting on a show there. I thought that fight looked really good for LR, because they were using so much. Instantly, the cat has to flash out. The Nico ult kind of missed, and then I thought, oh, now Parex is going to die to Velja, but he actually dashed and bought so much time, made it commit so hard for him that the formation kind of fell apart in the end, and it was 2-for-1 in the favor of Shifters.
Looking for Reckless. Burns the flash out of the Nami. In the end, Shifters will just back away.
Let's take a look at this again.
Paddock does so much in this fight.
I really like this attempt by LR, and now they all shift onto this TP. Baus doesn't really get the body slam, and here Trivi tries to find a counter engage, but does only end up finding Velja. And this is where the fight breaks out. Velja flashes on Paddock, and And it feels like if all of LR can commit on this, it's actually a good fight. But look at Nemesis and Baus in the bot left. They are just fighting 2v4 right now because the rest of LR is committing on the Lucian, and meanwhile they're trying to hold their position in the mid fight. So ends up breaking the formation of LR. Paddock does such a great job, buying so much time, and as I said, I can't stress this enough, breaking the formation of the team comp so they can't just go as a 5-man and hit whatever's in front is so crucial in these scrappy comps.
You could see Crowny and Reckless really didn't know where to be. Like, it's like, do we go forward with Nemesis and Baus? Do we go back with Velia? Nemesis looking once again with the Realm Warp there, but doesn't find it. A Medjai's complete for Nuke, as he's got the Book of Confidence, 16 stacks on it. Will we see a fully stacked Medjai? So often you see someone buy this, immediately die, and then have to sell it to go, oh, I'll just buy a Rabadons or something. You can see he's got a needlessly large rod in his inventory.
You think he got jealous of Baus's books early game? And he was like,
it's possible,
I can do that, but better. I have a bigger book.
Oh, yeah, it's like one 16-page book or multiple small books.
Yeah.
Taking.
I mean, there's no point comparing book sizes. That doesn't really get it right.
They're both perfectly fine. A Weaver's Wall coming out from Nuke as they look for Velia and Baus. The seismic shove isn't going to clip the heels of Velia. And now the Drake has spawned. Looks like Shifters are going to turn their attention towards it.
Yeah, I mean, it is the Dragon. I think here LR just needs to find a little bit of a foothold in the top side while they give up this Dragon. Get some vision, get maybe some cheeky wards, you know, if Shifters either camping or starting this Baron later. Because the next play for Shifters will be to shift everything up top side and then threaten this Baron. And then there's two things they can do. They can sit on their vision and wait for LR to phase check, or threaten to burn that Baron down, because LR is so cautious with their phase check. So now LR, preferably they would have gotten a little bit more vision here. It looks like the Nami had the base, but otherwise you would like to have a few wards in the river so you can actually see what's happening. But instead it would be a little top lane pick here.
Staying around, Trimby's on his way as a minion.
Cat smelled the mouse.
Rooster able to hit the spear. Now diving forward, Trimby, Pop Blossom.
Oh my god, there's
gonna land it on two. Velia dives onto him though instead. Rooster trying to jump in, Nuke coming in from the side as well as they try and get enough men for the fight, and they'll find it. Nuke now unstoppable. Nemesis, even with the Seraph shield, will not have enough health to survive.
And there it is, there's a cannon minion with 3 melees. You think it's normal, you think it's fine and dandy, but it's actually a hidden Nico on that cannon wave. Finally it happens, and here it will just be the Baron Nashor for Shifters. Will be a counter trade, a tower trade for Baus in the bot side, but I think if you're Shifters, you are quite happy with that play. And I would love to get a replay tracking that little Nico deceiving LR into thinking she's a normal wave.
Have another look at it. Yeah, Rooster smells something's up, puts down the bushwhack trap.
And it looks so natural. 3 melee minions on a cannon wave. You wouldn't think anything is weird, so they turn on him. But look, he's so devious, he's so sneaky, and he's so good. And Italia is already behind. They are now pincered completely, and it is an easy pickup for the Shifters.
You can see Trimby actually almost miss. He rocket belts forward and almost goes too far. Kind of expecting Lost Returns to back away from it. In the end, a good pick for Shifters. They get the Baron out of it. And now they can use Rooster's side lane pressure with that Spear of Sojourn just to push in 3 items on him, only matched by the AD carries right now. Crowny does have the Lord Dominic's Regards, the Infinity Edge and a Hex Optics, but hasn't really had the chance to utilize the damage that he's developed through this game.
So true, Medic, and I think the options are kind of slipping out of LR fingers. They are just being sieged upon now with these grubs, with so many pushing lanes, and they need to find some kind of flank. They need to find some kind of hard engage. Baus does have flash, and unless you do something soon, you will just lose all your inhibitors, all your towers, and eventually your base as well. So clock is ticking for LR, and here Shifters going.
Wall in by Nuke, Faust having to dodge away from it with that body slam. Grand Starfall coming out as Shifters will look for the disengage into re-engage combo. Tidal Wave
nice
from Reckless. Disengaging the fight, Shifters able all to survive through it, and although the cannon minion does die, you can see Trimby's already down with the next wave to give them the extra movement speed to walk forward here. Again, 3 melee minions.
And we're back in the same spot now, but now there's no Nami ult, there's no Pantheon ult, there's no Caitlyn ult. Not that that's too relevant, but still, everything is kind of falling apart now for LR. That was your one attempt. You had to make it happen, and they tried. I think the tidal wave was a really nice attempt, but Rooster's movement just barely dodges it upwards.
Nemesis is not with the team, and it actually looks like Shifters just want to try and take the Nexus towers here. Nemesis pushing forward. We'll have the enhanced recall from that mid lane quest. Shifters will take one
at
Nexus
Baus.
tower. Baus looking for that flank position, gets onto Paduk, explosive cast to get the knockback, but Trimby goes in with a pop blossom and finds the back line. Reckless already down. Belia falling lower, culling out of Paduk. Baus still doing a lot of work. Bukada falling down as well. Paduk has to dodge around everyone here as Nemesis.
Take the full medic!
Overload is blocked.
Hold the full medic!
Trimby dies. Toes hold on. Nemesis finds a triple.
And they
Edlar won the fight! They won the fight!
They won the fight! They're doing it again! They
fingertip.
can't keep getting away with it! Let's look at this fight. Baus goes onto Paduk, splits up the fight with a great explosive toss, and now look at Nemesis. Look at all the damage he's pumping out. Luke goes down. Now then Trimby goes down. Rooster goes down. And here Nemesis is just a machine gun. EQ, EQ, EQ. Just getting them all down, getting so many kills. And what can you do? You just gotta applaud it.
Yeah.
You just got to applaud it. What a final stand by the Rats. What an attempt to hold on to this game and try to fight back in what seemed to be such a dire situation.
I'd actually love to know if Nemesis getting that mid lane tower finished the actualizer for him. And then he popped that in the fight and it gave him the extra damage. They played it really well anyway. As Nemesis continues to be the shining light for this Lost Returns team.
He really is. Nemesis on this rise yesterday and today is putting in such a heavy performance. So heavy is the burden on his shoulders this game, and he needs to put out the damage. But good news for the Rat fans. He has Ghost, he has Flash. He is set up for success right now, and I think if the Shifters don't find a good engage on him, he will just shred through their whole team composition. And Nidalee, the time is ticking. You have a Shojin and a Hullbreaker. You are not very strong in a team fight. You want a split push, but if LR can keep finding these 5v5s, keep finding these clutch team fight plays, I think an avenue might be opening up for them.
Rooster currently pushing through the bottom side. Nemesis using that crystalline overgrowth to take down this top tier 1. Bounties have fallen off. The game thinks that Lost Returns are close enough in terms of gold, in terms of kills, not to need that extra gold injection. Will be third Drake of the game for Shifters. 2 Infernals and a Mountain in their inventories, but
and for Shifters, you need to keep your mind good. You need to keep it in a good headspace right now, because sure, you had the game, it was in your grasp, and you kind of missed out on ending it there. But you still got to play the game normally. You got to set up your next objective and go back to the drawing board, because you can't let something like that startle you, because LR, if they are facing against a startled Shifters, they will just destroy them in the team fights.
Yeah. Especially with how strong they're getting now. 4 items on Nemesis and on Crowny. Bloodletter's Curse completed on Baus. Just adding that extra magic was just shred for Nemesis to really rip through Shifters.
Hey,
Baron up in a minute's time.
It. So Nemesis doesn't have to go MR pen. It's really smart, I think, by LR comp here. Now with Baus being able to shred MR for LR, now Nemesis suddenly doesn't have to buy the Void Staff himself, and allows him to buy even more damage or defensive tools with the Sonyas, for example. So really clever. I really like it, and once again, stars are aligning.
There they are. For Shifters, they'll have memories of the Giant X game. They did lose on the Nexus. They'll take the tier 3 in the mid lane. Nemesis is back to help out his team now. Bukada Bolt breaking away. Bounce looking for the engage. Explosive cast with the knockback nuke. Going to have to be healed up by Trimby. Bounce falls down to half, but is popped up by the Redemption. Shifters wisely backing away. They don't take the inhibitor. There's double super minions down towards that bottom side, though, that will need to be dealt with. Bounce has TP, and the Baron is up in 20 seconds' time.
You can feel the tension now building. Look at his mid-wave coming in. What will Shifters do with this Baron? Are they going to bait it? Are they going to camp on their vision? Or are they just going to try to rush it down? Because no matter what they do, LR will have an avenue to punish that. And LR is now trying to get this mid-push down so they can get a little bit of a peek in this river, see what's happening there. 2 blue trinkets used already. It wasn't optimal, because now suddenly you have no blue trinket on 2 of your people. You only have 1 more to try to face check that later. So have to be careful, have to walk in as a unit, and have to be on the same page.
Only 1 control ward remaining for Shifters, though. Sitting in Trimby in that quest slot. Rooster's going to start up the Baron. Bounce was seen on the bot wave, clearing out the super minions.
It's a tough one. Look at their Fog of War here. LR has no idea what's happening. Are they on the Baron? Are they camping for us? They just see a Nico running out. It's really scary here.
They've got the fast sights, though. They'll try and get the vision in the pit in a moment. Velia looking to get in here as well. Puts the control ward down of his own. They're going to be looking for that flank. Velia looking for the steal. Paduk Dodging away, knocked up by the Baron. Bounce on the flank. Immediately getting popped, but he has the Zhonya's. Bukata having to flash away, and now Rooster caught out by Lost Returns. They find one. Trimby going in for the knockup. It's only onto Nemesis. Nemesis has not much of his own. Nuke having to try and escape from the bottom side. The Cullen coming out from Paddock. But Lost Returns have a 4v2 towards the top. Nuke TPing down towards the bot lane, giving up on the Baron, looking for the Nexus.
You gotta get back. You gotta make a decision here. The Baron is off. There's a Talia in your base. You have to split up your resources as well. Nemesis goes back to hold the Talia, holds the line as the rest of LR is trying to do this. Weaver's Wall is trying to come in. No Realm Warp or Teleport on Nemesis. Can they get his Baron?
The Duck is not there, but Nuke has a ton of damage. 16 stack Medjai's the trap onto Nuke. Almost the Baron killing off Lost Returns, but they survive through it. Velia able to get the smite down. Trimby trying to escape Tangle Bars. Paddock dodging in, but Bounce knocks him back and knocks him down!
Not today, Paddock says Bounce as he denies the entire play. Shifters is falling apart as Nuke tries to find a pick on the Velia, but he's not taking, he doesn't die!
Lost
He doesn't go down! Nemesis and the boys have held on. They have gotten the Baron, they defended their base, and now they will try to push for the win themselves. Look at the Baron, the sixth man of LR knocks up Paddock here. Look at Paddock, but the Baron dashes in to the Baron knockup, and now the entire formation breaks up, and there is just a slow collapse of the Shifters team comp, and Nemesis does so much. He's so tanky, does so much damage. What can't he do?
Is that Zhonya's, those luxury items we talked about really coming up for Lost Returns. Bounce and Nemesis able to survive. Trimby not able to find the backline really. And because of how split the fight was, Shifter just couldn't find purchase now.
And we talked about the frustration, we talked about the emotions going through Shifters. When you lose a push like that, knowing the crowd is against them, hearing the screams every single time LR gets a fight. This next dragon is very important. There will not be a soul for Shifter to take, as now it's LR on the siege. He's trying to send Crown down there. We know how strong Caitlyn is when she gets to hitting that tower.
Brownie has Guardian Angel now as well. Recall coming out from Bounce does have that teleport. The Baron-empowered Recall allowing them back to base that much quicker. The Weaver's Wall coming out, trying to stop some of those ports, but with Bounce back in base, Rooster has to stop his advance. Lost Returns do need to deal with some of these waves, mid and top being pushed in. Their inhibitor has respawned on the bottom side, and now Shift is trying to use this time to get some vision around this Drake. Would be solved for them if they can secure it. Rooster working his way through the mid lane. Ace in the hole coming out from Crowny Bukata. See perhaps if there was a way in.
Shifters have to fight now. The time is not in their favor. Their needle is falling off by the second. They need to fight this dragon, because if you let LR get this dragon, if you let them stabilize the map again, if you let them set up their vision line, I don't think it's getting better for Shifters, as this needle is slowly falling down. Now Drake picked up for LR, and Baus suddenly, the bet was there. The bet was to shut down Baus in the lane, but somehow he's still standing. He's looking stronger than ever, and is holding on as he's looking for... Okay, calm down a little bit, buddy. You're not there yet, but... the game is looking so much better for LR, and this Nidalee is becoming a burden on the Shifters team comp.
Bounce is higher level than Rooster. He has a level lead over Rooster, who hasn't had the chance to actually enact any of his side lane pressure over the last few minutes. The Baron will wear off in a wave's time. Lost Returns don't have a Realm Warp available to bring those minions any closer to the inhibitor. They still have a tier 2 standing here as well, with Rooster down towards the bottom side. Lost Returns should be able to just chunk out this tier 2 tower. Baron expiring in 7 seconds. Trimby caught out by Velia. Bukata going in, but Velia still has a Guardian Angel here. Baus looking for an engage. The Redemption coming out will top up Velia's health bar. Nuke has a Weaver's Wall, but the inhibitor tower, the target for Crowny and Nemesis. No wave for them, though, means they cannot get it right now. The next wave coming in about 3 seconds' time. Lost Returns continue to push forward. Nuke is nowhere near. He's looking for that flanking Weaver's Wall, but really doesn't have a way in. Gold is Medjai's as Baus finds the engage. Paddock almost caught out. Baus dodges across. There it is! And down goes the Duck. It's hunting season for Baus. Nemesis trying to chunk out Trimby. A cease and desist onto Nemesis, the Seraphs and the Zhonya's shields, topping them up. There is the knockback with the Seismic Shovel. Pop Ross going in as well. Velia's going to come back with a GA. The Crowny GA as well. It's all on Nuke and Rooster. Try and get the damage down. Reset coming out from Nemesis. They cannot end yet. Nuke trying to keep Lost Returns interested, and they're damn well interested! Nuke atomized by Lost Returns. Trimby and Rooster, the last two standing.
Nuke tries to find the counterplay, tries to bring it back, but with two beautiful sidesteps and an amazing cast by the Baus. Somehow, somewhere, they brought this game back from a complete carnage Relich. Baus, you beautiful man, absolutely brings it back. Lost for Tones. 2 in a row. From nowhere, from nothing. They rise from the ashes. Lost Ratones claim another victory. Wow. 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 What a game that was, Medic. What a performance. What an amazing last stand. I think Shifters are in utter despair right now. They will look on that base siege over and over again. They will think, why couldn't we just finish the game? And somehow LR kept finding these clutch plays, and this is the LR that we knew from ERLs. It didn't matter how far behind they were, there always was an angle to win the game.
It really was. You can vote for one of them in your player of the game votes. Baus, Nemesis, or Crownie. Give it a Baus. Give it a Baus. That guy absorbed, like, his laning was poor. He did as much as he could. But after that, he did so well when it came to team fights.
I mean, I got a shout out Nemesis as well. In that base defense.
Oh, true.
The moves Nemesis was pulling, the damage he was putting out was inhumane. I need to see the damage graphs from this game, because that rise, I've never seen by far the highest damage in the game that game. Nemesis, what a performance. Take a bow.
That's wrong, man. You misread that chart entirely.
I misread that
did
chart.
The most damage, but great performance all round by Lost Ratones. Law is standing by with Velia. Law, take it away. It's
Lore.
Dracos. In fact, it says Law on my thing, Dracos.
That's
I'm really
fair.
sorry I didn't look, man. It says Law up there, you know.
Lore got taller, I think is what
Nice.
has come through here. I'm here with Velia. Berlin, please, one more time. Give it up. I know we have so many Los Ratones fans in the audience. Brother, coming into the season, coming into this week, you had never won a game in LEC. Coming out of this week, you've now won 2. Back-to-back days, back-to-back crazy, nail-biting moments, crazy games. How are you feeling? What is this like for you to have all these fans cheering for you in this victorious moment, especially after what was such a difficult week 1?
I mean, it feels amazing. I kind of feel relief right now that we still have a chance to reach playoffs. This game, it was complete disaster. I was getting bullied in my own jungle, but we just knew that we were going to outscale. They had early team comp, early game team comp, and we just knew that they're going to throw eventually if we just had one good team fight, which we did. And it feels, honestly, it feels so amazing to win this game. Man.
What's been the biggest change for you, man? I mean, gotta give the love, gotta give the love. I'm glad you're feeling good, man. I gotta know for you personally, we've talked a lot about the team. Week 1, it was a little bit of a struggle, I think, for us to see the level that you wanted to bring. Week 2, it feels like you've been coming into your own. The Mundos look good. Pantheon was rough at times, but you obviously found the fights that mattered. What has been the biggest level up for yourself personally since joining the LEC?
Just working on individual things and not being emotional all the time. I think first week I was a bit shaky. First games on stage, even though I'm the type of person that just go forward and I don't really care where I'm at. I'll just do my best. But first week was, even though I didn't want it to be, it was really rough mentally. But now I think we just, I mean, me personally, I feel a lot better. And as a team, I think we just clicked way more in the previous week than we did in the first week. So I think that's the change that needed to happen for us to get some wins. And yeah, I think we did a great job in the practice last week.
One last quick question. I don't want you to be too ego, but if it's there, I want to bring it out. Los Ratones to playoffs, yes or no? Are you ready to say it?
Yes.
Well done. Congrats again on the win, Velia. Thank you so much for taking the time. That's enough for us here. Let's send it over to the gang. One of my dear friends joining Lore and Vedius.
I love it. Velia giving the people the hope they want here. Yamato, congrats.
Thank you.
How do you feel after this roller coaster of a game?
Honestly, it just feels good to win, you know? It's like the G2 posted that graph, you know, they were trolling
I
KC,
know.
and I'm like, I was a part of both of these teams, you know? This on me, you know? So it feels good to win.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with the way you did it. I want to rewatch some clutch team fights actually and turning point moments of the game. The first one was the base defense with Nemesis. We've been highlighting him. Similarly to yesterday, he's the man here to save the team once again. Talk me through what happened here and how you reacted backstage.
We had the Gragas, you know, the Woody Fruity. It's like, it's so hard to end games with Nash nowadays. And the tempo and when to base is so crucial, and they just overstepped. And we found the angle. I think it's just the main thing is like what you're looking for. You know that you need to find and engage when they overstep. And we found it. I love the Gragas combo.
Your reaction there was actually quite measured. Were you not confident that that was the team fight to swing the game?
Honestly, I don't remember. I don't remember. At some point, you just start slamming the desk. I'm shouting "Bomba Clan." I don't even know what I'm saying backstage. I swear, I'm just saying random shit back then. It's just the emotions come out because it's BO1, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't need to be measured anymore. I'm backstage and just enjoying myself.
What are your immediate takeaways then from the weekend? Because a 2-in-1 weekend, I think, is a surprise to many. You're proving, I mean, I was one of the doubters. I was someone that believed that you guys would not find a win so far in the split, and you're now up to 2. So the doubters are massively being proven wrong. So what is your biggest takeaway from this weekend?
No, I think it's just everything is on display. I feel like the patch really highlighted some of the weaknesses they had throughout the year. It's like how they connect. Because in the past they played like always like individual, and then they came together at the team fights. That was always like the pattern of play. Now we have to connect, play together. And I think after the stage games, we realized the conclusions we needed to take coming into KC. And I do feel like we are playing as a team throughout the entire game. And then it's like we need to do some Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and draft to find the comfort that is unique to us. Because we are like the southpaw, you know, we fight with the left arm.
Yeah.
So we need to be very weird and awkward, and that's our advantage. So we need to just lean into it.
Hell yeah.
Something that was really interesting when I was watching Los Ratons play last year is that they always managed to find these clutch comeback games. You were not coaching the team back then, of course, but picking it up here with this roster, the exact same roster, looking at the win they picked up today, tell me about the resilience from these players and how they managed to get those team fights and grab the wins that nobody's believing in.
No, honestly, I think in the beginning, I think Velia mentioned it right. It was like a little bit shaky. You have to get used to many different new things. And even yesterday, we started seeing some of the magic, some of the moves Nemesis were doing. And today, we saw like the Gragas engages. We saw some good snipes. So the magic is appearing, you know? I think they are recognizing that they played League from home and they are playing League on stage too. It's all the same game and it's their game.
Talking about the Gragas engages, Baus is the key player of the game here today, so shout out to the fans. Any comments on that for the Messi of League?
You know what? You know, players out there, top laners, they might have like an okay Kisante, but that's just the average top laner. Nobody plays Gragas like this man, you know? Nobody's gonna pull off Woody Fruities on stage and dribble and do messy shit. That's Baus only.
What is a Woody Fruity?
A Woody Fruity? Honestly, it's from 2016.
Yeah.
Mickey was watching Woody Fruity, which is Gragas OTP. We played back in the day. So when you do cool shit on Dragoon, you're basically doing a Woody Fruity.
Nice.
I'm 30 years old now. I get to say old shit.
Bro. That's fair. I get it, man. I get it.
Years,
That's a great reference. We're going to use that on cast. That's good to know. Thank you, man.
Very good reference here. Guys, thank you so much, Yamato. Always
pleasure.
a pleasure. The Rats finishing the week with a bang. Here, we'll see them next week, of course. But that's all for us here on the side of the stage. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes. Vitality taking on Fnatic. Do not go anywhere.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A-rounds or something like that. I mean, it's a map, right? New towers, new objectives.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Hey there! Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win. But not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
Alright, headsets on, guys.
Just do that.
And welcome back to the LEC Versus. I keep trying to say the LEC, and then I realize I have to say Versus because
there's a little
it's not
thing there.
official. Like, this isn't LEC in the way that spring and summer are LEC. Like, we're not giving out the same championship.
It's
a
lovely
tournament.
for what it is.
It's an individual tournament in which we play, and we watch teams like Lost Ratones manage to pick up wins off teams like Shifters.
Yeah.
And
After being behind 9K gold.
Yeah, it was very impressive all around from Lost Ratones, I
That
have
was
to say.
a bizarre journey, which is what
It was, and I think that, as you said at the end of the game, it is what Lost Ratones did over and over again last year. Like, they would be one game away from losing, and then someone would step up in a crucial moment and carry them through. And it seems like they found that form finally on the LEC stage, which is great for them.
Yeah. Hopefully, going into a new bizarre adventure here, Georgie will be playing later, but now we have Fnatic versus Vitality, which I think could be really spicy, to be honest. I'm really looking forward to the top lane matchup. I think Empiros has shown some good highs, but in general, he hasn't really found his footing in the LEC yet, and I think on the other hand, you have Nako, which to me is probably the best performing top laner so far in the league.
Really?
Yeah, I would put Nako up there. I think he's been playing phenomenally well, and I'm really impressed of how he utilizes the external summoner spells. He doesn't always go for the flash teleport. He has went for the Ghost on the Renekton or the Ignite. I know there's talks of going Exhaust in some matchups, Cleanse in some matchups. I think it's really fun to see what he comes up with, and really looking forward to seeing what he can bring out this game.
Yeah, very much agree with that. Emperors did have a great performance yesterday on the Rumble. Getting those 2 early kills really snowballed Fnatic in that game. Vi and Varus taken away by Vitality. Vladimir, the final V champion, if they want to make it a full 15.
Or Victor.
Or Victor, actually, yeah.
So many champions.
Any other Vs? Volibear.
Volibear,
there we go. Talia, Rumble, and Pantheon taken away by Fnatic. Vitality chose second pick. Fnatic chose red. So once again, we'll have one of those drafts where first pick is on the red side. We all get slightly confused. It's Azir banned away by Vitality as their final ban, leaving Orianna, Yunara up. You could also look towards some of those powerful jungle picks that have been making their way through the game. Things like the Wukong, the Jarvan doing great jobs so far.
Yeah, really liked Vlad yesterday. I think he had a standout game, and I think he really performed to what we were expecting him to do, because we still hold Vlad in this really high regard. We think about his winter run from last year. I think he's just a player that's really fun to follow, and now, kind of yesterday and hopefully today as well, he will keep evolving, finding his footing on this Fnatic roster, because this is a roster that is putting a high emphasis on upsets. Let's be clear. They are sending a lot of resources to upset. Empiros kind of gets the short end of that stick, but I think Vlad still has a lot of tools to his arsenal that he can use, and I want to see how him and Razork especially develop as in the jungle.
Is it really going to be? It's not going to be an early Lulu. I very much agree with that. I think Razork, when he's on the same page as his mid laner, can really shine. With the Orianna Wukong, you have that great, shocking Cyclone combination. The Hurricane, we can call it. Jarvan locked in for Vitality.
Will it be a Corki again against Yunara? What do you think? Are we getting another Corki Yunara trade?
I think it might be a Kai'Sa.
Kai'Sa is very fun. It was a lot of Fnatic comps last year where they had this moment in summer of last year where they just kept drafting dive with Kai'Sa every single game and won so many games in the regular season because of it. So I really like this dive comp. I think it's kind of fits both Razork and Upset in a really nice way, because Upset can kind of shoot his moment to follow that engage, and it just gives Razork so many windows of opportunity where he can just go in and create havoc whenever he wants to.
Yeah, last year, Upset on the Kai'Sa, 77% win rate on it. It's his most played all time as well, sitting around 65% win rate. Ryze is the lock for Vitality to answer that Orianna. So we have AD carries and junglers and mids locked in on either side. Now we'll likely see the support pool pinched a little bit. I wonder if Vitality would want to get rid of some of that follow-up engage, things like the Rakan, if you really want to negate the power of the Cyclone Shockwave and that follow-up. You could also look towards things like the Nautilus if you're a little bit worried about getting caught out for that initial pick.
Yeah, I'm looking how they will enable...
Nico as well makes sense.
Nico makes sense as a good ban there. I'm wondering how they will enable Empiros here, because usually you think Ambessa when you see these drafts, because she has such, also like Kai'Sa, such an easy time to follow up on these volatile engages by the Wukong. So I would kind of think that if you want the Ambessa, you take out the Renekton, which has been Nako's most crucial pick so far in the Winter Split. He's had a lot of success with the Renekton and is a really tough matchup for the Ambessa. So I would like to see a Renekton ban followed up by the Ambessa, but looks like it will be a Lulu ban, and the supports are getting pinched.
They are. They're getting pinched just a little bit. I think the problem for Fnatic is, could you, if Fnatic ban out the Renekton here and your Vitality, could you then look at getting... Oh no, because Vitality is second pick. Oh my goodness. the draft, because I was saying Vitality could pick the Ambessa first, but you, if you're Fnatic, then you ban Renekton and pick Fnatic. I know you could still do it. Yeah, my maths was right. Vitality could pick the Ambessa first.
They could take away the Ambessa, but still, you still end up with a counter pick, and Ambessa doesn't really fit exactly what Vitality wants to do as much. Still a really good pick. It will be the Gnar ban being taken out, and now I'm thinking about, instead of banning the Renekton, will Fnatic instead look to take the Renekton away from Naknako by blinding it, seeing as the Gnar is the most common answer into that. We'll probably see like a Renekton K'Sante trade, which is kind of boring, but I wonder here, you can take it yourself if you want to, if you really value that Renekton pick highly, and you will also get counter pick on support, but it will just be the Alistar for Fleshy. Lospa had a great Alistar game the other day, and I think it's one of his most impressive champions. I remember some of his crazy engages where he's like flying on the blast cones on the Gemtech map, he's flying across. What you have here is...
I think Lospa kind of falls into that. We talked about it. Like, we can't band out. You can go Nautilus for the initial pick.
Yeah.
He does still have some good follow-up with the depth charge. You could also look for something like the Poppy if you wanted to be a bit more of a denier and look to yeet people out of the fight and then deny the engage. But going for that Nautilus does give you a little bit more strength in the lane, especially into the Alistar early game. You can actually harass him relatively well at that level 1. And if the Unawa ever dashes in, immediate depth charge. It's like, okay, you've used your dash, we're going, let's fight. Gives you that follow-up as well for the rest of your team. K'Sante locked in for Fnatic means they're just trying to neutralize top. Emperos definitely not the key focus of Fnatic.
It's a classic, and I want to see what Naknako has got in store for us. I'm thinking Renekton, which is kind of boring. I would love a Gwen.
Oh.
I was just about to say it. You just let me say it before you hovered
gotta
it.
talk
I would
quicker,
sound
man.
so smart. Okay, locks in the Gwen. Really fun interaction with Dusk and Dawn on Gwen. Because we all
not fun for anyone playing against her.
No, not fun.
Very fun for the
really
Gwen.
fun. Dusk and Dawn is a great item on Gwen. Gwen's Q needs to stack up 4 times, and then you did the Mega Snip. But with Dusk and Dawn, you only need 3 auto attacks, and it gives her every single stat that she wants. So I do reckon we will see a Dusk and Dawn Gwen, and I think this is really fun to follow. I've been looking forward to seeing a Gwen on this stage so far. Really happy Naknako is bringing it out, and I want to track this because Gwen into the K'Sante is really volatile. We have seen this matchup go both ways in many times. I remember Oscarinian solo killing Broken Blade like 4 or 5 times one time playing K'Sante versus Gwen. So it's not a Gwen favorite matchup that convincingly, but Gwen does have a lot of tools and does scale up to become an absolute monster on those 1, 2, 3 item spikes.
Yeah, very much agree with you. Gwen can do a huge amount of work. We've seen a bunch in the jungle as well. Was nerfed slightly on 26.2 as the coaches get their fist bumps in the middle of the stage. And we move into our 3rd game of the day. Humanoid playing up against his former team, swapping allegiances over to Vitality. Vladdy swapping from KC.
Oh my god, it's Razak versus Humanoid.
It is. It's Razak
That's
versus
insane. We have Razak versus Humanoid after being together for so many years. I wonder who would have won the divorce.
Oh, we'll see. I mean, so far, both teams are 3-2, so it's hard to say exactly who's winning.
Yeah, so this game will decide it.
Yeah. Okay.
Who pays alimony?
This is the alimony game, isn't it? Who is paying child support for their AD carry?
Who's the child?
Humanoid's like, man, come on, I've got Kazi on my team already. Like, don't make me pay more.
He's in a new marriage and Karsi.
Early starts for the junglers, both on the top side of the map.
Is it Karsi's old child then?
Yeah. Man, look. The genealogy of it all, I'm not quite sure
There's a
about.
lot of fiction being written about this as we speak. Already some heavy trading in the mid lane from Humanoid and Vladdy. Ryze conventionally tries to trade his HP pool for push in these control mages and then tries to get an early recall to kind of get through those early stages. Because if he doesn't, he will just get poked down by the likes of Orianna Azir because he does have that short range.
Lospa going in looking for the trade, but gets knocked up by Fleshy and takes about half of his health. Has to walk all the way away. One of the risks of Nautilus is when you're in, you're kind of just in. Can't get out of it easily. Is running the Aftershock though for a little bit more tankiness, as is Fleshy. No Unsealed Spellbook Alistar here. Naknako has those 4 stacks. Snip, snip. Emperos has to walk out. Don't want to be in the middle of those snips at all. That's where the extra damage comes out.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing about K'Sante in this matchup is you can always walk up to last hit if you keep your E. Because as long as you have your E, you can kind of dash towards the side of that big snip. You will not take the true damage, and your E shield will pretty much block the entire trade. So the whole thing is, can Gwen get pushed and poke down K'Sante without him like eating that entire trade with his E? So there, Emperos uses E early before the Q came out. Naknako punches that very well with a QE forward and gets a little bit of a haircut on Emperos. There again, you saw him dash to the side, the entire shield, and that's exactly kind of how the matchup goes. It's a little bit of a back and forth. Obviously, changes with Xanta W and Gwen W. There's a lot more complexities to it, and at level 6, it's all about the all-inness. Another all happening here on both sides. Losper goes for quickly trade, but Flesh is really aggressive.
Yeah, heal on either side. Losper was actually waiting for the Aftershock to time out after the Headbutt Pulverize. Did manage to get the hook after it, but in the end, equal trade on either side. Looks like Upset's going to back away. Linces was in the vicinity, but has gone back to do his Krugs, and so it looks like Kazi and Fleshy should just be able to get the wave push in here. One of the benefits of Yunara is the fact that you can always, when you have this cultivation of spirit, your Q stacked up to 8, you always just manage to get the push out.
Yeah, I like to refer to it as a spherical object.
Oh, that's the W,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, but aren't they the things?
Oh, I guess, yeah, it's a bit like Syndra's orbs, right? Yeah. The 8 orbs of pushing.
8 orbs of pushing. So there you see he Ws and then QEs forward. When you W and QE forward, you are arriving just at the tip of the W, so it doesn't reposition. It's really important you don't do the right click then, because then it follows you and then it's really bad. I think a lot of Gwen players have had this happen to them so many times where like they want to trade forward, they click forward, they QE and then do a little whoop, little step forward, and then suddenly the W flies with you, and I think I can trade back. But and really nice play by them.
Yeah, that's the weakness of it, right? Because by being on the edge of the circle, you are still in your immunity zone and the enemy isn't.
Exactly.
If the W then moves forward with you, it moves the enemy inside of the circle.
And sure, you get like 10 armor and MR, but like Gwen is kind of designed around not big damage, which is a silly sentence, but that's how kind of her laning matchups go. So we will keep tracking this Gwen into Cassante, and I think this will really start to get dicey for the Cassante around the Dusk and Dawn power spike for Gwen, because right now early game it's going quite fine. Even the CS has 2 little mantles in his back.
I'm trying to nullify that magic as Nako building up towards the Dusk and Dawn has gone Amp Tome and the Ruby Crystal. Needs Sheen, Blasting Wand, the Kendo Gem, and then Dagger for the attack speed to complete out that Dusk and Dawn. It's kind of a little bit of everything on that build.
Backyard sale item.
Yeah, exactly,
like to call it, yeah.
Just a car boot sale. As we do see Kazi getting a push into Upset early on this Yunara, has yet to use his potion. That's one of those matchups that has been tested across the course of history. Neither of these players have been exceptional yet this split, I'd say, as we see a fight happening. Flag and drag in by Linces onto Vladdy. Razork trying to join, but Humanoid's still very healthy.
Really nice.
And now the turn can start onto Razork. Has to try and jump his way away with that decoy. Humanoid with the Rune Prison. Linces, he went for the Dragon Flag combo. Didn't actually manage to get the knockup.
The Dragon Flag combo is crazy. Really nice play there by Humanoid. Pretends to go clear the wave, but Vladdy is a little bit too close to the wave. Ends up getting that Flux debuff, just allowing Humanoid to flash forward and set up a really nice combo, as we will watch that again in a bit, I assume. But really good first minutes for Vitality.
Yeah. And now you put our observers onto having to make a replay of that by saying you assume that we're going to watch it, you know?
Yeah, because I want to watch it. I thought it was really cool.
It was a really nice play, yeah.
I'm sorry, observers. Please forgive me.
Kelv's coming out on the bot side for both these AD carries. No real surprises there. Humanoid going down to traditional, get the tier, then build up the Catalyst into that Rod of Ages. Double Ruby Crystal, though, for the moment, as Kazi and Flesh is still managing just to control this bot side. Linces is going to come in. No vision, really, for the Fnatic bottom lane. Linces could look for something here. Puts down the Demacian Standard, just gives the attack speed over to Kazi and Fleshy. And as a Jarvan, it's one of the easiest ways to get yourself an assist. Just chuck that Standard somewhere nearby. It looks like Vitality going to use that push to start up the first Drake of the game.
Definitely some KDA inflation happening if you play Jarvan.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Very similar, like if you play Sona.
Yeah.
I think
Jarvan is even more lazy though, because you just have to like do it and not even heal the guy, just be in the vicinity.
True.
And you're golden.
Yeah. You gotta be. They're going.
Monkey takes crab.
Your KDA goes up, up, up as Jarvan.
It's his moment, yeah.
As he takes the Cloud Drake. Vitality with about 1,000 gold lead. Really good start for them overall. Linces with the majority of that, but Humanoid doing a good job in the mid lane, keeping Vladdy on a bit of a leash. And we do see Razork using this time to try and steal away this camp from Vitality's jungle. Nako actually gone haunting guys here first instead of the Dusk and Dawn, trading in with the Needleworks.
Will be a Riftmaker then, which is also a fine choice. I just like Dusk and Dawn because it's new. It's like a new toy to play with, so it's really fun.
It's also pretty strong.
It is strong, but I think Riftmaker is nice into these really tanky champions because you get that true damage, very nice. You get that vamp, very nice, and you get a little bit more HP than Dusk and Dawn, and you will be scrapping against this Cassante, so you really like being a little bit more durable in those fights.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, right? I think both of us were just really looking forward to seeing the extra posture on hits from the Dusk and Dawn as Kazi and Fleshy continue to keep upset in Losper underneath their tower. Now the Kai'Sa, not the strongest in lane. You're kind of using the Acathian Rain to clear out the minions, which means then you can't use it in trading patterns, whereas Cultivation of Spirit allows you to do both at the same time. Kai'Sa always kind of expected to get pushed in, even with a Nautilus by her side. After the Alistair hits too, it's a lot harder for you actually to find beneficial trades. So in this early game, you know, relatively expected way that it's playing out early on. Good fight early from Linsus and Humanoid, but not really too much else happening on the map.
Will be slow down. I'm wondering, I'm waiting for the supports to be a little bit more unlocked and see where Lospa and Fleshy can go on the map. Here you see Fleshy already opening on the top side. Will probably get spotted on the ward.
Yeah, there he is, but he spots it, so you can clear that out. He's pathing his way across towards the grubs. You can see Losper doing the same. Is actually going to path down towards the bottom side of this lane instead. I think they've realized they don't really want to contest the grubs immediately. Razork wants to get through his camps.
Is Karsi in danger here? Here, Lospa could loop around together with Razork and look for play here on Karsi, knowing that Alistair is so far away.
It's a little risky. He can still manage to sneak his way around. Linsus is on this side of the map. Kazi, yeah, wisely just not stepping towards the Tribush there. Knows that he's giving up any pressure on the lane anyway because his support isn't here, so just doesn't go in towards the try until he knows that he has the support of his support, using that Scryer's Bloom to spot out the fact that Losper was no longer lying in wait.
Yes, it is of utter importance to not be greedy.
I mean, look, this is a Kazi and Humanoid team, man. Like,
Yes.
we have seen
they
them
will be greedy, yeah.
often be greedy.
Yeah, nice by Karsi there not to give over any counterplay, because this will be the grubs for Vitality, which is set up by that earlier rotation by Fleshy. He went up there, got the vision, knows it's an easy take for them. Wonder if they will look for a cross map here. Karsi is left alone here, but Fleshy is coming to his aid.
Yeah, Fleshy's already here. You did see a move from Vladdy and from Razork down towards this, but
And from
Razork
Fleshy because he's a
reset.
cow.
Yes, you did see a move from Fleshy as well. Good one. If people weren't here for game one, they're not going to get that reference, man.
A move? Okay. Karsi here will try to push this wave out now as you see the recall by Lospa. Maybe we can get a little bit more control here in the bot side, because as you see, the Jarvan will probably path down here, and the Drake is spawning in 1 minute 30, so that will probably be the next battlefield where we shall be fighting.
Yeah, Razork looking to see if there's anything to do top, but neither team really forcing any plays. Both teams seem to be willing just to, okay, status quo is fine for us, we're scaling up. Both of them want to get towards those second items, really, for the Kai'Sa, for the Orianna.
It's a lo-fi beats type of game.
Yeah.
It's very like chill, laid back, we're just kind of farming. And
I mean, after the end of the Lost Returns one, I can understand wanting to chill just a little bit, you know. Make a tea, have a cuppa. Do you drink tea?
I dabble.
Yeah?
I dabble in
Like
tea.
loose leaf, or are you
I mean,
is it a fruity tea sort of angle?
I really like Earl Grey with a pinch of, like a splash of milk.
Okay, yeah, nice.
I am a coffee man.
Yeah, so am I. Much more a fan of coffee. I rarely drink tea.
Doesn't make the world go round, that beverage.
Also gives us enough caffeine to get through the evenings.
Yeah.
As an early morning man, sometimes when it gets, 11 p.m. on an LEC day, I'm struggling more than perhaps I should be working in esports, but we're all getting old. Finn is Nutgo. Nice
Not
to make
getting old,
Emperor's a little bit older.
Snipping very nice here. Emperor's does have the teleport, so has the bailout if he shoots to take a base, but that will probably, ooh, that really hurts.
Emperor's needs to reset, no?
Will probably be a plate, at least for Naknako, but now if he can mind game, Emperor's uses E here, then Emperor's is in danger. But as long as he holds that ability, he will be fine.
There's the E out from Emperor's. Needlework coming out from Naknako as well. Should be able to get another plate. Another needlework. There's the plate. Now needs to get out because Emperor's is flashing for him.
Auto, boom!
Mind games won for Emperor.
That was a six-pack all-in.
Yeah.
really
TP to the tower, place a ward in the bush. Okay.
Emperor's tried to find the ult there to kind of like punish the fact that Nako was so far up without any ult, without a Q stack, but didn't manage to get the ult off and just kind of silly.
And while that was happening, Vitality got their second Drake of the game, sacking these up nice and early. Next one will be up around the 60-minute mark. And yeah, I mean, if you're Vitality, with that sort of play, with Naknako getting fed, you are really, really comfy. Riftmaker complete now on that Gwen. It's going to be really strong when it comes to team fights. Junglers have their first items as well. Sunder Sky into Triforce, Rod of Ages into Balefire Torch in the mid lane, and a Kraken Slayer complete for Kazi. Not yet there for Upset. I don't know if he's reset recently, but he might just be looking for this wave to crash and then maybe get a plate.
We actually have a little swapper coming out, putting the Yunara into the full MR K'Sante here. And I think Nako being so strong should be fine to hold this just with the hover of Fleshy. I'm not sure if the Yunara can actually punish the K'Sante, but rushing Kanik Ruken obviously makes you very vulnerable to physical damage. And putting the Kraken's Yunara into the K'Sante I think could be a good choice, especially considering he has no flash. Does have a 2-level lead, so we'll probably not see anything crazy happening here, but having your Gwen bot, kind of putting pressure on Upset there and making sure they have to send people to defend against her is still a good play, I would say.
Yeah, it should be able to push forward and get another plate. At the moment, it's Vladdy assigned to the bot lane. Emperor's been left up towards top. And Vladdy's going to try and keep that Gwen at bay. He does have the range advantage, obviously, on this Orianna. Nako just doesn't want to step too far forward. Needs to avoid the command attacks.
Gwen is immune. Can't forget it.
Gwen is immune?
Well, what does range do when you're
immune? But if you're popping the Hallowed Mist to avoid auto attacks, you're in a bit of a tricky situation, my dude.
She's immune. Okay, Empress has the Q3 stacked up enough that she's here to hover his AD carry, and Empress already take half of his HP here with some trades with Karsi. But it will be the invade to counter this. Now, obviously, flashing shown top side gives Razork a lot of agency in the bot side. Walking in here together with Lospa will try to get his red buff from Linces. I think he wants to give it. Nice.
Doesn't come out. There's Step Judge as well with the Killer Instinct in. Linster's using the Cataclysm, will flash the wall. Upset flashes to follow and finds the shutdown. Fnatic on the board, 14 minutes in, they claim their first kill of the game, but while this was happening, you can see the move from Humanoid, realizing all of Fnatic are on the bot side. Let's Realm Warp behind this K'Sante.
Uh-oh, tell you what, that's bloody lovely. Emperor's being dove here.
Flesh going in with that Unbreakable Will. They have the Rune Prism, but they don't have the damage.
People stuck under this tower. Vlad will just take the wave from his top laner, took that cannon. Because he covered him.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of worth. Teleport for a cannon minion.
Yeah.
I think Emperor's now likely to run down towards the bottom lane. He's going to be reassigned to deal with that Gwen. Vladdy with the Shockwave will pull Kazi back. There's a Hex Flash in from Lost, but looking for the hook, but it lands only onto Fleshy on the Alistar. Fleshy with the trample and the body block will keep Kazi safe as enough.
Yeah, but now Ryze will actually go and take over this lane and try to get some push here, because you see, instead of pushing this mid wave, he actually rotated up here, and now the Yunara will go mid, so really keeping the tempo nice, because Fleshy can actually stay around there for fight.
Ghosting in on the chase. Linces is across the wall here as well. Flag and drag, but no Cataclysm. Lospa with a dredge line to terrain. Shorter cooldown on it. Command to protect from Vladdy. A hook going onto Linces once again. Interrupts, but he's going back in, and the Titan's about to shield. Will be enough to keep him alive for now alongside that command protect. Linces misses the Dragon Strike. Fleshy falls as well. Huge for Fnatic as they find a couple on an overextension from Vitality.
That's one big tin can. How did he live that? I feel like he was supposed to be dead so many times there. Even being went on by Razork.
Humanoid does have flash here. Razork doesn't have the Cyclone. There's a flash away. Flash forward hits him with a sub.
And that's the alimony. Secured by Razork. Huge win by Fnatic there. Really nice play by Fnatic, and sick by Lospa to stay alive for that long. I really thought he was dead at so many times there, but I think the Vladdy command protect came in really clutch to kind of bait that Jarvan to go in, and suddenly what looked to be a really Vitality controlled game now looks in the favor of Fnatic. So let's see this once again. Humanoid thinks he caught on Lospa, but with the heal movement speed, he actually gains so much distance that it looks quite hard to kill him. And with this Fog of War, Vladdy has now arrived, and he goes right back in there. I thought this was crazy. I think if Linces probably holds his combo there, they can probably kill Lospa instead of trying to combo out of it, but South Coast Fallacy means he has to commit for it anyway. And in the end, 3 people of Vitality ends up going down.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge for Fnatic. Turning it very much back into their favor, getting themselves a slight gold lead to 1,000. Next Drake up in 5 seconds time, and Fnatic are working their way through the mid lane to get vision down towards this Dragon Pit. Vladdy's just going to start it up immediately. Ults across the board available. Nakanako doesn't have TP, but he's already at the Razor Beaks. Empress does have his teleport.
I don't think you're fighting this as Vitality unless you're really relying on the Gwen.
I think you are. Cyclone coming out. Linces goes in with the Cataclysm, but now Fleshy's in the midst of Fnatic and doesn't really have a leg to stand on. It's roast beef as Fnatic find another double for Upset. Officially passing 2,000 kills in the LEC. Kazi dashing forward, has to flash. Guys, stop dashing into the guy with a hook! What are you doing?
I like it. I think they should keep going.
No, like Like, what are they doing?
I like. So, really interesting bit from Vitality because they were kind of relying on the push from the Gwen to kind of help them contest that dragon.
Yeah.
But then Linces walked up way before the Gwen was there, and when your main objection of power, that's crazy wording. Really, when your main like PowerPoint is the Gwen, walking in before she's there is quite of a silly decision, and does end up just getting went on by the man with the hook, and Karsi followed his lead later.
Upset passing 2,000 kills in the LEC there. Impressive. Congratulations to him.
Very nice.
We'll have another look at the play. Like, Linces is just too far forward. It's the third time we've seen the flag and drag being countered. Yeah.
And he will fool me 4 times. You'll see what happens.
But like, at this point, okay? At this point, Knuckles escaping towards the top side. What is Kazi? No one do not defend Kazi like
Get
this.
the Neuros, baby.
The guy had to burn his flash for no reason whatsoever. Empress caught up with the Rune Prison. Needlework coming out slow as well. Empress does still have the flash and the all out, but with the Kanik Rook and Shield and the Merc Treads is able to walk his way out. Well,
that's a Merc's Kanik Desante.
I mean, the thing is, he is now chunked out, and the tower is Vitality's idea of a prize. Empress flashing away, TP coming out. It's Vladdy to join the fray. Knuckle and Humanoid getting chased down. There's the shockwave. No killer instinct in from Upset. There he goes, dives in. Looking for Knuckle, who has to flash away. Humanoid is dead in a side lane. Upset's looking for more with the Cyclone coming out from Razzle. Hello, missed. Knuckle, no mana, no health, and no way out as Razzle gets him. Fnatic now 8-1 up.
Vladdy defending his brother in arms in the Sacred Band of Thebes. The Greek friends, they managed to hold the line there, and he will not have his top laner be punished by Vitality.
Vitality looking for a death bush, but really can't find a way into these fights. Will be a top lane tier 1 for Fnatic, their second turret of the game. Upset takes this very quickly. Has that Kraken Ginsu's combination and has Razork there to help him out to take it.
And now Upset is just growing. He's growing and growing and growing. He's 4 kills now. Big bounty, 2k gold up over Karsi. And this Yunara that seems so unbeatable in our league is now getting completely punished by this Kai'Sa pick, showing why Upset is so comfortable on the Kai'Sa, showing his experience, his tenure, and his skill on this champion.
I mean, these dive comps are something we saw a lot from Fnatic last year. Very different team, like Losbet, Empress, and Vladdy joining the team compared to last year, but it always worked for them when Upset was feeling himself, you know, where he could go in with these killer instincts, where he understood the positioning of the Kai'Sa, and he is so good at this champ. I will draw your attention to a little thing down here. There is a Dusk and Dawn in the game.
Let's go.
Maybe too little too late for Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, Nako is 1.6k gold up, and he is still the point of pressure for Vitality, and they need him in these fights. When Fnatic is diving, you need to make sure they're diving for him, but there's no one here.
Again, and Kazi wishing he had a flash. No way out for him. Mid lane tower going over to Fnatic. And they actually pinging towards the Baron here. Empress does still have that teleport, as does Nako. Without an AD carry, can Vitality contest?
I mean, they don't have Wukong ult, they don't have Orianna ult, they don't have Kai'Sa ult. Fnatic is down in resources here. Sure, there is no Karsi, but they are not super strong here. I think here there could be an avenue for Fnatic, I mean for Vitality, if they can get the Gwen down here, but it seems like they're just giving this Baron. They just don't want to contest this at all.
Deciding against it. I think Empress did a good job of marking Nako, meaning that he didn't have an easy TP out of there. The CC obviously interrupting that. Looks like Upset might be going towards a Dusk and Dawn of his own. He's currently fathering Vitality, so him building an item that has the acronym DAD makes a lot of sense to me.
But I thought he was the child in the divorce now.
He is.
Now it's really complicated.
Now he's the dad, you know? This Dusk and Dawn.
Yeah, I mean, I get it,
okay.
Paying alimony?
Man, like, I don't know who's paying alimony. You have some sort of recession with this alimony thing. I don't know who's paying whom.
Right now in the chat.
Are we doing it like a Judge Judy situation? Humanoid stole my dog. I don't know where it is. Anyway, Fnatic with a sizable chunk of change in terms of a lead. Linces looking to see perhaps if someone oversteps, chasing down that top lane tower, but he will use the Hex Gates to get out. Upset now clearing out that top wave. And Vitality very much back on their haunches.
Nice,
looking to scale up.
Kudos to Fnatic. They really stabilized this game. Vitality overreaching a few times with really great punishes by Fnatic has made them comfortably in this lead. Sure, they only have one dragon, but they have full control of the map. They have side push on Vladdy. Emperos is fine. He's holding on. He's getting a second tank item now. And when we get to these 5v5 team fights, I don't see a way Vitality can face check this dive comp
Here
of
they go,
Fnatic.
here they go. Upset not quite in range for the killing instinct yet. Fleshy going in, lost the look of the hope, but can't quite land it. Razzle going with that cyclone as well. TP coming out from Emperos as he tries to join the fight, but Vitality have already found one. Emperos joins in, the knockback coming out as Upset dives in with that killer instinct. A Cataclysm flag and drag out from Linces. The slow from Kazi may be enough to save his jungler. Razzle jumps in, but he's met with thin air. As in the end, a 1-for-1 exchange, jungler for support, top lane for support.
We take those. I mean, that's the dragon from Fnatic. They still have the mid lane push. First, walking up a little bit. You're not a W, buddy. You gotta be a little bit careful. You are not invulnerable, but you are Cassante.
Yeah, he does survive for quite a long time here. Upset leaving him to his own devices. All out from Emperos, trying to dash out with that Pathmaker too. Razzle can look for the re-engage, but
baits the flash from Humanoid. Great play.
Yeah.
All planned.
We'll take it, gets the flash out. Ito's going to charge in and get some of this crystalline overgrowth. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Vladdy pushing in for that tier 2. Isn't going to be able to take it all. We see this often with first Barons these days, is it's more just to get tower damage. Here, Vitality find a really nice flank using the Hex Gate.
Yeah, I mean, they really tried to make, instead of, because they realized they cannot face check Fnatic at all, so they gotta make them face check them and try to get a pick. Lost, but that ends up going down, but they used so much already, and now they're kind of out of juice in this fight. I feel like Fnatic just had everything and was able to punish that attempt really beautifully, because they are just so ahead in gold. It doesn't matter that your Gwen is 1.9k gold up if the rest of the map is bleeding.
Good shockwave from Vladdy in that last fight to find the way in for Upset. He needed that CC, otherwise he wasn't going to be able to dive in with his ultimate. Upset should be able to get a couple of plates off this mid lane tower, does exactly that. And now with 3 minutes on the Baron, the buff has expired for Fnatic. It's 4 minutes before the next Drake as well. Maybe things will slow down just a smidge as neither team really has anything to force fights over, although Vitality have proven they don't really care if they have something to force a fight over, they'll go for it anyway.
Like, Naka's trying to push out here, but look at Upset, he's rotating for this play. It's also a play he's really good at doing. If he's against a split push in top lane and he's playing Kai'Sa, he's always looking for this. Look at Razor coming from behind there as well.
And they need Razor to come across. There's the needlework. Nako, there's the Cyclone into the Killer Instinct. Upset now on the wrong side of the wall. Nako tries to get to safety. Kazi there, the dive in. Razor almost falling. A great knockback by Emperos, and Razor flashes the right moment. Kazi going too deep in pursuit of glory. Means that he and his cow friend fall. Upset claiming a double.
I saw many ways that to play out. I did not expect Nako to live and everyone else to die.
Yeah.
That was not really my bingo card. Really nice by Fnatic to adapt in the fight after Nako flashes out. They turn appropriately onto Karsi and Fleshy with a great knockback by Emperos, really solidifying those kills.
Yeah, really nice flash away from Razuk as well. He was almost taken out by the Arc of Judgment. I'm glad he should be able to take the tier 2 in mid here. Fnatic take the tier 2 on bot as well. Humanoid was pushing through the top lane and got a tower of his own, but still Vitality very much in the hole.
And I like how Nako plays this. He holds his E to get over this wall there to make sure the only one that can commit is Razor. And now he uses all of his skills to vamp up. And here I thought it looked kind of good, but look at this knockback by Emperos. Karsi does not splash out, he flashes in, of course, baby. You're going in there to try to get a kill, but in the end, nice flash by the other bloke. I don't remember the name, but yeah, that guy out of flash.
Yep.
English language.
I'm not sure which flash you were talking about, but I agree.
Yeah.
Razor's flash away was good.
That was really nice.
Was that the one we were talking about? Kazi's flash forward, not too good.
Yeah, Razor's flash, yeah.
Okay. And now 2 minutes on the Drake. And we're going to be third for Fnatic, but they are continuing to extend this gold lead. There's a Baron up in a minute's time as well, and they have good control over that top side river. Lost, but looking to see if anyone from Vitality pokes their head a little bit too far out of their own jungle.
Yeah, and we're once again in a position where now Vitality needs to either phase check this control, which Fnatic is holding beautifully, or they need to make a cross map. But hey, there's no tower to cross map, so what are we going to do? Most likely, we're probably just giving this dragon. Or what we can do is try to push out this lane deep to secure a flanking opportunity for Gwen. And this is maybe something that Vitality can find a lead on, because their Gwen is still really strong. If she gets onto like Orianna or Kai'Sa, she can do a lot of damage. And if you don't let her go from the flank and you instead try to opt for the front versus back fight, it will be really difficult for Vitality to ever contest.
Yeah, I think if it is front to back, Emperos is just too tanky.
Yeah.
He's just going to survive through all of this damage. Has the Jack Show and the Koenig Rooker now building up a little bit of armor. Fnatic realize the Drake the first objective. They'll clear out vision around it. There is that one ward spotting Upset as he walks towards it, supercharges in to get the extra attack speed, starting up the Baron. It is spotted out by Vitality. Fleshy stepping forward onto Losper, but taking more damage than it's worth. Pops the ultimate. Shockwave has been used. Fleshy down to about a fifth of his HP. Nako trying to find that flank position. Meanwhile, Losper keeping the rest of Vitality at bay, and Kazi hooked up, locked up, and taken out. Nako and Linsus turn their attention towards the Baron. Linsus looking for the smite. A smite came down, I think, on a jungler. Vladdy takes it in the end. I'm not sure the smites went where they were meant to.
In the battle of two smites, Vladdy comes out on top, somehow secures the Baron for Fnatic, now with a 15-2 kill lead, a 10k goal lead almost, and a lot of pushing lanes. Will now be marching on the Nexus of Vitality to try to finish this game out.
So I think one smite went on Baron and one went on Linsus?
Or the clone?
Or the clone or something? We'd have to rewatch it. That was weird. In the end, Fnatic get what they wanted out of the play.
Exactly.
Which is a lot of people dead and a Baron. And now they can push in. Losper once again looking for those hooks. Has found so many of them this game. Actually having a really good performance on this Nautilus. He's been involved in 12 of his team's 15 kills.
Yeah, and it's just so hard to walk up when there's an Orianna ball. Actually, we can see this again. That's so hype. So here, Losper tries to mark Fleshy and Linsus, but somehow Linsus and Nako is the one taking this Baron. Let's see this again.
So it's Losper lands a hook onto Kazi in a second. Kazi oversteps.
Yeah.
Great hook. Killer Instinct comes in as soon as they realize they can kill the AD carry.
Linsus just jump ship here. It's like, wait, let's just do the Baron.
Okay, here we go.
Nice handshake, okay.
So, yeah, Razork smites Linsus.
Yeah, and
Linsus smites the Baron, but too early.
Yes, exactly. That's what happened. So, nice smite by Vladdy.
Good job, Vladdy.
Good job, Vladdy.
Wait, I think both junglers smite a champion, guys.
What? What was that smite?
Okay, so maybe Linsus didn't smite the right target.
Let's leave it to the experts later.
Shockwave on the backline is Upset trying to retreat here. Good realm warp in by Vitality as they look for what could be the final fight of the game. Cataclysm coming out. Linsus the first to fall. Vladdy's shield with the command protecting the killer instinct by Upset as Emperos was tanking the entirety of the rest of Vitality. Nako and Kazi could not get through him. And now Fnatic, 18 kills to 2 up, are looking at that Nexus, looking for their 4th win. And it's all on Nako and Kazi to try and defend.
Fnatic confidently marching down here, taking good fight after good fight. I don't think there's anything Vitality can do here. Kazi is being went on. Nako is being went on. He's trying to hold these towers, but it's a little bit too late. As I say that, Wukong goes in.
He's got the Guardian Angel though, and now with the Nexus towers down, it's much harder for Vitality to defend. Nako falling to the plasma from Upset. A second follows suit as Kazi goes down. And in a 20 kill to 2 banger, Fnatic take the win in sub 30 minutes.
Fnatic looked really impressive. I really enjoyed how active Losper and Razork were together.
Yeah.
When Linsus was doing those grubs, the way they committed deep onto the enemy jungle and just went on the first champion they saw, committed fully with the Kai'Sa, with the Nautilus hook. I'm really impressed with how active they are in the cross maps.
I really agree with you. And you have to remember, the start of this game was very Vitality favored. Nako had a huge lead. We were talking about how good it was for Vitality, but then one of your player of the game votes helped turn it around. Razork, Upset, and Losper are the options. You go to LEC on X if you want to vote for them. I think overall, very good performance all round by Fnatic, but I think this is probably the best I've seen Losper play in the orange and black. I was really impressed with him in this game.
Yeah, I mean, not only today, but also yesterday. I think in week 2 so far, Losper has really stepped up. And we also heard it from Razork yesterday, how he enjoys working with Losper, how Losper is really good at taking feedback and is improving really, really rapidly. So I really want to continue tracking how the bot lane of Fnatic does throughout the year, because whatever Razork and Upset goes, magic seems to happen.
Definitely does, definitely does. Good job as well by Emperos surviving the early game pressure as we are waiting for, I believe, Dracos, who is on stage. He's going to take over an interview in just a moment's time, but I haven't been told to pass it over to him, so he looked at me expectantly, and I'm not going to do that yet. Dracos, he's standing by with Losper. Why didn't you say some stuff, Dracos? Go ahead. Say the things.
Thank you so much, Medic. I think it's more important that we get Losper to say some stuff. Congrats on the win. Thank you, audience. Thank you, thank you. First question. You've been playing so well this week. Yes. We watched you dodge the Jarvan Q. That was very embarrassing for Linsus, so we feel bad for him. But is there anything special that you're doing this week to allow you and Upset to shine so much?
First of all, I think after last week, my performance was not the best. So my jungle Razork always told me to play with confidence. So this week, I wanted to work on to play with confidence, and I think it worked pretty well. So that's why we're performing really well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You and Razork, the casters were talking about it in game, but you guys were doing such a good job of working together, always diving on the same champion whenever you saw them, finding these good angles.
Yes.
Is that something that you've been focusing on outside of just feeling confident on your own, feeling confident with Razork as well?
Most likely, I think Razork comms are really good, and he knows where to open and then where to go. So I think he always tells me to where to go, and then we make a play together. That's why we're winning like this.
A last question before we send it over to your AD carry, who's eager to talk with Mr. Jack Spectra over there.
Yes.
Looking ahead towards 2v2 matchups,
Yes.
there's a lot of good bot lanes here in the LEC, but
Yes.
which one are you the most looking forward to when it comes to facing off 2v2?
I think it's either G2 or KC, I think.
Both of those are pretty high.
both are really good.
Are you guys going to be able to take it?
I'm pretty sure at the end, I think we can be better than them.
Heck yeah. That's what I love to hear. Thank you so much,
Thank you so
Laszlo.
much.
Congrats on the win. Thank you for that first interview. Let's send it back over to the desk to talk a bit more about that game.
Very first interview from Lospa here in the LEC. Thank you so much, Regos. Upset, thank you for joining us as well.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
It's actually the first time we hear from him in a post-game interview, so tell me how it's been working with him, working with Lospa, and what you've been able to achieve together so far. How is he as a support?
I think he's a really kind person, and he really is super hungry to learn right now. So it's been very, very easy. He's just trying to absorb as much feedback as possible and asking me a lot how we should play situations. And we watch a lot of games together, and we play 2v2 and solo queue and scrim. We spend actually all day together, and it's been really a great experience for me. Like, it feels really nice to have somebody very open-minded, and it's just very enjoyable.
What is the trickiest thing when you learn to play with a new support, especially maybe a non-native support?
Yeah, I mean, definitely getting on the same page is by far the trickiest part. I think bot lane is all about understanding what both people should do at the same time when the enemy does something. So it's just always talking a lot, and the most tricky part is doing the mistakes, because it can be frustrating, of course, if two people have a different idea and you do something wrong. But I think we are getting a lot better, like week by week. I can see the improvement, so I'm pretty happy about it.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I was really impressed with him this game, and I was wondering, like, do you think this week in particular that he's really stepped up? Because this Nautilus, I mean, to be honest, the first week of you guys, I was a little bit disappointed. I was hoping that you guys would be able to recreate the magic you and Mickey had in winning lanes very heavily. But this game on Nautilus, he was doing some real magic. I mean, this was not Mickey Nautilus.
I mean, Mickey's Nautilus is also pretty good, but I think week one, it was his first week in LEC, and also we didn't have that much time yet. And usually after you play stage games, you can adjust a lot, like what is actually the reality of the game, because scrims is a pretty screwed
fake,
perspective usually, skewed. So after that, I think we learned a lot, and also, just getting to spend more time together, I think we're getting better and better, and I think he had an amazing Alistar game yesterday, honestly.
Yeah.
I think on Thresh Aphelios, we actually also played the lane quite well, even though we got cooked in that game. And today his Naut was really, really good, I think.
Yeah. And I also wanted to ask you about the Kai'Sa. So you went for the Dusk and Dawn, which I think we haven't seen. I'm pretty sure no other ADC has built it. The other ADCs that have gone the AP have just gone the Nashor's 2 for the standard build. The Dusk and Dawn, do you think this is like the new best AP Kai'Sa build? It looked pretty damn strong.
I mean, it's a way stronger item than Nashor's Tooth once you complete it. The components are slightly worse. It's harder to get your W upgrade because you don't hit it off the Finish Codex plus Wand. You only have you build Sheen, right? So you delay your power spike a little bit, but once you have it, you're stronger. So overall, it's a better item if you have good economy. But maybe in some games you can't afford to do it if you have to fight like a solo.
I like how you're giving such a PR answer, like defending Nashor's 2.
No, I mean both are situational, right? But I like this new item more for sure.
Have you tried AP Varus with it?
Yeah.
It's so broken.
I mean, Varus is just a freak right now. Yeah.
But I also wanted to ask you, your stats this game was very good. How are you feeling about your stats this season?
I mean, I think it's really small sample size. I don't think I've been putting really impressive performances so far. I think also me learning more with Lospa has been like a process, right?
Yeah.
So right now I don't really try to pay attention to it and just try to play better.
You didn't. You don't want to pay attention to it, but you mentioned it right there. So Upset, would you need to
that was a setup, I think.
I mean, we gotta get the bingo. We gotta get it somehow, you know?
We gotta get it somehow. We want to get the Fnatic bingo. There you go. You've been playing phenomenal, though, with Lospa, especially this game. He's the key player of the game here. What kind of bot lane do you guys want to be together?
I mean, we just want to be a very good bot lane, I think, and that's what we're working for. I don't think we have like a specific style. We just want to play, as good as possible. So. Yeah.
Do you think the Fnatic game plan, like one of both the criticisms and your identity last year was very much just playing for bot? That kind of looks like you've kind of doubled down on it. Like Imperials most of the time is playing tank, and then it's just game is just revolving around bot lane. A little bit more with Vladdy maybe, but do you see yourself as like the main character in the team, or would you like to potentially play some weak side here and there, have Imperials more involved?
I mean, I think we have been mostly playing weak side, honestly, this split. I mean, even this game, we didn't really do much around bot, right? We're blinding Alistar, I think, we blinded Alistar like a lot of games. Mostly we're just farming in the early game, which I think in the current meta makes a lot of sense. I think we had some games where we went top a lot, but I think the game is by far mostly around mid-jungle right now. Second crab contest, making sure you get your 6 first on your jungle. So the main character is definitely Ivan, I think. And we all just try to play around him to make sure that he can get in a good spot. And I mean, last year I think it was more about people not really making plans or trying in scrims to build that synergy and communicate. And I think I usually always try to put a lot of effort with my jungle to explain like what can be good for my game, but it's not like I force the team around me. It's just it just depends how the dynamics are in the team, and if the jungle wants to go bot, I mean, it's nice for me, of course. I'm happy about it, and it can be good in many matters. But right now, I think the game is mostly around jungle.
Yeah, echoing to what Razork was saying yesterday, going with the flow. We'll see what Fnatic becomes, but so far so good for the boys in black and orange. Upset, thank you so much for the interview. Congrats on the W. That's all for us here for now. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. It's going to be G2 Esports taking the revenge. Hopefully, we'll see against Team Heretics.
But I legit you every single time I played against you. I created you, a stupid loser.
Wait, another need to work. There's the plate. Now needs to get out because Empros is flashing for him. Auto, boom! He's going back in, and the Titan's Wrath shield will be enough to keep him alive for now, alongside that Command Protect. Linces misses the Dragon Strike. Fleshy falls as well.
Well, hot damn if LEC ain't going to keep giving you more action. We've already had upsets today. We've had a bit of oomph in our step, and now we're going to finish in that way as well. So we get G2 Team Heretics up next, and that is Dag Daddy coming back for a fresh new season.
And that's Hysterics coming back for a fresh new season. It's the first time casting together this year.
Oh my God.
It's nice.
They've held out a lot. Betty's been in the torture chamber with me, and now it's like we've gone on holiday. We're going to have a little sabbatical together, aren't we?
Of course, yeah. I'm ready to go down this wonderful journey with you and see where the road takes us.
They've given us 3 hours to do so. Let's see what can we get done. We're going to go straight into pick and ban. A quick reminder as well, G2 versus Team Heretics. A little bit more exciting since Heretics yesterday dropped the ball against LR, gave them their first win. G2 yesterday in the same vein, the draft was overcooked. G2 currently sitting at what, Rob? 2 and 3.
Yeah, they're both sitting at 2 and 3.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, BB, unfortunately, the Lee Sin did not quite work out the way he was hoping to. I like the experimentation and the attempts at trying to see what you can do. It's just a little unfortunate for G2 as sitting at 2 and 3 is not exactly where I think a lot of people had them, especially coming into this year because they kept the same roster. They had the best finish that they'd seen at Worlds in the last 5 years. So you kind of expect them to pick it up, but unfortunately, it just hasn't been the case.
I think the difference is that G2 get a pass because people know that G2 always come clean at least at some point in the year. Heretics have a lot more to prove here. And that's why yesterday stung a little bit deeper for them. Now, Aphelios has been banned off on blue side, so we are changing trends here with Europe starting to pick that champion up more and more. But with Jace gone, with Yunara and Talia, I'm noticing things like the Varus need to be called in question, as Rumble will also be the final ban of G2.
Yeah, I was going to say Rumble and Varus both still up and available. The Azir, also high priority. We'll have to see if that one's going to be allowed to slip on through, but yeah, the Aphelios doesn't really surprise me. I mean, Ice got a double pentakill, a very rare achievement on that pick, so I think it's very good to respect it. But what is that fun about? It's going to be Jarvan, so Varus going to be left open. And if Finn, with all of his yelling, ranting, and raving earlier on, is to say anything, I think this Varus will be the first pick, because that pick, very strong at the moment.
Yoppa looks so good on it as well. I mean, Han Summer, you know the damage you can do. You've left Varus open as B1 against G2. This is just flame. I mean, we know that Han Summer plays Draven, but there's no way he ain't taking this.
Yeah, it's just too strong at the moment. It kind of fits everything that you want, fits every sort of composition. So it's going to be picked up immediately. Heretics, I imagine, will take the Rumble on the opposite side for Trayson. And then I'm curious to see what Shale wants to try and go for. I think, I don't want to put this all on Shale's shoulders, but definitely Shale hasn't been able to find that same level of impact that we saw over the last year when he was on Heretic. So I think I'd like to see some sort of comfort for him here, just so he can try and have that early impact and see if he can start to get the game rolling in his favor.
It was a bit 1v9 in the early game yesterday on the Jace, but it didn't transfer to everything, to your point. So again, Shale was highlighted as a top 3 jungler. A lot of people saying he was, carrying Heretics on his back. Without Shale in full form, Heretics don't have that same strong weight to move through. But this would be different as he's pathing through lethality junglers. Getting baited by Hobbers a little bit here. It's going to be the Mundo regardless, but late game scaler still a lot to do for the Team Heretics jungle in the end.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised because Mundo blind is not something that I was really expecting, but we'll have to see. Again, you kind of hit the nail on the head. It's late game scaling. So I imagine we're probably looking at some sort of late game scaling AD carry as well for Ice, and just see if you can hold off until that later portion of the game and beat out G2 when it comes towards the kind of 40-minute-ish mark. G2 on the opposite side, I imagine going to take it a little bit more mid-game focus, try and see what they can find, but Aatrox immediately taken there for a Skewmont.
So, that could go jungle, could go top. But you are right. I mean, jungle Aatrox is something that coming into today I was preparing because I love it. I feel like to clear it feels so satisfying now with extra minion damage, even after pre-nerf / buff that's come through in the recent patch. As well, it just works with so many different comps. To see the pairing and the partnerships and where they go, especially towards mid, as Oriana's going to be locked in here for Caps, one of his best, I think, in the recent history, up against Sarah and Cecilia.
Yeah, I'm expecting that Aatrox to go in towards the jungle. Just going to be relatively fine there. And it's going to be the Jhin on the opposite side. So Jhin we've seen a little bit more so over in the LPL and that, with a bit of a mixed bag. Sometimes it can look really good, but definitely something that you're looking more towards, hey, I want to provide that utility and provide that kind of clear against the Varus. So, and try and match that long range. So it looks like kind of the response that we've seen creep up, at least over in the eastern side of the world, and we're starting to see it now. Ice trying to bring it to the forefront here as well in the LEC.
It does give him a bit of range, and as you were saying, for the comp as well for Team Heretics, they are starting to play with a bit more spacing. want to see what this next ban is because they've delayed it long enough. Bard gone. Long range engage. What does that open up for you? What does that make you start thinking about as they get rid of one of the supports that for G2 can roam a bit?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out in my head exactly what they would want to go. It's like Alistair and that kind of stuff kind of always stands out as the go-to in a lot of situations. He can obviously be that engage tool, but also has that disengage as well. Nico also, like that's typically what Bard is picked into. So maybe that's what you're trying to eye up here, unless it is banned away. And would give you like decent engage from that bottom side of the map.
Yep.
And already with the Aatrox locked in, chances are Broken Blade going for some sort of melee champion as well. You will have at least good value that you can get from the Nico ultimate, but I'd love to see if that's going to be the plan here for Stent.
Maybe as well just shifting out from Labrov's champion pool a little bit here. Rakan also taken off. Now, Labrov has played 2 games of Rakan, Alistar, Rel, and Nautilus. There are still good engage options here for G2. Maybe it's just more about how versatile they can be playing around the Mundo passive, playing around this comp that Team Heretics have put up. One top lane ban into another is the biggest question mark. Again, that is a flex. We've had Ambessa through the jungle already, so it's changing out completely. Nah, gets taken away. Okay, what's that opening up?
I mean, it could even be stuff for like Jax and those kind of things that you can take to the top side, but there is still a lot of flexibility here. So I'm just kind of waiting at Heretics. It looks like it's going to be the Alistar. Wasn't sure if it'd be the Nico, but an easy pickup. Braum could be the response here for Labrov on the bottom side, since you already have pseudo engage with the Varus there, and you can have Broken Blade kind of provide a little bit of CC as well. But we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is here. The Dravenhover's there because the Varus was played by BB Top as well.
I know, that's why I was just like, hang on a minute. Hang on a wee minute. The Nico does get locked in. I know you were hovering over this before, Dagda. For G2, now that's part of their engage, they're all in. Is it really going to be a Cassante top in the end? They get rid of some of the range options and, yeah, okay. Again, Aatrox, as you were saying, confirmed in jungle.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes sense, right? Cassante is very simple to pilot in that top side. Very few picks that he kind of struggles into, especially when you get rid of champions like the Nara and that. So it's going to be completely fine. The only pick that I was going to say kind of still exists that you could think of is like a Renekton that you can play into, at least if you want to try and play for early stages. But with the amount of late game scaling that's on Heretics, it looks like it's just going to be the Gwen. They would just want to try and really hit that later portion of the game where they've scaled into it and have a ton of DPS from their solo lanes.
And we're thinking Gwen top, right? I mean, we saw it last game. We saw it into the Cassante matchup and trying to get that true damage through into tanks. That's the general idea. You already talked about scaling. We've seen range come into the mix for Heretics as well. It does feel like, again, you know, they're going to have solid lanes here? Walk me through it a bit, Dagda, because I feel like for G2, this is comfort throughout.
So I think for Heretics, it's going to certainly be trying to play through strong lanes, right? You have Gwen, who should be able to win out as you can like hit that level 6 against the Cassante. You've got the Azir that can at least do well against the Orianna as you start to teeter on towards level 5-6 as well. And you've also got a very strong bot lane if you can look for all-ins. So I think you'd be trying to eye up Shale to see if you can try and support potential all-ins on that bottom side, because otherwise you will just continue to get poked out and shoved back by this Varus Nico. So overall, I think you've got the ability for G2 to try and punish through that bottom side of the map, look for early skirmishes through there. Whereas on Heretic side, I think it is about trying to see if you can just look for a lot of all-ins on this bottom side, play through Jhin as this kind of mid-game carry until you hit online both with Jhin later on and the Azir and the Gwen.
Important to note how important bot is. Welcome to G2 Heretics, a best of one. Our fans in the audience asking for these spicy picks, but guys, in best of ones, you ain't going to get the Nunu. Actually, no, maybe you will. I shouldn't say that too early. At least today, you're not going to get it.
I mean, if someone's going to do it, it'd be Skewmon.
It would be Skewmon. Maybe towards the end of the regular season, pending how G2 go. Again, remember, 2 and 3 for both teams. And we haven't really decided on a comfortable, like, yes, you're in playoffs number as we get towards the halfway point of the split. I would say at least 4-5 wins is a general consensus of like, that's the benchmark, that's the borderline, but it depends
It's always so hard, because you look at teams like Lost Ratones now starting to pick up steam and they're picking up a couple of wins, well then, where does that leave us, right? So I think, and even, you know, KCB still looks incredibly strong and looks like they could take games off anyone at any point in time.
Very true.
So those wins never guaranteed, so where we end up, never going to be guaranteed either. So we'll have to wait and see, which I think is exciting. Like, as you say, we've just hit the halfway point, but there's still a lot of play to play for teams like Heretics, who maybe haven't had the starts they were hoping for.
But it is the best one, and again, on that point, it's so easy to take advantage of a single game, a single misstep. You know, Lost of Tones did it against Heretics with a misstep in the late game where they outplayed Heretics. For G2 yesterday, one single game where, I mean, again, we're not going to talk too much about the Lee Sin top, but against KC, they were taking advantage of Broken Blade. So this game, let's see how different it is, Dagda. Just a quick side note as well. This jungle pick has been popping up a bit in the LEC more and more. Currently 3-0, that's just in the jungle, but I feel like LEC has been handling this so well. We're looking to see what Skumon can do with it with his debut on it as well.
Yeah, he just has a very solid clear. And into the Mundo, you've a lot of ways of knocking his passive off, so he can then BCC'd, which is also very helpful.
Yeah.
Plus, like, early skirmishing power, a lot of that as well. Like, overall, he is just in a fairly good spot, so not surprised to see it picked up more and more. And when you've already got, you know, Varus that can set up CC for you, Nico that has lockdown, your ability to get into fights is also very good.
He's already setting to get into his own 1v1. Sheo spotting him out. Now, this might need to come down. It will be secured by Sheo, but blue buff is looked at quite seriously. Skumon, I will be corrected. He got the smite on that buff. As Cap's just getting pushed out for the meantime. Saren doing a good job there. Skumon now thinking, how can I take their Sheo? Wants to get the smite down himself, and he will just yoink it, move away. And Dagda, I think I'm wrong again. The second time normally doesn't happen. I think the smite came down, but Sheo's at 23 as CS for now.
It was Sheo who got it. Yeah, he just ended up smiting, so he ended up got both of them. Yeah.
Oh my god.
So I mean, that's a fairly sizable win there for Sheo, because you've wasted so much time now with Skumon. He's to go back out towards his bot side, and Sheo going to use that time, it looks like, to see if he can help out in mid.
I must be blind, but not blind enough to see that Sheo's in the right place at the right time. A bone skewer on the base skin of Mundo, and he does connect, but Caps is low for now with the teleport in hand. Sheo tries to make a second round in, and just to help Saren get that push out, as he's also low too.
Yeah, it's a nice call from Sheo. Use the time that you know that Skumon is going to be spending on trying to catch up on the camps. You still get the Scuttle Crab on the top side. You don't really want to commit for the bottom Scuttle because you have that push in the bottom lane. So you just guarantee that Saren gets a nice reset timer here, whereas he was kind of struggling to find that pace against Caps.
Well, we go back towards bot, and Skumon's kind of fixing the mistakes as he gets the Scuttle. It is 27 apiece here as we reset for both junglers, but there's that extra bit of time on Sheo as he moves up to top. Still has to pick up his Krugs, and it does feel like, again, it's a small win for Sheo here, at least in timing to get back up on the map quicker.
Yeah, because this dynamic in the mid lane definitely changes when Saren gets access to his ultimate. The ability to end up taking the flash away from Caps because you can play so aggressive with the Emperor's Divide into a potential gank from Sheo is there. So the more you can kind of babysit Saren to get to that point, the more it's going to help out. And again, I think your ability to control mid and try and help out your bottom lane is really what's going to be core here for Heretics, because you can already see Trayson, he's having a fine time in top lane. Like, he's just going to continue to poke. He's going to have a ton of opportunities to get that true damage down. But as I said, actually, Broken Blade.
He's probably taken too many Natofo strikes. We didn't actually get to see the small trading coming out of the two. Trayson does have TP, but Broken Blade's looking to stop this. Trayson's going to have to back off a little bit more. Pixel Brush is definitely not safe. And you look at where the wave is as well. BB's going to be able to accrue a lot of this lead back.
Yeah, I mean, he can just reset now, match the TP back from Trayson, keep this wave frozen, and he's going to be in a decent spot. So at least for Broken Blade, he's happy where it is. And this is the window where it's very dangerous against the Cassante, especially if it's a blue slide Cassante, because he's able to knock you against the wall, pull you underneath the tower, and it becomes really dangerous. So Trayson, you can see very quickly trying to see if he can push that underneath the tower and break this freeze, just so he can get into a more safe position.
I definitely favor Cassante with Negatron Cloak as well. A lot of MR early, plus the null magic resist. Like, he's kidding out. So BB, as you say, now hits level 6. And top lane just gets that little bit more volatile. We've been talking about other sides of the map. Obviously, bot has been going well. Sheo right now, I think you just kind of drag Dragon over just to see if Skumon was nearby. I didn't get a full read on that either, but as the bot lane of G2 are getting the push out, it is that Dragon Thought that might continue to be executed here. Just waiting to see if Skumon starts it off with Team Heretics, who had to back off and reset.
Yeah, I think with the reset that came through from Ice, probably going to see it, but maybe looking for some sort of flash play on towards Ice. Has the cleanse, so Ice should be safe.
Tonal Change doesn't connect. A little bit shy of getting up the Alistar. And now Skumon back in River. And I'm looking at XP bars, Dagda. Skewmon is close to getting level 6, so is Sheo. Scuttle might be nice here, but I'm not sure if it's enough. Hits it? Yeah, hits him to level 6.
Yeah, I think Heretics are a little nervous to try and make these plays happen, because if you look at the CS difference in the bottom lane, the purchase power just isn't really there for Ice.
Oh, yeah.
You have the Rectics already picked up by Han Salmon. You don't really have much completed for Ice. And on mid-wave, Caps have been doing a decent job of controlling there, so trying to commit to this just wouldn't be a particularly good time, especially when Mundo only has a Giant's Belt, so happy to back away for the moment, give this across to G2, and see what else Sheo can do on the map.
So First Dragon goes over to G2 and slow and steady wins the race. In isolated lane so far. Chains of Corruption though, let's pause, look at bot. The arrow where Sten stands. He'll flash away. Ice just trying to repel off G2's bottom lane, but Summoner's down and a dangerous 2v2 from G2.
Yeah, really well played by G2, using that ult advantage, ticking over to level 6 first, and forcing that flash from Sten. The Sten can get back. You can see he's actually swapped over to the teleport in that Summoner spell book, so we'll be able to support, but that's what you want to see from G2. Continued pressure and keep up the CS advantage that they're building.
Now they got to reset off the back of that as well. Ice looking for the push out in bot, but Dak, you're already talking about item difference before here for the Varus, thanks to the extra gold. But now it's turned into lethality, so Han Summer with Serrated Dirk early on is going to feel real nice.
It's also the fact that Sten's flash is burnt now makes any sort of plays nearly impossible on that bottom side. Like, Sheo needs Sten to be the one that sets up these plays realistically. So without that, you're a lot safer for Han Sam and Lebrov on that bottom side. And it's kind of become this battle on opposite sides of the map where Trayson hoping that he can be big enough on this Gwen, whereas for G2, they want to make sure that they can continue to have Han Sam in a good spot, just chipping away at this turret and building that lead.
The only problem is, I just don't think in the LEC I've seen a Cassante ever be the word useless. So going up against a top laner like BB, I wonder, as Deadly Flourish does connect, Lebrov went in deep for a deep ward, and Sheo's punishing him with his 80 carry in tow. We need that shot to connect, but Sheo's going to take the kill for first blood. Lebrov, way too deep.
Yeah, not respecting the fact that he just didn't have control in a lot of places and ends up running into Sheo. So nice first blood here for Heretics. Going to be very happy to get something back there.
His jungle is also doing grubs in the meantime, so even more egregious. Objectives going over to G2, and it would be all but clean apart from that misstep. Kill going over to Sheo. Going to feel nice. We're talking about scaling here. 4 Team Heretics as Sheo takes a camp. And that red buff as he's running away, and now going to use Team Heretics bot lane because G2's ain't able to step up. Lebrov died, so he had to reset, and G2 just have to watch him walk away.
The Caps was coming down from mid lane, but not really much that you can do in that situation, so stolen from out from underneath Skemon's nose and backing away. So Heretics at least still making nice plays across the map where they can. We'll have to just see if they can try and keep up that pressure, because again, they have a good scaling in their kits as
Cap steps up to the turret. It's not taking turret damage until now. He gets the shield. That command, protect, and dissonance gets him out of dodge. Seren with full lethal tempo. He's close to getting in kill threat there as well. Close call.
the ult just not quite killing off the creep, so the tower didn't take aggro quick enough, and Cap's able to walk on out of that one. Doesn't even have to burn the flash. So very, very lucky to get out of that one unscathed.
Now let's look at top again. Hang on. Flip it a wrist. And a pause. Broken Blade, what did you do? what did you do? We're going to find out what happened there.
I think it's, like, there's actually been so many pauses as of late.
You reckon?
Yeah.
The thing is...
And isn't even a Fnatic game.
It's not. It's not. See, I associate with that as well, and I always think it's got to be a Fnatic game that we pause, but you're right, there's been a few. What happened? There's no water on the stage. We haven't had a spill.
No.
That's the first thing I go to. And it's not that I don't think our players can't drink water out of a cup. But the problem is, I've seen sometimes the lid cups, like they don't put the lid on properly.
Look, sometimes you know, the adrenaline's pumping. You need to hit that one skill shot. You swing the mouse and it just goes. You know, there's not much you can do.
I understand. You know, when I first started playing League in Season 2, I was on a laptop, right? I moved to a Mac later, that's a different story. But I was on a laptop. I spilled soup in my keyboard, right? And that laptop went in the bin. And that was all because I was playing Nasus and I was smashing Q so hard that the soup fell over.
That is not even a high APM
It's not
jab.
even like it's not even a hard mechanic. I was just smashing Q.
Well, according to Medic, you can put that in the dishwasher.
You can
now. I would advise not to put electronics anywhere near water.
My question
or
is,
the
did
vicinity
Medic
of
say
water.
this as well? Did I miss this?
Well, Medic said it to me backstage. He was like, Google it. And then I Googled it, and there was like, every recommendation was do not do this. And then there was 2 comments on Reddit that were like, it's fine.
Okay. Trust the 2 Redditors. It's always worked out well. Well, he is a doctor, so I don't know. It's a little bit more trustworthy than the.
But I don't
guy
go
from
to a
Wales.
doctor for my electronics, you know?
Yeah, that's also true. He knows a lot about a lot of things, but sometimes I got to draw the line. And we'll get Medic's comments a little bit later. Now, we are back in the game. If you haven't already realized, just look up at the screen, guys. Come on. I can't do everything for you. I feel like this early game, Dagda, has been a little bit slow, but to be fair, like G2, the benefit here is first Drake grubs here on, you know, against a Gwen Azir. Feels pretty nice to deny. The one good thing that Team Heretics is doing right now is Sheo is just in the business in Scumon's jungle consistently.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of where we're seeing the split between the two teams, right? Like, you are perfectly happy for G2 to kind of keep the mid and bot lane pressure going. Caps is doing a great job here against Saren, and same for Ansam on the bottom side. And Sheo was trying to use these small windows that he can to get into Scumon's face and steal away anything. Because as a Mundo, you know, the quicker you get to that level 16, the better things are going to be for you. But it does mean that Heretics are starting to lose out on camps, right? You look towards Void Grubs are gone the way of G2, Dragon has gone the way of G2, and it's a little tough, as you can see now, to contest on the bottom side.
And Standy face check this, he gets rooted down, he's going to pull out the Unbreakable Will, but that's an ulti down 10 seconds before the Drake, and G2 really good setup for the pick there. Double Drake now looks like an absolute eventuality.
You also got to be a little bit careful because G2 could end up setting up for some sort of dive onto the bottom side beforehand if they wanted to. Because remember, Stend used that summoner spell TP already to get back out onto the map. But with the push already complete on the bottom side, looks like they're happy to just go back to the lanes, continue to farm on up, and continue to stack these dragons.
And someone will make this a little bit quicker as well. Quick check-in with bot lane in the meantime. It is a 1k gold lead. Just in the blink of an eye, Yomu's Ghostblade picked up. Roll quests are starting to come in, and one of the first ones was Han Summer, if not the first.
Yeah, but this lane is just horrific to play.
It is, Varus.
Like, Jhin is relatively short range compared to Varus.
Compared to Varus, yeah.
And you've also got a Nico beside you. Alistair has to essentially commit his flash to make any sort of play happen. And LeBron just gets the poke, so... Yeah, you definitely needed something in this bottom side, and this isn't like, again, I don't think Mundo can do particularly much, so you're kind of just left on your own in this bottom side.
You're right, like, it just shows you why Varus has and probably must be banned. G2 putting on another case as well, as 3 members of G2 are going to take the turret by themselves, open up first turret, 2,000 gold lead. G2 fans are eating good again, and we had this game, like, we had a similar game, at least early game only the other day. Yesterday, as I said, Dagger, it felt like they cooked too hard versus KC, but at the start of the week versus Shifters, we saw a very clean G2 that made us go like, whoa, okay.
Same against SK.
Yeah. Oh, you're actually right. Against SK at the end of week 1. Also the same kind of G2. So we still get this same flair that we're used to. And this is another moment just to glaze the team because they're, I mean, it's all but being clean. Apart from Lebrov's misstep, everything else has been spectacular.
Yeah. And I think this is why people are kind of happy to see G2 getting back onto the horse to a certain extent because there were some TP plays from Caps that I saw clipped quite a bit across social media.
You could only go up from there, though, to be fair. That's,
him and Faker holding hands, you know.
Yeah, true.
Oh, hang on.
Then flash engage. Han Summer caught out. And just as we're praising him, Han Summer gets taken out. Sten, very nice pick.
I'm going to need a ban in and around this bot side river for the bottom lane of G2 because that is just a death zone right now. Heretics finding another pick in that bottom side. And now, looking for Caps.
It might not end there. Caps does have flash available, though, so Stand is not going to be able to pull anything off. But it's a pick. It's taking down the Varus, who had a 1k gold lead, now slim to 200. Ice is on the board in a big way, especially since he was the one to pick up that kill.
I think G2 are still in a good spot, though. Like, sure, you've slowed it down, but it doesn't really massively change anything, right? You got 30 seconds until Rift Herald. You'll still get to push this wave out. You get to continue to put that pressure on elsewhere as well, as you can look at Caps down on that bottom side. So overall, like, it's a nice pick, but Heretics need to kind of hope that that can snowball into something afterwards, more so than just a little bit of gold quickly.
Start. But everything comes from a beginning, Dagna. Very wise words. I don't know where to go from there.
Proud of yourself.
Oh, yeah. It sounded good. I didn't know where to go from there, you know.
Well, it looks like we're going towards Rift Herald immediately. TP from Caps. G2 want to try and set up here. And breaking this position is going to be a little hard for Heretics because you're looking at like the chains and also Caps' ultimate.
Stand as well. Unbreakable Will is up and available. He's already taken half HP though. Han Summer holds the ulti. And Labrov as well is looking to set up. Here's a TP from Trayson. Team Heretics have caught the Herald at half HP and a reset here, but Trayson's teleporting the whole of G2. Matters not for now as Caps gets chunked out a little bit as well. There's some good poke in response from Heretics as Seren has kept his lethal tempo up and available. Broken Blade will help sustain that as well. Unsummer needs to hit crucial targets. Sten decided to Hex Flash over the wall. Quick instant cleanse. Captain Jack Sparrow in a cow version. Sten, though, he's not in the fight while Trayson decided to go forward. Team Heretics going forward and back and forward and back. Look, they're split off here as well. Poke comes through again. And a lot of posing around this pit that I think Heretics now know they're going to leave.
Heretics really wanted to try and break that choke point, so investing like the Hex Flash over the wall from Sten. They shift Sheo and Trayson over to try and break it, but they can't actually bring the carries across as well. So G2 fall back, use the poke from Hans Sama, and now get the Rift Herald, and it's Heretics just kind of window watching.
Sheo is looking for a kill on the outskirts, but Labrov, as he turns into himself, will just back off, and another objective for G2. Still good news?
Yeah, really, really patient. Like, this is where it's so hard when you're up against an Orianna like this to try and play for these choke points.
Yeah.
Because she just pops the ball in the middle, and you're like, okay, well, if you walk over this, you're going to get shockwaves.
Yep.
And then you've got the Infernal Chains that are coming in afterwards to keep you locked down as well. You got more easy setup from Skumon as well. And that's not even mentioning Labrov, who was just constantly threatening on that side with the potential Flash and the Flash and Hextech Protoballs. There's so much CC that can go down in that zone. It's really difficult for Heretics if they're late to actually break any of these, I don't want to say siege, but break the foundations of the defense GT are putting up.
And then you're right, they're window shot because they have to sit there and go, well, how do we get on him? We have to wait, be patient. Now maybe that patience comes in full swing as Skumon, you thought he was caught out, but not really. He holds the level lead over Sheo here as they butt heads, and Standy's level 7 here on this Alistar. Tries to find an angle himself as Trayson's now coming in.
Yeah, trying to see if they can get into the mid lane. Rift Herald's going to be popped. Should be able to at least get the charge. No way really stopping it here from Heretics. So at least it's a place and control for the Dragon area.
The Dragon seems to be started in the meantime by Skumon. The Sundered Sky Aatrox is just going for it while Sten gets poked out. What a route coming through from Labrov, and Team Heretics tried to approach this. Chains of Corruption as well. Ice is going to open up the curtain call, but he's not doing any damage. Broken Blade is in the way as Dragon's out at half HP. Trayson has unleashed the needlework from the side. Sheo even tried to get a slice of the pie, but it's too late. Heretics, once again, just don't have the wallets out. They're looking in the window.
They just have to keep wandering through and hoping that they don't get hit, but Hans Sama is doing so much work. Caps as well, and Labrov, as you called it out, the CC perfect. It's no deaths, but it's a slow burn that is killing Heretics in this game.
We talked a little bit about it in draft again. We kind of mentioned the start of this draft and how there was very scaling elements, but through that bot lane that you focused on, Dag, that you're like, well, Heretics got to have to make something happen, kind of stop G2 from advancing. There's been one moment as Labrov, okay, he's here, he's baited in, and Seren takes it, fish on sink as Shockwave comes in as well. One more auto, Seren's about to die, Labrov flashes for it. He gets exhausted, but he's in Protobelt away. The support, the flying angel of death onto Sheo. A turret to save him for now. Level 11 Mundo says, let's go back in, but you ain't taking enough yet, kid. As he runs away, the turret's now exposed, and G2, that was their first kill of the game.
G2 were very close to making that more. The clone from the Nico died as Caps ran underneath the tower, so Caps ended up taking the aggro and had to fall back away. Couldn't get that last little bit of DPS, even though he was quite low on mana. But still, G2 reading Heretics' plays perfectly. Labrov in the spot to turn around that play for Heretics. We get to see it here. The minion coming through. Seren wasn't counting, and Caps ends up with the setup here, and it's a great shockwave after the follow-up from Labrov as well to catch on towards 2, get Seren nice and low. Labrov flashing forward to finish off the kill. But we'll have to keep our eyes on bot lane, as I think it's just a heavy trade.
Yeah, I wonder. Here comes Needlework. Broken Blade's going to all out though. Onto Trayson, jumps to a minion. It's going to become a 2v2, but Trayson, that's a lot of damage. He flashes away from the True and just runs back in. He gets flipped around. And I swear Broken Blade could have done that by himself as Sheo is now running behind Caps. An Orianna body blocking a Mundo. What kind of medical practice is this? As Caps pulls out the kill. And the only thing Heretics get is a turret. Their first of this game.
But you're going to lose your tier 2 in this bottom side. Cap's going to be able to put so much work there. Actually, I thought he was going to have some friends come over to help him. So maybe they won't lose the tower, but still, More gold, more kills in the hands of G2. And it's 2.5 minutes until this Mountain Soul, and you are hitting 2 item breaks across the board. Like, Caps is going to back and have Rabadon's death cap.
Yeah. Making fun of them. Distance to get the remains of the minions. No -1 there. As you said, Rabadon's coming shortly. Caps has just been chilling in this game. I think G2 have been chilling in this game. It is kind of incredible that this team wasn't pulling out kills until the last 5 minutes. And they're on Soul Point. They're mounting so much gold. And Baron's now up, but that Dragon Soul is up in 2 minutes, very early into the game. I think Skumon, while he doesn't have the flashiest score, he's played this game of recovery from his attempt at invade before, but it's just kind of always been on the ball this game.
Yeah, I think it's super interesting to see how teams are kind of adapting to these side lane overloads. Like we saw it here twice now. Heretics try to make the play on top side, G2 expecting this, especially against an Orianna. That's kind of the way you try to punish an Orianna in the side lane. But G2 kind of reading the playbook and saying, okay, well, let's get ready for that counter punch.
Yeah.
And then a similar story in this bot side, everyone moving down very quickly to make sure that they can cover Heretics as they try and take anything on the map.
It's going to be a hard task to ask Team Heretics to fight this Dragon. In a minute 30, let's have a quick look at items. I see an LDR coming second for Ice, Youmuu's, and then the Giant Slayer passive. So an interesting take here, rather than pulling out something out of the hat, they can just sink pure damage into Hans or Caps. I guess he realizes he's like, Broken Blade's in the way and I'm just going to take him down.
I think it is just about trying to get as much damage onto some of the squishes, right? Like, LDR still shreds can make your damage close to true damage as well.
That is also true.
And if you have a fort shot as Ice or even anything else, you can do a huge amount of DPS just off the back of that one hit. So,
good point.
Kind of hoping, I imagine, for a quick pick into, okay, maybe you can try and follow through in the rest of the fight. But it's still very, very difficult. Like, sure, you got Leandries that's just completed for Saren there off that reset. The Dusk and Dawn is very nice and tracing, but I just don't think it's enough to go against, like, a Black Fire Torch Rabadon's Orianna.
It's an expensive build, yeah.
And also even just the fact that Broken Blade is full MR. Your 2 solo laners are going to be doing negligible damage to the front line of G2.
You're right, and Broken Blade with that Force of Nature, I just love the movement speed. He's going to be getting hit by everyone, and they'll just chase him down for Team Heretics. Losing control of their own jungle. Shayo just wants a bit of his camps, but even that's denied as well, as we have a 40 CS lead brewing between these two. Cap's now spotted out on some vision, but the rest of G2 are in pursuit quickly behind. Dragon's now spawned. This is Mountain Soul. It would make Broken Blade nigh unkillable in this game. Unless it was all 5 members, it feels like. Teleport going to be burned, and we begin the fight for this important objective.
Yeah, the TP for Broken Blade doesn't at least mean Tracing might have some sort of flank opportunity if they want to heavy commit, but already you can see that poke from G2 doing work against Heretics.
And passive is down on Shayo, so Han Summer can now launch Chains of Corruption. Shayo doesn't have that face checking until it's back up. He pops the ulti straight away, but a level 12 Mundo ain't going to do much. Han Summer flashes away. Pot Blossom gets the back line, while the rest of the front are dealing with G2. Yeah, it looks good. LeBron goes down, and some health bars are blinking, but the problem is, kill Aatrox. Next problem, kill Cassandre. Next problem, how do we get to Han Sama? Shuffle back, Seren's trying. Auto after auto after auto. It's going better than anyone would expect at home as Ice holds onto a false shot. Re-engage here from Skumon. He heals up, and Broken Blade has just run into Seren. Face first. Ice flash over the wall to survive as Caps has teleported back in to do the dance once again. Ice got a fake turret behind him, and the Ace is sowing the roots for G2 in this game.
It was a good attempt from Heretics. A good flank from Tracing kind of opens up a window in the foundation of G2. Because watch here, as everyone goes forward with Broken Blade, LeBron obviously fantastic ultimate, and Tracing tries to open up the backline. It's actually Seren who tries to take that bite and does get decent damage thanks to Tracing with that ultimate. But the wall of Thief is just too big. Seren can't actually finish off members. He ends up having to flash into the front line of G2, and they get chased down in the end.
Felt like their best fight. Chance Corruption keeps Shayo in place, and Han Sama just one-shots him now. This might be a bit of a trade as Han Sama gets low, does a bit of damage on the way out, but Sten, he's just here without his rocks around him. The paddock is down, and he too will go on the ground. 2-1 for G2 for that small little window of a fight as Baron is up, Skumond is, and Shayo is not.
Yeah, it's a very slow Baron take, I'm pretty sure, though, because Orianna not going to do a huge amount. You're heavily reliant on Aatrox for the damage.
True.
So Heretics may actually be able to get into position and poke. I think the ultimate from Ice may just be up before they can finish this off. And maybe that's enough if you can get onto Caps. But Mountain Soul going to do a lot of work here.
Need to work Seren's ulti as well to add into the mix. You're right, Dagda Ice's ulti up in 5. 5k is the Baron HP for now as well. Lebrov at an angle. Not watered, control watered out. Here comes the curtain call. Team Heretics to hold onto this game. But G2 in the way, the fourth shot won't be given, and the 1400 smite is down. Team Heretics now have to run away as Caps is the one who's just going to go in a dangerous position. LeBron is caught out and dies, actually. Seren trying to keep this game together. Show thinks there's an angle. There is an angle. Team Heretics, if they can stop this, well, I shouldn't have said anything. Shockwave comes through first, and Stan had to walk into face check. But you know the check was already faced, and you know the check is written. G2 pummel down with Baron in tow.
Yeah, it's an obsolete angle when that Shockwave circle hits and G2 find the play that they want. And Heretics tried so much. Again, like, I like that Heretics are trying to make these plays, get on towards Hansama, but you can see the damage that this Varus is able to do. The tanky Mundo taken out. Tracing gets the return kill. But G2, they still have a lot that can follow up, and that Mountain Soul just making these picks so much harder to actually effectively make in the mid lane.
And now as well, Broken Blade has some armor, so Ice's attempt to get through, is the best LEC team. Well, Koi would like a word with you, because that's a difficult conversation right now. In best of ones, I think it's actually the hardest conversation.
Oh, 100%.
Because we have teams like Na'Vi coming in the mix. We have KC at 4-1. MKoi have just been on a tear, and I think performance-wise have been the best.
But also, what happens when you just don't get Azir and Cassandra?
Also true.
Or you don't get Varus, game 2 and 3.
That's right. So we don't really know right now, but interesting comment. We'll pull that chatter up, and we'll talk to them in a couple of weeks. How about that? G2 through bot. This siege is an onslaught, and at 11,000 gold, they now hold. They'll run into the base, look to try and end this one, move themselves to equal standings at the end of this second week. The halfway point of LEC versus. It would be G2 at 3-3, at a comfortable position despite some of the rougher start. Team Heretics this game has struggled to defend. They've struggled to really get into range. A 5v5 Dagda for their life. That's what's now on the line. Curtain call is going to be blocked yet again by Clone. Caps at half HP. He's been hit through the front line. Tracing with the needlework as well gets close, but as the final one comes through, Caps is still alive. Hope from Hansama hit Ice all the way in the back line as Tracing has to deal with the mid wave. The next ones are channeling through bot, teleport for the reset, and this Baron buff has still got 35 seconds to go.
You still got another wave that's coming through, so G2 really want to try and keep this one going. The Azir turret putting in work against the creep wave, though.
Cher defending distance does good damage. Sten gets it engaged, but you see the response damage. Caps just sends the ball up to do the work. Like Gordon Ramsay would say, you let the knife do the work, and it's been plunged into Team Heretics this game for the majority portion of it. Broken Blade zones off and is all out. There's no way Team Heretics go nearby as the Nexus turret now exposed. They need a wave to help them finish the job as the Baron's expiring, but you know that's not even needed at this point. G2 have a bare Nexus. Trayson steps up yet again. Hansama just waits for that W to be down. But G2 are looking damn fine. They played with their food, but why shouldn't they? When the team that represents Europe, when they want to win, they'll take it. Team Heretics gets sent packing with a triple kill over to Hansama. They say, hey, come on, man. Let's try and get in that quadra. But a win is enough.
G2 looking confident in this one. One or two missteps here and there with Hansama and Lebrov getting caught. But outside of that, very, very clean stuff. And that's what you expect from G2. Like, this is a team that we consider in our top 3, top 4.
Yep.
So nice to see them getting back on track.
Well, you can vote for your key player of the game, your player of the game at LEC on X, Broken Blade, Skewmont, or Caps. Ooh, that's a hard one. You know, I feel like this game, not to throw my hat in the mix, but I feel like Caps and Skewmont together were just super clean. It wasn't like the most flashy play. It was just like the clean consistency that you come to expect from this team. Where
we lost one.
Broken Blade's
Where'd
gone.
he go?
He's left. He's decided to leave. Oh, dear. All right. They 4v5'd and we didn't know it. No, of course. We're going to throw to Dracos, who is actually with said Top Father.
Hello. I am joined by the Top Father. sorry to Team Harris. It feels kind of BM that we're on their side. But the angle looks good and the light looks good. So, BB, we got, suffering from success, as it were. Congratulations on the win. Felt like a super dominant performance and a bit of a bounce back for you guys. What was the focus coming in today's game?
The focus was to play some good League of Legends, Yesterday wasn't the best League of Legends, But today we were focusing on the objectives. We were noticing the objectives are good. SQ had a really good... SQ is the Mundo GOAT, right?
Sure,
Dr. Mundo GOAT. He knows how to play it and how to play against it as well. He gave some really nice calls. We outscaled them.
Sure.
Not really. We're just kind of taking the drakes.
Do you want a real question or a for fun question? I'm just going to ask you because I got a minute left.
Both.
You want both? I'm going to give you the fun one then because that's the one I like. Lee Sin, that looked terrible.
Guys, I'm just saying.
I need an explanation. I need an explanation.
No, you don't.
What happened?
You don't.
No, because I want to understand because someone's going to play this in solo queue and I want to be able to quote you.
You guys should. I'm telling you.
No,
just look at my
What do I need to tell him to do?
Look at my solo queue. You look at my solo queue. You look at my early laning phase. That's exactly how you have to play it, And then in solo queue, it's probably going to work. I'm telling you, But this was more of a R&D is how we call it.
R&D? Yeah.
Now the serious question, please.
Okay, I have 10 seconds, so I guess I'll just say, are things going up for G2?
Yes.
Easy. That wasn't the question I wanted to ask, but that's all the time we have. We're going to send things away. We'll be back soon.
Takes it, fish on sinkers. Shockwave comes in as well. One more auto. Seren's about to die. LeBron flashes for it.
I'm here on Mundo, Mundo no flash. Gå in ult.
We might as well flash, okay? But I guess...
No, they can't. Focus on the fight.
We're in the start. Yeah, I'll chase Mundo.
Not dear father. No flash.
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What a move! He's just so good. The persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey there. Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win. But not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
Alright, headsets on, guys. Get up.
Welcome back to LEC ahead of Navi, KC. Two teams sitting at the top of the standings right now. And what a pleasant surprise it's been to discover Navi in the league.
The top of the standings. Yeah, KC, I mean, we came into the split expecting that, right? Them, Koi, G2 were the teams that we were talking about as being our top three. But Navi sits alongside them with a 4-1 score record, and I am super impressed. But it does come with a bit of a caveat. Because so far this split, you can argue that their opponents have not been the top of the table. But now they still have to go through KC, they have to go through G2, they have to go through Koi, and this will be the first test of whether they do deserve a spot at the top of the table.
Yeah, absolutely. And KC being the first team they're going to face right now, can they do it, is the question.
I definitely think they can, and if there's one player that's going to lead the helm to do it, the star of this team for me has been LEC, and if we could watch the clip here, I think just the confidence that he's bringing to this team and his champion picks that he's pulling out is just so fun to watch. So in this clip, he's playing Aatrox up against KCB, and I just want you to look at his patience and his spacing and how willing he's to move forward and make things happen. So first he walks up and gets a big chunk onto Yukino. Immediately you see him click back as he's in a 1v2 situation, and that buys time for Mainter to rotate as well, as we're in low battery mode here.
Do it fast.
Well, that he then is able to bait both KCB members in and flashing the beautiful Jarvan EQ here, setting himself up with the Q1 and then Q2 with the E to then finish off all of the KCB roster with the help of Navi. And he single-handedly set up this play and executed it, and I think it really just shows the impact he's really had on this roster.
And that's what's really interesting with this player, because thinking about it, Navi signed him last summer. They knew what they were going to get. They knew what they could bet on with this player. He's been super creative in-game. The Lion doesn't concern himself with meta champions because he plays anything but what the rest of the league is playing. So I'm just wondering how it's going to come together, and is that the matchup that is going to make a difference, especially going up against Yike today?
Absolutely. I think that Yike is the man to watch for me on the side of KC, because I think he's had an incredible weekend already. And I mean, we've got to talk about the veterancy difference, because it's true. A hot shot making his debut on the stage, it's always exciting to see, but sometimes reality can hit you hard. And when you go up against a veteran like Yike, that is often where that reality can come in the form of this man is a titled veteran of the scene. He has a ton of experience, and he too is not afraid of picking these unique champions as well.
I mean, definitely Yike is no slouch on the Aatrox either, but for me, when I think of Yike, like, I can see the thing that LEC could look to abuse is that whenever Yike starts to look uncomfortable, I feel like he can easily collapse. If his laners aren't winning and things start to look wrong, things can go really wrong for Yike, and that's really what LEC has going
I feel like you're suggesting that this man on your screen right now is going to crumble under the pressure against a rookie? I mean, that's a tall task, and I mean, don't get me wrong, I'll be impressed if a man on the side of Navi can do it, but this is not going to be an easy challenge for him.
To counter you, I would say that he is the one bearing all the pressure. What's the pressure for LEC? If he loses, he's losing to one of the best junglers we have in EU.
That's a fair point.
And pressure is not something that Navi has been feeling so far. Listening to The Rock, they know exactly where to keep their mindset cool here on the Rift. Their real first test here against the top team is against Carmine Corp, and they're going to settle this one on the Rift. Casters, over to you.
Yeah, you're damn right. This does feel like a heated matchup. It's about proof, right? Like, Navi's strength of schedule's been talked about a lot here. As a quick side note, apparently this is the first time that a team has actually chosen map side over whether they went first or second pick.
Yeah, which I'm very surprised at, because usually that's priority on, like, hey, we like trading for 2 powerful picks, or we only want 1 pick, like maybe Varus. You really want to pick up on blue side if it's open, right? So these are more the things you're interested in. So I'm curious to see what the game plan is here for KC.
You and me both. Let's see if red side's worth it here, because as we saw last game, giving over the Varus, mistake number 1. Giving over, I guess, I was going to say Nico as pairing, but I feel like there are a couple of things that for Heretics that they lost just simply because they didn't respect that pick, but they also lost it because they were on red side themselves. You know what I'm trying to say at home, just frame it in a different way. There's the Rock, he came on cast a little bit before. I didn't call him Dwayne to his face because that's not his name.
Yeah, which that's generally how names work.
But it's going to slip out one time I see him and I'm going to say, hey, Dwayne. Damn it. If you call yourself The Rock, you know 50-50, I'm either going to get called my real name or I'm going to get called Dwayne.
Yeah. I mean, it is the contract you sign up.
That's the price you pay, isn't it?
It is,
That's the price you pay.
But I'm more upset that he's not like running around calling people like jabronis or what does it smell and all that kind of stuff, you know? Because like that's what I associate as like a 90s kid with The Rock. You know?
But see, the thing is, my mind has been overwritten with The Rock with "You're Welcome" in Moana, because that's
it is a banger.
That is a banger, and it's not only an amazing song, a great kids movie. You know, God, there's so many good kids movies. Right? I got shown WALL-E for the first time, by the way.
You haven't seen WALL-E?
No, I saw it about 3 months ago, and my wife showed me, and she was like, "You got to watch this movie, man." I was in tears. Like, that is such a cute movie. There is some really good... I think kids' movies are better. And you know what? I think, like, Shrek, for example, that's classified as a kids' movie. That clears 98%
But
of
according to
adult
Draco,
movies.
it's Shrek 2 that clears. Shrek 1, not
He
age so
says
good.
that.
Shrek 2, though.
But that guy's been living in the shadow of Eminem for too long. I don't think he knows what's good and what's bad anymore. Like,
But do you know who isn't living in the shadow anymore?
who?
Navi.
Oh,
Because they've come out
transition.
of that shadow
That's
from
why
last year.
Dagda gets the big bucks. He knows how to transition.
And honestly, I think Navi has been absolutely sick. Like, I know people are kind of saying, hey, they haven't really been tested yet, which I think somewhat fair. But honestly, like, you can still tell the way they set up around the map in the mid game. Their individual laners have been incredibly strong. Like, Poby has really started to come out of his shell since moving from Fnatic and actually looks very strong. Sam D, for me, was probably the best performing AD carry alongside Super from week 1. And now you're just kind of seeing that, like, Relech is starting to pop off on some of these really cool picks.
I think Relech came into the league, that day 1 Kiana was insane. And ever since, like, the Aatrox graphic that we had in the last game, where we showed you the 100% win rate, which, by the way, is now 4-0, was a big reason because of him. So this jungler is not only just insane, but is the real deal in the LEC. 2 4-1 teams going up. Thank you for waiting with us for the delay. Now, red side is where KC are at. So they're gonna get first pick here, Dagda, because Na'Vi chose second pick, which gets rid of the whole argument that we were talking about before. But Varus is gone. That's at least one thing off the board. Rumble is the only thing we're thinking about. That now gets banned away. First pick worthy. What is it? Is it the Azir for Yahoo?
I mean, Azir, the Rise, these kind of things are it. But Azir is just, and Yunara, but also Azir has just become kind of the go-to. But yeah, Yunara going to be first locked in here. And I imagine you'll get the response of the Aphelios, which has kind of just become the go-to, like match the late game scaling with the late game scaling. It's just more of a case of what now do you want to take for Poby? Because I think Poby's best performance so far, I think, has been on the Talia. I was really impressed with the way he was able to perform in that. So maybe that's where you want to try and focus that early pick of, you know, a Talia Vi. But with the Aphelios still up and available, do you just prioritize Talia Vi and then take the Aphelios on that third pick? But doesn't look like it's going to be the case.
No, so we get Aphelios instead for Sam D. It could be a jungle priority here as well, Dagda. I mean, we see Yunara. We've seen Jarvan's into it as well because she is mobile in her ulti, but other than that, she has a run, go fast button, and that's about it. Let's see if Relech wants to go that mark or go towards his bruises that he's been known for.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely prefers when he can, taking some of the more bruisery picks, and he's been very good on the Aatrox, and looks like that's going to be that jungle pick once again for him. More than happy to take that one out.
His main so far, he's just been a Cassante top lane, so it is interesting to see if there is flex potential there, but you are right, like it has just mainly been the Aatrox jungle as Ambessa gets locked in. And likewise, the Ambessa has been a mixed bag. We've seen it a lot in jungle as well. Relech has actually played it. And that is it for Yahoo. This feels like comfort for KC.
Yeah, I will say though, the Ambessa with nothing to really help her on the dive isn't anywhere near as threatening. Like, I much prefer when you've got, say, paired with an Orianna or, you know, a Kaisa or something that can try and play it through. But KC's first 2 picks say to me they want to play much more front to back style. So I'm not really sure I like the Ambessa in this sort of situation, and especially when you start to look towards Unraveled Earths and the ability to try and spread out a fight, which just may leave that Ambessa isolated. But we'll have to see as we move in towards our next round of bans. Still going to be a focus on towards those supports, I imagine, here for Na'Vi. We've seen a lot of like Lulus, Threshes, things that can try and keep the Aphelios safe. And also the ability for a Lulu to come in on the opposite side is still kind of high as well. We'll have to see what that focus is going to be as we start to move on through, though.
Okay. In my own mindset that Dagda apologizes.
No, you're good. And just the Jarvan ban, so it's more focused, basically, Na'Vi saying, hey, we're not convinced that this Ambessa isn't just going to go into that top side. But it's has been more about flexing it in towards the jungle in a lot of situations because she can have some bad matchups in that top side.
Very true.
Navi having the second pick though will guarantee them essentially knowing where this Ambessa is going. So I imagine they will force pick their support and then figure out where
maybe the Renekton ban shows them a little bit early as well, because Renekton into Ambessa has been seen a really good matchup. I love your point though, again. Are they giving safety, or are they trying to lure in the fact that Kana might be playing something that, you know, also that Renekton is good into as well? There's a couple of top lane matchups.
Yeah, I think it's essentially saying, hey, if you end up going for this blind pick Cassante, we can pop the Ambessa into that top side, she's going to be fine. The Renekton, as you say, also ban enabling the Ambessa, but also something that does take away or try to push you more in towards the Cassante route if you want to. But this is what I was talking about, right? Navi have the opportunity to just take their support. They immediately take the Nautilus here and just say, right, well, we're going to figure out exactly what your game plan is here for this Ambessa before we commit to anything. And it's going to be, I think, an easier answer for Navi, because you can just fall back to the Cassante. You have things like the Nara as well there if you want to try and take something that can be a bit more of a lane bully. So we'll have to see what the plan is.
Looking for engage for now. Adding a bit of range would be nice. And there's that Leona again. Busio's pulled this out now a second time. And I feel like last time he was just pulling all the engages out himself. I feel like he was really leading the team. And it'll be nice to see again if he can facilitate just like before.
Yeah, 7 assists at the 14-minute mark. 100% kill participation the last time he ended up playing the Leona at that 14-minute mark. So I'm not surprised to see him try and go for this again. And I do like it. Especially into the matchup, you end up in a situation where you control a lot of the way that the lane is dictated. You can go for the engage, you can, and Nautilus has to try and hook you out of the Zenith blade, but also with the range advantage that you have on your Nara, the ability to actually poke down this Aphelios, at least depending on the guns, makes it a little bit easier as well. So it's going to put Navi on the back foot from the get-go in that bottom lane and open up Busio to link up with Yike. Looks like, though, it will be that Ambessa going to the top side.
Yeah.
And a nice answer here for Mater. If it is going to be that Poppy.
As Poppy, I'm just going to quickly look and see, because I don't believe we've seen Poppy coming through, especially not in the top lane.
Well, I mean, it works really well, right? Ambessa struggles against champions that are strong in the first few levels. Poppy fits that bill. She wants to be able to dash around. Poppy says, no, you don't get to do that. And then you have this great ultimate for the rest of the fight, because we're already kind of saying, hey, you know, you want to try and play this front to back. Well, you got an Ambessa and a Pantheon, kind of want to dive, and if you can separate either the back and front line, I think you're in a really good spot here as Navi, as it's a very cohesive, play through this Aphelios and enable him in these team fights.
And I think, again, when you look at some of the strengths, like you were talking about Sam D, and you're talking about this bottom lane being probably the best bot lane of week number 1, well, then I feel confident in someone like Sam D, a Sammy D that we saw from V5, playing such a rich late scaling champion. I also feel confident when I see Relech again on this Aatrox, 2-0 so far in the LEC. He is the one who's been handling this so well. Now he's going up back-to-back again. It's Na'Vi versus KC. It is 4-1 versus 4-1. And a lot of people might be favoring KC, but hey, Na'Vi got a bit of fire as well as we go backstage with Dracos.
Thank you very much, Jake. I am here with Zeph. Zeph, there's a question I got to ask you, and it's a very niche one. We introduced right of first selection. Casey, the first team to pick a side and not opt to select first pick or second pick. Why is red side so significant for you guys?
It's a good question. Why do you think I did that?
I have no idea, brother. I'm trying to figure out why we introduced that rule. Please enlighten me.
For me, it's just because Casey decided we are Casey red this split, so I just thought we should match the color. And I just thought it would be a great idea to start today because it's a good week for us.
Look, fair enough. Branding is a valid reason. One last thing for everyone here in Berlin for yourself. Happy birthday, brother. I hope the boys can bring you that birthday win. Congrats on being another year older. We'll send it back to the casters to get us into game. Yeah, of course.
Happy birthday to you. I'm not continuing on. I don't have the voice for that.
Well, yeah, and also we didn't give a happy... That is a... Why the hell? That was a paragraph. Sorry, I just got completely sidetracked. I love... We always get these Twitch comments in and YouTube comments in. Shout out to all the people online. But that was a paragraph. I'm not reading that. I'm happy for you. Sad for you, bro. I'm not sure what's going on there. Regardless, we didn't actually sing happy birthday for Betty, so we have to be fair if you're wondering why we had to stop. Now, we're talking a lot, quite a lot, about Sam D and another Aphelios pick as Busio, just setting up with the heal, getting some good damage down. This is what they do at level 1 these days, as both heals are burnt. And both health bars are rejuvenated for the time being. Dagda, where do you want to start? Because Sam D is an Aphelios level 1. Nothing's happening for now.
No, but I mean, you can already kind of see the battle that's happening in the bottom side of the map. And we kind of saw this like evolution in the Nautilus and Leona matchup where you'd get we started off with Aftershock, being like, hey, well, Leona ends up just, more tanky than Nautilus with the Aftershock. So we can just look for these all-ins and end up beating Nautilus when it comes to the health bar.
Yep.
And then that changed into, actually, I haven't been able as a Leona to chase down the Nautilus enough. So I'm going to swap to a Glacial, what's the word I'm looking for? Glacial, the inspiration tree.
Glacial Augment, no?
Oh yeah, Glacial Augment. So then I can actually have the chase down potential then on the Nautilus after his Aftershock goes, and I'm still tankier thanks to the W on Leona. And now we've kind of gone full circle and back into the double Aftershock.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Then Nautilus took Glacial Augment as well, so then he could slow the Leona, so she couldn't chase him. And now we're back to Aftershock, but. It still is a very similar matchup of, hey, if Leona can ever close the gap onto Sam D or Paris, the Leona is just so much more beefy that you're able to kill one of the other ones. And especially, as we said, like, when you're able to play around this Leonara's range, the fact that she also has, like, her Q up and available, that's where you can really start to punish. But it does become a little bit more skeptical as if somebody has those red-white guns available.
I think people kind of forget that it's like that 8 flat damage reduction, and then 20 armor, 20 MR. That's the bonus that you get. Like level 1. That's crazy when you think about League of Legends. Like, adding those bonus stats is kind of wild. So I feel like it's always a talking point when Leona gets seen as well. Just making her, unable to die early on.
It's also like, because things like bone plating only affect when whoever hits you first.
Yeah.
Their next 3 points of damage will be reduced. Oftentimes it's Leona who's going for the engage, which means that she's generally able to be the one that absorbs the bone plating, but it's the enemy AD carry that actually starts the initial trade-off, unless you can interrupt the hook. So the bone plating value tends to favor in a lot of Leona situations as well. So there's just a loss where but it's like, the way you interrupt this is Paris basically doing now, which is stand on your AD carry and just continue to hook or punish if the Zenith blade isn't done.
We've got a lot of bot side focus, as you know, but I talked about Relech at the very start. And just a quick side note, I mean, this guy ain't kidding around. Dagda, I know you've been looking at his ex's Twitter, and he did exactly what he said. Top lane champs in jungle. He loves it.
I mean, he said it on the show as well, just that top lane champs OP, so if I can take them into the jungle, why not take them into the jungle? And he's been looking damn good because of it. Like, he has the Kiana game obviously in there, but the Aatrox, the Ambessa, they have been looking pretty good for him.
He hasn't played quote-unquote traditional jungle champs yet. So, power to him. He'll keep on doing what he loves for now. He's going up against Yike, who is on something more traditional, I guess, now. On the Pantheon, we're waiting for that level 6, waiting for the roam that often comes through, where he just lands in your lane. But for now, speaking of lanes, nothing interesting is happening. Nothing really big is happening here in this game. CS is pretty even across the board, outside of Yahoo having a small lead over Poby. It's nice to see Yahoo and Poby, going up against each other, and especially players that tried to bridge the gap into LCK so much. And we're in that middling state for quite a while. I mean, Poby, for a bigger reason, I feel like sitting behind Faker is always hard, but Yahoo was that substitution that came through, fighting with Yukal for a bit and then eventually having his split, but not really standing out. This is a really big split for both of them as well. That's just me, Dagda. That's just how I feel about mid laners.
I think they're probably pretty happy with your
They should be. I mean, I think they'd both be great. I feel like we've got a lot of good mids this split. Like the talent pool is kind of nuts. Pause on that. Relech just found Yike, waiting in brush there with no wards from Na'Vi. That's why he walked in blind. Control ward down. This Busio as well, but Paris has come out as well. Seismic Shot will change everything here. Gets onto Yike as Busio falls to flat from Poby. Dredge line in, we're fighting 3v3, but the AoE is nuts and insane. Yahoo's pretty low though, and it's not working out well for KC. Na'Vi got their AoE galore, and I think Poby contributed to that as well.
Yeah, there was a huge amount of damage that ended up coming through. As you say, KC stacking up and trying to hard force. I feel like with Busio, maybe it was more of a defensive flash. I'll have to rewatch and, well, we're not going to get a replay. There's no kill, but still, you're pushing back against KC. And this is kind of what we got to see more of from KC over the course of the last couple of days, is that link between Yike and Busio starting to play around mid lane, but Na'Vi responding well. And it's Paris again who's stepping up, and this is a guy that definitely got a lot of shellacking, I'll say, last year.
He did.
Got a lot of flack, and I think he's stepped up really well here. over the last couple of days and found kind of a new home, it feels like, on Navi, and really showing why he was such a high prospect coming up from India Masters.
That's why this team's been hyped up so much as well. It did feel like, well, the weak links could be Mainta, or it could be Relech, or it could be Paris. I mean, anyone really, you look at the names and you're like, how are they going to work in LEC? But so far, everyone's been working like a well-oiled clock. I don't really know clock very well. Well-oiled machine.
Do you oil your clock?
I don't know. I think you have to. The gears, right? They got gears.
Yeah, but
you got to oil them, no? That's
I don't know.
I'm not talking about the cheap ones on the wall you get from Kmart.
I was also going to say, like, majority of clocks are just kind of digital.
Okay, well, old grandfather clocks. That's what I'm talking about. Guys, I cast video games. Do you think I know about clocks? I don't even know. You know, the hardest thing for me recently has been I can't even nail a screw into, like, nail a screw. That's where I went wrong. I can't even screw a screw into the wall for a curtain rod. I felt so defeated the other day. And
did you put it into the right?
I did. I did everything right. The problem was the wall. I needed a hammer drill. That's what the guy who fixed it told me. I don't know what a hammer drill is. I just know a drill. Drill's a drill.
Well, you're supposed to screw a screw, so why would you have to hammer it?
Well, because it's into
hammer nails.
No, it's into concrete. Not a concrete wall. It was into like a, like a type of fiber wall or something. I don't know what the wall's made of here in Berlin. Like in Australia, you just screw it in, boom, done.
Yeah. Well, they are thick here. They got to survive whatever the hell is going on outside at the moment. So.
Where at home, you just have walls for mosquitoes. That's it, and snakes and spiders. All that. That's all you need them for. You don't need it for cold. It doesn't get cold enough there, so that's probably why. Look, I'm not going to use this therapy session anymore. Nothing's happening in the early game. That's why I thought I could get away with it. You know, Dragon's been taken by Na'Vi. Grubs are up now. I can see on the minimap that, look, Na'Vi do have a bit of prior and got the push out top, so...
I think we're diving bot, though.
Yeah, in the meantime, because Grubs are just being forfeited, so KC needs something.
Yeah, but there's not really anything to get. Wave cleared out underneath tower. They're now setting up for Kalist to try and push through again, and you kind of lost your window here, I feel like. Yeah, at least we'll be able to get Scuttle, which might keep around to the bottom side a little bit longer. But yeah, Relech, Dragon, and now the 3 grubs secured. And us just hovering mid to make sure the Pulby is safe, because there's a huge amount of activity from KC in that vicinity.
Boosier's going to try his hand. Soulflow's not up and available, so it does mean that Boosier just doesn't have that range. If he can leech off of mid a little bit here, as he's now going to be spotted out by Paris, who walks up mid himself. Seismic shove avoided with the shifting sands. Relech also on the wing of that left side brush, and he'll back off as well just to go farm it up. Jungler's separating a little bit in CS. Relech is climbing ahead ever so slowly. But Yehu, ultimately, in mid, is actually doing pretty well. Okay, let's do this. Kalist versus Sam D, 80 carry versus 80 carry, but I think Kalist is losing. Range is there, and he's only just alive. Sam D said bet. He just stood his ground.
Yeah, Busio, I think, was hoping to get there a little bit quicker with Kalist, but Sam D knows his damage, happy to take the fight. The white gun doing a lot of work there as well, alongside the Calibrum.
And the wave got pushed in. Plates for the taking. Huge win here for Na'Vi in the bot side as Mainta doing a little bit of damage onto Kana himself. That steadfast presence, a nuisance with the Drakehound step from Ambessa. So Kana can't really do much in the face of this Poppy.
So, going to be giving a lot of confidence to Na'Vi. I mean, it's a slow-paced early game, but you've got a 400 gold lead in that bottom side. Mainta is holding on fine against Khan in the top lane. And again, I think as this game starts to go on, it's an easier execution, I feel like, for Na'Vi. I think KC have to kind of find kind of yike picks to start off a fight and hope that then that can carry them through in the rest of it. But if you're standing like face-to-face, Mainter having the ultimates away, Paris with that point-and-click CC, I think a lot of members of KC die very quickly to Sam D if he's allowed to continue to farm up the way he has been.
And you know, last game you were talking about caps with Orianna and how there was a lot of zone control with the Varus as well. I feel like for this game, there's similarities in the sense of you have Talia, you have Poppy, Aatrox as well. There's a lot of AoE devastation. And if KC decide, oh, I'm going to walk and face check this part of the jungle, there's instant burst, there's a very hard way to get out thanks to the zone of pebbles like this.
Yeah, but it's also like Leona dashes in over pebbles. Ambessa dashes in over pebbles. Hell, Pantheon stun will also stun him as he goes over pebbles, right? And that's not even including like the steadfast presence and that kind of stuff, and even the ability for Aatrox to kind of keep people at bay. So I think this is where for KC, like if I was traditionally looking at this draft and I was looking at that top side, I would have preferred something like Kai'Sa on the bottom side, because then you've got, we've got the long range engage with the Leona. We can then follow up that with Kana and Yike and Kai'Sa, which can then separate the fight and make it really uncomfortable for Sandy.
Paris, though, meanwhile, does a face check. That's not too good. Weaver's Wall coming out, but Paris is just dead. First blood over to KC. A good flick back, but it's mitigated by Busio getting his Zenith Blade in. Meanwhile, Relech goes into the World Ender, but he's got no one to help end his world. Kiehu rumps in, and I think Sam D and Poby know they need to get out there, but I don't know how they're going to do it. As Flash away is the start. Moonlight Vigil misses with Severum, so no heal as Poby flashes as well. And a big mistake from Na'Vi that KC were waiting to catch.
Nice catch from KC. The fact that they control that fight, they end up getting 2 kills off the back of this, and even have the roam down from mid to make sure that it's secured is perfect. Paris trying to get that vision down. Yike in the jungle. Paris just isn't that tanky as the Nautilus. They end up picking off one, but it's the roam from Yahoo that ends up really securing this. Like, Relech gets the ultimate off, but at this stage, he's just not returning any damage, doesn't get the healing, and it's Na'Vi having to run for the hills to hope they can escape.
Poby can't do too much. If you got the flick, maybe he stops the play, but a lot burnt there from Na'Vi. No flash on Sam D, no flash on Poby. And what was a pretty comfortable game has now bloomed into a 1k gold lead for KC. And both kills going over to Yike. So when we're talking about this Pantheon now getting active on the map, it's going to be in a much more deadly way.
Yeah, I think that's where KC will try and put a lot of that pressure is Yike ultimates towards people like Kana in the hopes that maybe you can try and take down a kill, especially if it's like Poby or someone in the side lane. It's Rift Herald, though, that I think it's really going to feel the pain, because Na'Vi just won't really have the power that they want to try and fight against that. And if KC then starts to knock down turrets, playing around this kind of like 1-2 punch and Khan and Yike becomes a little bit more active.
So I feel like Na'Vi might just back away. They lost the Dragon because of the last play as well. I just love because of refillable potion. It looks like Poby has 1,228 stacks on his tier. He's broken the game. After that last play, a little bit of crying is absolutely okay. Na'Vi need to recover. Seismic shove there, but Zenith Blade comes in after the Solar Flare, but Relech just waiting on the wing, so Busio, a step too far. He flashes away, but the Dredge Line, beautiful! Stand up with the Emperor Survivor Yahoo as he kites away. He still ain't out of dodge. Seismic shove works again, but Relech with the flash, cleave down! Here comes the next one! A double with the blade in hand. It's Yike up next! The mountain that cannot be climbed is Relech on this Demon King!
Relech's Aatrox is too clean! The LEC is feeling it here, as once again, he turns that play in the bottom side with a huge flash performance.
Incredible, 3 kills in a row to recover Na'Vi back in this game. We'll look again because this was turning sour after Yahoo started outplaying the fight.
And I like the read here from Na'Vi to go, okay, they want to try and play aggressive on the bottom side. But here, I started to get worried. It didn't look like they had enough damage. And you can see Yahoo was able to escape away, but Relech timing this perfectly with Poby having that flick back as well. So he buys the space for Relech. And then that healing coming through thanks to the Roll Ender is enough to keep him topped up. It was close.
I own them by the...
Holy, that's the confidence we want to see. Yeah, Rockers, he's confident there. He's feeling good, but...
Stone cold.
He's a bit stone cold. I think a little bit nervous after the earlier play. The game's not over yet. He really feels like it's only begun. And you know, Na'Vi, an impressive organization in terms of their history. But in League, it feels so fresh here as they're trying to do what they can against KC. And what I mean is KC's a mighty organization in their own right. There we go, public execution onto Poby. He stepped too far and Kana punishes. Hot damn! That was clean by the top laner.
Yeah, just reading that, there was nothing left in the tank for Poby to keep him safe. And Paris wasn't able to keep him in, or stay in position there to hold out. And now KC, they want to respond to the bot as well.
Onto Mainta, the ulti misses, it's a whiff. Solar Flare comes down and he's just getting hit by Yahoo against the wall. A beautiful ulti in the end and Yahoo takes down Mainta. Yike, might be a trade, but no, not enough damage from the turret. And KC get even more.
Nice jobs by KC. Kana with the solo turnaround at the top side and just a nice dive on that bottom lane as well. It's a huge trade for KC for the Rift Trail taken by Na'Vi.
Let's see though, is Kana in trouble here? Relech pulls out the World Ender and maybe the answer is yes, but Kana has that Drakehound step out of the Infernal Chains. He gets out with that sledge and that's good for now. Again, how do you follow Ambessa when she has a million dashes?
And so much shielding as well coming off that W.
Oh.
But wait a sec.
Yikes coming in. He's got his ult in 3 seconds. Might not even need it. Kana flashes in. And this Korean top laner is pulling KC on his back again. 2 straight kills here. And Kana's bringing the game back in his own right.
Kana's just saying send more. Send all you got, Na'Vi. Carmine Core looking clean off the back of
Zambi
Kana's
in trouble as well. Kalist just takes him. That's a solo kill. KC are erupting.
Hysterics, what's happening?
I don't know. They're just getting angry.
They're
getting
picking
mad.
off everyone. Na'Vi just feeding themselves into a blender, it feels like, as KC happy to chug down the protein and only get stronger.
The fans heard us talking smack. They said, you're talking up Na'Vi too much. And the players just switched. I mean, the play bot from the solo kill top you talked about from what Kana just did on our screens. 1,500 gold, by the way, for him. He just picked up a black cleaver. So, I mean, yeah, Mainta is going to be able to press Steadfast Presence for the cooldown for that versus all of this business. Oh my god. Kana's doing some real damage, and I'm now very scared to play the game as Sam D.
Yeah, this lane just got very, very difficult as Mainter. So Kana, I mean, this is kind of what we're talking about. Like, if you can guess the assassination potential up for Yike and Kana, the fights become a little bit easier because you assassinate Sam D and there's only kind of Relech to deal that consistent DPS. So KC, looking a little doubtful at the beginning, but coming alive at this 15 to 20 minute mark.
They definitely are. It's been, I mean, a bit topsy-turvy in the early game, back and forth, but there's been some real mechanical plays. Sam D is going to open up the turret up with the Retail Charge coming in afterwards as well. But even with his hit on plating, it wasn't enough as the engage pulls in Poby with the 2-man flick back in. Yike, almost dead, but the depth charge he flushes away from and survives. Now Sam D, even with the crescendum, is in a lot of trouble. Kana, his ulti there. Poby survives thanks to the shove back on Busio. If Kana hit that, I feel like Na'Vi were kaput.
That would have been an absolute disaster because they were the ones starting off the play. Na'Vi wanted to take that fight in the hopes that they could turn it with the numbers advantage, but just not enough damage. And it's Paris that falls. Kana with the roam from top when Mainter was in base. KC just keep coming out on top of things.
And as we said, playoffs is not confirmed, right? We have no number yet, but like 4 felt like the baseline. 5 feels like almost a guarantee, and 6 is obviously probably going to be, you know, you're in there somewhere, right? Especially when you play 11 best of ones. If you get more than the majority, when 8 of them make it through, I would say right now, 6 is the magic number. 5 definitely feels comfortable to end your week 2.
I mean, it's also because, you know, KC beat G2 yesterday.
Yep.
They've already faced off against MKOI.
They have.
So, like, their relative schedule, by comparison, looks good. If you are considering, like, you know, G2, MKOI, and KC still as top dogs, right? So, I think for KC, a win here over Na'Vi, going to look good, but Busio.
Oh, he's caught out. Hang on, maybe an opportunity for Na'Vi. Solo play buys some time, though, and the sky will fall once again. But Dyke running into the Aatrox. We're going to question. No, it doesn't matter, because stuns galore before Relech can heal up. He has been one too many times in the middle of too many members.
Yeah. Busio has put some sort of dark magic onto towards Paris, because
has.
every time I think Busio is going to die, somehow Paris does. And I don't understand what he has done, but it is rather impressive that Busio keeps making it out. But, you know, sometimes just Leona thinks with how tanky that champion can be.
Well, yeah, who's sitting in side lanes? Kana is doing this still. There's still only 2 items, but even though Mainta has the Fimbulwinter stacking up, we're just kind of not there yet for the Poppy to survive the onslaught that is the Zambessa. 1,500 for top, 1,500 for mid, 1,500 for bot. KC with a 5k gold lead, 2 dragons, and we have to kind of seriously consider, Dagda, how Na'Vi get back in this game, because you wanted to see KC use their pick potential. Well, from 15 minutes onwards, if my timing is correct, they definitely used it. And it's Busio's Leona again that is just always involved, always starting these fights. Got to give credit to this guy. I mean, he's starting to really simulate with his engaged champions.
Yeah, and I think as well, the fact that you can go for Vandal Pipes and Leona just works so well with so many of the AD carries we have. Like Yunara wanting that extra attack speed works out great. The kit for Leona, the fact that you get the movement speed, allows you to chase down and look for some of those stuns as well with the auto attack. So all in all, pretty happy with the way things are going, and the pick play looks like it's going to continue as Busio controlling this top side.
Solar Flare again. Onto Poby. Zenith Blade is there. Yahoo. The old DRX mid lane trying to poke out the T1 underling as Busio flashes away, maybe too deep this time around. Teleport from Maynard, this is turning into a full-on fight. The shove back keeps Busio in play. Steadfast presence doesn't make him go away. It's a kill, but to who? Over to Poby for Na'Vi, as Baron is a consideration, but is it able to be done?
I think that's what they're trying to spot out, because I was going to say Kana began the reset, but is actually going to stick around on this bottom side. And Na'Vi not feeling comfortable to try and start up that Baron while it's there, so they don't get that that pull of the KC top laner up towards that top half of the map. So it's a nice pick from Na'Vi, but they still have to go back and defend.
With no TP for Mainter as well, it does feel like there is some more versatility here for KC, so worth noting here that kill in the long run could actually hurt Na'Vi. Teleport being used in Skyfall as well. Great timing from Poby, but Yehu's right up against the wall with him. Takes him to a brisk end. Here comes Relech, but it's a bait. Kana over the wall as Yehu's ulti is a little bit late. Relech does get out with the flash, but again, look at what it's just opened up for KC to take more gold.
If you don't succeed, try again. They get it on the second attempt, and now it's KC who feel comfortable enough to start up the Baron. The TP from Yehu in. KC are blowing open this game.
They need this Azir in quick though. It's 20 seconds till Poby, but you're right, KC feel confident. The rest of Na'Vi are like, can we even get near in time? They've got an idea, pings are coming down, but they're going to prioritize the Dragon start here, and Baron will safely go into the hands of KC.
Yeah, I'm sure you can take Dragon Plus.
Quick, right?
It will be quick, but you're going to lose a ton of pressure on this mid wave. I'm not sure if you don't just lose the mid tower as well. I'm not sure how the crystalline fractures are looking at the moment, but KC don't overextend. You got the reset coming through. Mainter actually might have overextended himself.
Drag the wave over. It's only an overextension if he gets caught. Solar Flare dodge away from him. Presses that W nice and early. Flashes away and Busio sent packing, but a flash and now a Poppy ulti down. Mainter used a lot to drag that wave to stop it pushing in onto the inner.
Yeah, now you got the Azir turret that's pushing in and keeping that mid control. Kana takes that top lane tower while all this is happening. Paris wasn't sure if he was thinking about trying to go for the Hex Smash over the wall, but KC just going to back away. Happy that they got that Baron, and sure, it's a second Dragon and Na'Vi, but it's not really anything too major.
See what is major though. Kana has gone from 1,500 to 2.5k. So that's still growing. 265 CS at 23 minutes is somehow ungodly.
It's the rest of the 1Ks underneath that are more concerning.
I mean, that is more concerning, but like, you know, we talked up Kana when he came into the league, and what he did in the top lane was also ungodly. Like, he had some insane laning phases as Skyfall once again. Busio there to help out onto Mainter. The stun comes up, but where's the damage for now? A little bit deep from KC is the sidestep from Yike was beautiful from Poby's seismic shove. So KC continue the onslaught. Minion wave cleared out though, and two plates still holding this turret together. But look at Kana. Kana's just in another lane by himself, grabbing the money.
Na'Vi keep overloading this bottom side, and they're just throwing too many men at the problem. Means that, as you say, Kana's able to open up on mid. This is just a repeat of what they did to get the top tier 2. Na'Vi, you have to pull the trigger, or you're just going to keep losing more and more.
Paris needs to flash, find a hook, do something, start the fight now. Mid is gone, inner down. Kana's going to get the next wave pushed in as well, draw attention, and then Dagda with this Baron. The pull and throw that's going to happen is going to open up inner bot as well.
That's what I was going to say. The fact that you have that control over mid means you can push here, force the defense, and then immediately wrap in behind with Kana, which makes it really difficult.
Top is also a wave setup. Kana can just transition there. KC are doing the do-si-do over Na'Vi. They're schooling him right now as Busio kites away, but Na'Vi, 5 members in bot, continue here. Kana now joins on in. Public execution not even needed to be used. Back to the mid wave he goes. Top eventually will push out so Kana can transition. Mid-inhib turrets at half HP. Na'Vi, you have to do something. The Soul Flare comes through and it's a nice engage, a depth charge as well. They will find Busio, but Paris almost dies in the process. Yehu stands his ground and delivers with a couple of soldiers. Sam D, Paris both sent away. And Baron 10 seconds left to go, so Casey disappeared, but it was still so much pressure applied to open the map.
But they did what they had to do. Paris finally gets that hook onto Busio, gets the kill, and prevents, at least for the moment, that bot lane tower going down. I am not going to be surprised if that falls within the next minute and a half or so, though, because with 2 minutes until Dragon, KC can easily put pressure in that bottom lane and then look to fall back into that Dragon. But still, you can see KC working very well with that pressure from Baron and Na'Vi. Looking a little stumped with the way they're moving on the map at the moment.
Oh, indeed. 3.2k, by the way, between Top Spear, Shojin, and a GA on the way. So Kana's pressing upon 4 items on this Ambessa and putting a pretty good case forward for player of the game. I mean, I feel like also, I mean, Yahoo's, they've all been great. Boostio's been great as well. I don't know. It's just one of those games where you're like, you're very proud of the performance from the team, but the
Thanks,
way
coach.
no worries.
I didn't realize we were getting the
motivational coach. By the way.
the talk in the locker room afterwards, being like, you know what, good job out there.
You know, maybe one day if I leave casting, I'll go and be a motivational coach for something. I wouldn't do the strategic part because I've done that before in OCE. My team made playoffs though.
Okay.
I was assistant coach. My team made playoffs. I did tell them to stop. What did I say?
Stop inting.
Well, no, I said that once, and no, I didn't say that. That wouldn't send them out. I used to work on their healthcare plans, and they slept better because of me. My jungler, shout out to Brown, my jungler got to rank 3 or something with me behind him. Now, he was going there anyway.
So he did the work, and you were just like...
I was part of it.
I
was part of it. You know, I leached onto it. The coaches out there, we don't know who's good and who's bad, but you're all doing great. Okay, 8,000 gold. Look, this game feels like it's in the bin a little bit. For Na'Vi, it's not over till it's over. Los Ratones showed earlier today that exact point. We've seen so many games that have come back out of nowhere. But this one, how do you deal with Kana? Mainta has the ulti, but it's buffered! This XT1 talent is unbelievably clean.
Mainter didn't stand a chance, tries to hold on to the tower, but this Poppy just does not have the damage anymore. With no top laner, that's Dragon gone. With 45 seconds till Baron, it may just be another objective that KC get to set up and take as well.
So you're going to move to Soul Point, almost 9,000 gold. Na'Vi, we talked a little bit about their scaling, and even though SamD is 3 items, Kalist is just about to be 4 with the Infinity Edge, soon to be in hand. Rabadon's from Yahoo with the Nashes, plus GA on Yike, soon to be GA on Kana. I think Kana's backing away. He might actually have it now. Let's just pause, because if this guy has GA, like, how do you ever win a team fight? Oh, it's Death Dance instead, which, I mean, common Ambessa item, but still, the delayed damage. I don't know how you kill this guy either.
I think at this stage, Na'Vi are kind of hoping for a miracle, and I feel like that has to come off the back of Mainter with a huge ultimate. Again, like, if you can find a way to knock away Yike and Kana, maybe you can tear through Yahoo and Kalist fast enough, but it's a tall order, and Na'Vi are going to have to find it here.
Paris might just have to find a hook. Mainta's ult gets out. Boostio's sent away, but not very far. He's scared of channeling it because he'll get stunned up with the Shield of Daybreak or a Zenith Blade. And then the ulti just stops. Kana comes in off the wing as well, and now Na'Vi don't have the disengage tool. They're an ulti down, running into already hard fight.
And now it's Sharks in the water as SamD
Kana,
in a position.
Angle. Oh, SamD flashes away, gets Mainta instead, but still in the middle. I asked the question, how do you kill this guy? Kana running for his life, he's done his job already. Kept Na'Vi at the fray as KC run down mid lane. Now, look at the ult usage. It was Yike, it was the top lane in Kana. But I still see 2 up and available that are big.
But this is what I was talking about. In the front to back, Na'Vi can still take those fights. They don't get on towards SamD. So that damage dealer still up and available, but health bars still looking good for KC. TP coming through from both top laners. KC want to try and find a pick here. They don't want to take the 5v5.
Look at Kana, his angle yet again. He doesn't have that ulti, but he can do a lot of damage in the fight. Relech now spots him out. Baron's going down. Yike's a little bit low, but he's got his GA. Kana at full HP at level 19. He's running into this fight, ready to go. Mainta at level 16 finds a flash, and no wall there onto Yahoo. So he's just getting waddled away by the Azir while Baron's going down. No steal. Relech comes through an angle, but he was so close. Ain't no cigar. Na'Vi have to run in. They had no option in the end as another ulti hit. And Kana seals the deal with a triple added on top.
KC were playing for the ults to come back up. And in one fell swoop, they take down Na'Vi, and they will take this game.
With some very clean play, some beautiful comeback mechanics through individual members. This top laner on Ambessa was a chef's kiss. And KC setting up bot on the other side of the map. It was like a domino effect as KC continues to be in the blue common. No red here as they move to 5-1 at the top of our standings. It's coming core.
Side selection OP.
OP.
KC figured it out. They knew what they were doing. And apparently playing from that side of the map means that you just get upgraded hands to beat the entire enemy team.
True. I want to see Kana no more tanks. Just give him skill check champions, please. I feel like that guy, you know, we've seen Rumble, sure. I mean, his Rumble's been pretty clean as well, but you can vote for him if you want, and you're player of the game at LEC on X, or Yike, or Kalist. But I do feel like this is either a Yike or a Kana game, just saying. Because hot damn, some mechanics that were insane. KC 5-1. Well deserved as well. One single loss, and 5 is just such a comfort here in the LEC versus.
Yep. And I mean, that loss to MKOI, it was a tough fought one as well.
It was.
For a large portion of that. But either way, like, I think honestly, KC looking very good. And I want to hear what Yike has to say, if he agrees, as he's standing by with Dracos.
M&M's
Thank you so much, Dagda and Jake. Welcome. Post-game interview with Yike. Yeah, we can give it up for Yike. We can take a second. A little cheers. Good game. How do you feel about your performance? It felt there were some question marks in some of the early stages. There was an Aatrox that almost got away with it.
Triple kill.
But you brought it back. So how do you feel about the game?
Yeah, I feel good. I think for sure we did some mistakes in the beginning. He got first Drake and got the first crab, so I was a bit behind from that. And then when he got the triple kill, it was very scary. But I knew like we have a good comp. I think we stayed calm and we played like the team fights very well. And yeah, you can see in the fights, like I feel like we're very, very good right now, I guess.
Yeah. So for me, the big question, I guess, looking ahead for KC is it feels like at least the perceived top teams, you've now faced all of them. So in theory, the schedule is a little bit easier. There still might be some tough matches. We'll see how people go. But what is the focus for you guys when it comes to improving week to week, looking ahead to most likely playoffs at this point? What are you guys focusing on?
Yeah, I mean, mostly, I guess for me, I focus a lot with Busio and Yeho just to play good with them. The jungle mid support is very important for me. And that's the thing I've been working on for like the whole split so far, and I want to keep working it to be the best like trio in the league.
Yeah, is there anything that's changed in your mind over the years when it comes to building that relationship between jungle support? Anything that you've learned that you're trying to implement now that you might not have known in the past?
I mean, there's some things that I learned for sure, but not sure exactly what I can say. But
Okay,
I
don't want you to leak anything. At the end of the day, congrats on the win, Yike. We'll see how it looks for you for the rest of the week. Enjoy the rest of Zeph's birthday. Hopefully you guys are going to do something cool to celebrate. Happy birthday, Zeph. Yes. Congrats again on the win. That does it for us here. We're going to toss to a quick break. When we return, more League of Legends.
Bobby, can you sing again? Can you focus? If you sing, I focus. Yeah, sing and we win. After game.
Vi kan vinde, I think.
Ja. Nice.
Ej, lav det. På det vinde, så vinder.
Ja, den er flash.
Kom bare, fag. I own them.
I push back.
Oh, wait a sec.
Yike's coming in. He's got his ult in 3 seconds. Might not even need it. Kana flashes in. And this Korean top laner is pulling KC on his back again.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some ARAMs or something like that. I mean, it's a new map, right? New towers, new objectives.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Hey there. Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win. But not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
Welcome back, everybody, for the last match of this week, too. It's going to be a Spanish rivalry between GX and MKOI. We'll see actually how the rivalry goes on the Rift. But I remember last year, maybe not you, Vidi, because you weren't there. I wasn't there either, but I was watching from home.
I was there.
Spain was amazing. You were there, Jack Spectra.
It was an absolutely phenomenal experience, and especially with how both of these teams leveled up so much during it, and how I especially was super surprised by Giant X. It felt like it was a completely different team, and that definitely feels like the type of energy that they need to channel today if they're to take down arguably our best team in the league.
I mean, I was very much expecting KOI to continue investing in their roster. I was expecting some changes coming into this year for Giant X, but they sit there and they tell us they believe in the roster, they see the potential in it, and they want to replicate what they demonstrated at that event. They want to showcase the ceiling that this roster does have, and getting to play up against KOI, I think, would be a great demonstration of if they can reach that ceiling once more.
That's the thing. That's two teams that stick with the exact same roster. One of them is doing better, arguably, than the other. But one thing is sure is that we want to look at bot lane for both matchups. Supa Yoshi and Supa is honestly smurfing a lot so far in the LEC. And Noah on Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I mean, both
Cinema.
of these bot laners have been an absolute joy to watch. I feel like, in a way, I'm nearly more hyped about Noah. Not necessarily because he's been playing better, it's just his team hasn't been performing the same way around him. And I feel like truly in the carry moments, it was Noah that shined, but both of these bot laners have been tremendous.
No, I absolutely agree with you. I do think that Noah is kind of the star of this GX team right now. And I love that comm that we had from him in week 1, where he goes, "Don't worry, guys, it's just Noah Kai'Sa," right? And that level of confidence that he has in himself and the team can have in him as well shows that he's willing to step up to the plate when his team needs him. But for Super, I think it's very much about, again, continuing to prove his position. And I mean, again, we just heard it on screen right now. I think for Super, it's very much about showcasing the world that, like, I am still incredibly good. I am that guy. And I think that so far this weekend, he's very much been that guy.
And more than this, Jack Spectra, we were talking about this actually a couple days ago on the desk. Melzed had this saying at the beginning of the split, saying that he expects actually Supa to be able to become this type of ADC who can just take a lead and snowball it and be the one who's going to actually build the wins for his team. I feel like he stepped up to their shoes.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he maybe had a chip on his shoulder after Worlds. I felt like he really underperformed. That was not the Supa I was used to seeing. He had some good games, but a lot of just off games where his game, he just didn't look comfortable. And when Supa looks comfortable, when he looks cocky, when he looks confident, that's for me when he really shines. And him and Alvaro, I think they can enable each other so well that I'd love to see Melzed's dream come true.
And I very much feel like that is kind of the story for this KOI roster right now. It feels like that every single player is playing at a very high level. And when all of the pieces are clicking together, I mean, they amass a 20k gold lead. That's what they do. So this roster is looking terrifying right now. And I feel that they are the favorites coming into this Spanish rivalry.
Best bot lane we have in the league? Do we agree on that?
I think so. I think that it is right now Supa and Alvaro.
I want to know what Noah actually thinks about this and the bot lane he's about to face off against. Dracos is standing by with him. Sitting.
For the matchup, so I didn't want to make Noah stand up in this case. Noah, they're talking a lot about the bot lane. I want to know your thoughts on this 2v2. You and Jun, obviously Supa, Alvaro, two incredible bot lanes. What's the key to taking them down today?
I think me or Supa, someone will get stomped, so we are just trying to stomp, you know, like.
Okay, but is there anything you could say to the GX fans that'll make them feel really confident that it's going to be you today?
I mean, I'm challenger and Supa is master tier, so I think I have better spots.
All right, it seems like ELO might be the key to coming out on top. Thank you so much, Noah. We'll let you get back into the game.
Thank you very much for that, Dragos. And yes, we are also joined by Busio. Congratulations on the win. Now top of the standings as well. A big shout out as well because, you know, you were the best support in the West last year, and that's not anything outside of a fact.
So you were too good, man.
You were very good.
Thank you.
You were very good. And we have a lot of expectations of you this year, but I think you're already hitting it quite well. The Leona games are off the charts, and I feel like you're taking really good initiatives. So again, congratulations. Welcome to the region.
Thank you.
How's it been so far? I mean, is it different from like NA in terms of environment, players, quality? You can say it's higher if you want.
I will say I think the bottom LEC teams are a lot better than the bottom LCS teams.
So I think like the overall scrim level and just the practice you're getting is better. And there's more teams, so more teams to scrim, you know. So.
And how's your German so
Very bad.
Okay, yeah, same.
I know nothing.
That's okay. I feel like if Berlin's one of those cities you can get by just knowing Dankeschön and Hallo. That's it.
Yeah, Hallo, that's my classic.
One of them's like it's a cheat code. It's already in English.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. I feel like this is a really good game to have you in on because this bot lane especially has very high value, right? Like, we look at Noah and Jun in a very high light, especially what they've done over previous years. Super and Alvaro right now are making big waves yet again this year. So walk us through pick and ban. As you see, Jarvan already gone, Orianna gone, Nico's gone as well. High prio at the moment for first pick. We've been talking about Yunara, Azir, Varus. I've noticed is now it's actually banned away. What would you look at for first pick here?
Yeah, I mean, here right now it looks like Azir or Yunara. That'd be the classic. And then usually people are responding with either Aphelios to the Yunara or Corki. And to the Azir, people usually respond to Leah. So let's see. Yunara coming out from blue side.
Basic, yeah.
And you obviously just played into the Yunara Aphelios matchup, right?
Yeah.
Taking the Leona, trying to be a bit more aggressive. Is that something that you feel like you can push with Yunara, playing a little bit more aggressive into that matchup? Or do you feel like it's kind of evenly spaced?
In that matchup, Yunara usually gets prio first round. And then once Aphelios gets his gun changes, he kind of just controls the wave. So the Leona pick is more for just fighting in the river and whatnot, and she does that very well. If I wanted to pick a melee support that was a bit stronger in lane, I would say Rel would be better because I can actually peel off, and we can kind of contest the wave without fully all-inning the Aphelios on a strong gun timers. But yeah, it's just an option.
Well, this game you're not going to get anything of the sort because Caitlyn and Vi just got locked in. So we've got, I mean, a strong 2v2 building here for GX, but also all that lockdown just built on taking down Super.
Yeah, I think actually in my game against MKOI, we played Caitlyn into Yunara.
Yeah, Caitlyn Karma, yeah.
Yeah, we had the early lead, but we couldn't hold on to it. So it's actually a valid strat. Caitlyn has pretty good interactions into Yunara because she's one of the champions that's actually going to push in Yunara, level 1, usually. And then her E is very strong into Yunara because when Yunara tries to get aggressive, Caitlyn can just E away. So it's a strong pick, but I'd like to see how they snowball it.
Talia gets locked in. You talked about this a little bit before. So we just get the standard mid matchup as well. But Renekton gets locked in blind here. So my curiosity is, do MKOI now have to pivot and give Mirwin, like, no Nah, maybe no Kennen? There's a lot that you need to kind of ban out here for the blind Renekton.
But it's also just interesting because you've already gotten a lot of long range there on the Giant X side, which is something that Renekton really struggles against. So taking the Renekton early seems a little bit unusual, because for me it looks like Giant X kind of had the opportunities to, you know, plonk Caitlyn in mid lane, come that mid game, continue to keep up the pressure and look for plays on side lanes with both the Talia and the Vi if they want to, like fish for picks and that. So I'm kind of surprised that they're locking in Renekton to just maybe guarantee a strong side lane, but certainly as you get towards team fights, I think he's going to struggle to close the distance onto either of these carries.
Yeah, I'd agree, but I think they just have to blind something on top. And they picked Renekton, and they know the enemy team has to respond to the Azir with a mid laner, so they can't immediately choose their Renekton counter pick then. So now they can ban out the Gnar, the Aurora, and now they have like a pretty reasonable Renekton blue side blind. So I think it's a decent strat.
Well, Cassandre gets locked in, and so just some kind of neutralizer for top. I mean, Lot has been pretty good on this Cassandre as well. We've got a lot of good Cassandres because it's a pretty good champ right now, to say the least, as MKOI thinking about how they can fish elsewhere on the map. We still need a jungler, still need a support. Abusia, thoughts on how you get support partnership here? There is a thought about the Trundle here, but I'm more curious about how you kind of layer this comp together when it obviously needs a bit of engage.
Yeah, I mean, with the Yunara side, you're looking for something like a Nautilus, something, what else? Alistar's banned, so yeah. Oh, or a Lulu.
Okay.
That is interesting because now, with the support counter pick on GX side, they can pick something even stronger than Lulu, and now you just picked a Lulu to still lose lane. So it's going to be a spicy game, and I think it's going to be decided very quickly off what happens in the bot lane. Yeah, there we go. It's right. Like, you know, one cocoon can decide the game, so this is going to be an exciting first couple of minutes.
So it's bot or not. GX are like all in on bot here, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I think we picked a good game to have you along for the ride with the way things are going. So
yeah.
Whereas for MKOI, are you worried about their like lack of engage? I guess Azir kind of plays a role there. Renekton can have backline access, but are you worried about how MKOI position fights when there is so much from GX to kind of hit onto Super, hit onto Jojo, or is Lulu is disengage enough?
I mean, I think with their comp, they kind of just like run at them with the Lulu buffs. The enemy team comp is very like single target oriented, so I actually think if they can get onto them with like a Lulu Shirley's or something, they'll be fine. But yeah, again, I think the game's going to be decided in 5 to 10 minutes. We're not going to get to the team fight phase with it being even.
Oh, hell yeah. Well, that's what I like to hear. All right, Boosio, you're with us for those first 5-10 minutes, so you're with us for the ride.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure to have you in the region alongside us as well. We can talk a lot about bot lane and what a game to have. Bot lane is Noah and Jun. What do you think about Jun as a support? Because I feel like he, last year, was in high demand. He was a hot commodity. He has been someone who's like been an excessive playmaker, especially in his Nico. Do you have any rolling thoughts into this year for that said man?
I don't know too much about him, to be honest, but...
Okay. Not too late to learn.
Yeah, but I'm about to learn now, and yeah, let's see.
Okay, well, hopefully he goes onto your threat radar. Welcome to the last game of week number 2, GX versus MKOI. And we talked a lot about standings at the start. We talked about you guys especially, you know, now that you're 5-1. MKOI have a chance to match you. GX as well have a chance to kind of cement themselves after a very strange week number 1 as well. Obviously, MKOI are favorites here. You know, Boosio,
okay.
It's no hidden fact, but GX are weird, and I think the league is very weird right now because there's no really clear outstanding team outside of you guys and MKOI. G2 are a bit middling at the moment. Fnatic are up and down. GX are the same. Do you see GX as like a big threat in the league right now for you?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I know, ooh.
Okay, maybe not important. Hey, you said it, first 5-10 minutes.
Whoa, it's going crazy. Yeah, I don't really know much about GX, to be honest with you.
They're not on your
I mean, you don't
radar.
really have to, because you're sitting at the top of the table.
True.
Okay, Dagda.
Okay, we're already getting Elyoya here,
it's
though.
just what's
the
going
pillar. What great timing. Jun has to flash away. Chomp down gets the slow. Really early gank from Elyoya.
Yeah, and like we didn't even touch on it, but Talia level 1 went bot lane to secure the bushes for GX, and now you see Elyoya
close enough.
doing some cheese gank. As you see, everything's just about bot lane in this game.
It was also, he started off in the blue of Giant X,
Yeah.
so Isma now doesn't really have the opportunity to stick around in this bot lane for particularly long, which means that Elyoya can clear out his bot side camps and then repeat off this wave bounce as well. So I think, yeah, we're going to get a lot more attention here in the bottom side.
Cocoon lands, and obviously Boosio, the combo is Cocoon into Trap, into Caitlyn combo in like one shot, right? That's what you were alluding to before.
Yeah, and Supa's actually not playing Cleanse. So he was really investing into the level 1 power and contesting the prio. But, you know, starting level 3, you'd rather have a Cleanse in this matchup.
Okay, well, with that barrier down, only Flash remains here from Supa. Quick back here from MKOI as well.
So how much does this, because we kind of quickly got to talk about it, that Jackie's coming down to the bottom side. In this Caitlyn at least, how crucial is it for you to control those pushes on the bottom side? Like, is it like deciding the lane, or is it just enough to try and get some good poking from the get-go?
It actually can change a lot because that can influence prio, and in these kind of matchups, once you get prio, you don't really lose prio because it's 4 range champs. Not much engage on the Supa Alvaro side. I will say if red side loses prio, it's still fine because Elise can like sweep the tri-bush, walk through the river, pressure like that. She can actually E-flash and engage, but blue side, once they get pushed in, they're not going to have any lane control.
Lulu will try and do the same, but I don't feel like it has the same impression. GX got a quick back off as well, longsword in hand. Every bit of damage from Noah does feel impactful, especially versus Boots here as Phallites are secured. I've been asking every talent that's been coming on board with us for the cast, do you think Phallites are OP like everyone else? Like, is it, where do you kind of sit with it?
What is?
Phallites, the magical...
extra vision.
I love
Oh, there's a name for them?
I was like, do you not know the name for the magical pixie dust thing in bot?
I'm like, what are you talking about? No, yes, of course it's OP. Like, it's giving you vision in a place where you don't have a ward. So, like, you can't even sweep the vision until you go way further. It's extremely
45
broken.
seconds.
Yes, it's very powerful.
Yeah. Isma's here. Let's see what damage can be done. He's just going to walk it out. And again, Super and Alvaro paying massive caution. The wave at an okay state for Noah and Jun. I'm just kind of wondering, does Elyoya make this back here, Boosio, and just head to bot? I mean, it's all about bot, obviously, but...
Yeah, I mean, he will. That's where his first camps will be spawning. So, for sure.
So in the past, Caitlyn like we're talking about 2-3 years ago, would very much be kind of a, hey, you either snowball and have a good time, and then you kind of get to move around the map, continue to take plates, and that's kind of what we think of quintessential Caitlyn. Do you think in the current meta, like, that is still as high priority, or do you think it's fine for her to kind of do okay and then just become a wave clear mid laner, or do you need to still have that same influx of gold from the get-go?
I mean, it's good for her to be slightly ahead of the curve. I don't think you have to like absolutely destroy the game for it to be a good pick. She actually scales quite well. I just think maybe like her 2-item spike, 1 and 2-item spike isn't quite as strong as like her 3 and 4. So
yeah,
she's strong early, and then she really wants to get to her later items.
Okay, well, nothing's happened else in bot lane, but dare I say that Cocoon
gonna
comes
be
down
a
there to
chunk
trap
in one
the
shot.
combo boost. Yeah, you called it.
Yeah.
As simple as that. First blood over to Noah.
Yep. Beautiful. Lands the cocoon. Bye-bye. That's all.
You just don't really stand a chance, do you? Especially as the squishy support. There's just nothing. I mean, Alvaro had heal, but I don't think that saves him in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, it wouldn't. Yeah, that's why I wouldn't blind a Lulu in this situation.
Dominance used. Lot flashes. Big mistake. Mewin got him before he runs out with that Ruthless Predator. But Isma's here to save the day with a Vault Breaker. Interrupts, but Mewin gets that Q off before Lot is able to help out Isma. So it's a 1-for-1 in the end. Both top laners dead.
I think you're going to be happy with that as Mirren, though. You end up getting that kill back. You're the one that actually gets the gold influx from the kill and the wave in a decent spot as well. So I think you're all right with how things are going.
I'm surprised that El Yoya is using this back timing from Noah and Jun after the kill to start off Dragon. But again, Isma showed on top, so I feel like this is the natural to and fro. First Dragon again for MCOY is not bad, considering that we talk so heavily about bot being a single swim for GX, and it's definitely swimming right now.
Yeah, and the crab 50-50 bot side, so El Yoya is extra happy. He will now be level 6 off the crab, I believe.
Face checking, Alvaro, not much he can do. El Yoya is going up, he's going down. Jun's looking for the pick yet again. Super's just reset with Berserker Greaves, but I'm looking at the BF sword on Noah being a little bit more impactful. What's your first item on Elise here? Do you go Proto Belt now? Do you still...
Yeah, it depends what you want. I usually go Storm Surge because I like to one-shot people.
Nice.
But if you're trying to like play for CC, then you can go Proto Belt. But I actually like Storm Surge because even though you're on support economy, with Storm Surge plus Blood Song, you actually do enough damage to almost solo kill a carry.
Oh, yeah.
So it just gives you a lot of value. They actually have to be afraid of you.
So you're going Blood Song instead of the Zaza Rot, the...
Yes, because your Spider Q procs it.
True.
And I have a question for you guys.
Oh, no.
Alvaro is using that Lulu skin, but that's my Lulu skin, so do you think he's copying me?
Or
what's going on
my thought
here?
process was that he's already struggling to win the lane, right? But if you take the spooky skin, but that gives you like aura, right?
Oh.
And you're just trying to like put that fear into Giant X and maybe double think things, but I don't think it's worked out so far.
Yeah, I wouldn't say so.
A question for you after this as well. Cease and desist. Keep Super in place. But the wall is a shallow short. He just opens up away, but Alvaro still gets flicked back and Jun goes in. There's a kill. Number 2 over to GX in this bot lane as it's all angles down here for GX and the turret plate going down with it.
Just play safe bot. Oh, that guy's flying.
That
somehow worked. Oh, you're just trying to defend his camp, but Isma is going to say no. So Noah also, as I said, plating going to be taken. And for GX, the plan is going exceptionally well, but Jojo at least getting some gold in the meantime while
Almost
Jackie's out.
1,000 gold up on Noah at this stage. Like, he is going to be so happy with the way things are going, and it only just gets to continue, right? I mean, if you end up going for the Void Grub's cool, but it just means that you end up isolating your bot lane even more as MCOY for more potential plays. So I think Giant X, they kind of get to take their pick of what they want to do on the map right now.
Lucio, if that's your skin, though, what's the name of it? What's the name of the skin?
That's not relevant.
Ah, okay.
Bewitching?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I knew that. I was just testing you.
Oh, sure. But it took you like 5-10 seconds to get there, man.
It's if you scrub it a bit, it just says Bucio Lulu.
No,
yes. And another strength of Elise is she can easily dive the ADC just 2v1, you know?
True.
So right now, they push out bot, and Elise can go anywhere because Lulu is glued to bot because she's afraid of her ADC getting dove the entire game. So, you know, Elise could be topside right now, and Lulu wouldn't have much to do.
That's a good point, actually. Do you think, as Jojo just tries the shifting sands in, do you think that because Symbiotic Souls and Mobies are gone from the game, do you think it's a nerf for Elise? Or do you think you don't really care, you're just going to go Sorks? Like, it's whatever?
On Elise, I don't think it's a nerf because, yeah, you got to go Sorks. Like, if you're not dealing damage, you're going to be so useless later. You're still going to be useless, but you're going to be more useless. But Symbiotic Souls, those were fun items. A fun item. I miss it.
Yeah, I miss Mobies in general as well.
Yeah.
Second Charm, hang on. Rather, Cocoon, repel up. Half HP in an instant. GX's bot lane. It's nice to watch the mechanics of it as well, but Super is dodging quite a lot. I feel like the only reason he's alive again, or rather hasn't died yet, is Super's pretty clean with it, you know?
Okay. Noah still has ult here. Did they just try to interrupt on the reset, or?
Yeah.
Go.
I mean, Elise can like run into turret and throw out her W.
Yeah.
If she had it, but yeah.
Now, Boosie, I've been told we're going to let you go back to your team, but we want your analysis of like how this game's going. Is there enough speed for you for GX's bot lane? Like, is it stymied too much by MKoi? Like, how do you think this is going to proceed?
I think GX has exactly what they want with their draft right now. Like, this is a good lead.
Yep.
And they're probably still going to lose because if they make one mistake, they have a champion that's
Are
useless.
you speaking from experience or anything?
Yes,
with the
yes. I've played many Elise games in solo queue recently. I'm so fed.
Yeah.
One team fight goes wrong, we lost, guys.
Well,
I'm
look,
useless.
they're keeping the momentum up, and Super steps too far forward. Cease and desist. Isma flashes. He flashes for the W, but barrier was still up and available. Super will live. Isma's down.
Yeah, missed the Q, and that is not a good time, as Isma just doesn't have the damage.
Now, before we let you go, quick question. If you've got a world skin, as flash away, hang on, stop fighting,
You're not
guys.
allowed to
Jojo
leave, Boots,
takes
yeah.
2 turret shots, big mistake, flashes away, and it's going to be matched by Jack. He sends out the Weaver's Wall. Jojo's running for his life, and all he needs is a shove back the threaded volley at max range. Busio, if you won Worlds, what skin would you pick?
Oh, that's so much pressure.
It is. That's why I did it.
Oh, is it final? Is it my final decision?
Yeah, yeah.
I can never change
if
it?
When you win Worlds, not if. When you win Worlds, you have to pick this.
I guess Bard.
That's the only right answer. Thank you so much to Busio. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together. Thank you so much for joining us. You're welcome anytime. And welcome to the region.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Congratulations today. 5-1 is how KC finished, and MKoi looking to do the same. The early game's not been great, though. It's all out. We look towards top. Dominus has been burned, but the bigger damage is coming through from Lot. Mirwin here's a little bit, but it's Cassante. You don't win that. However, Lot has missed so many Qs, and Mirwin has hit so many roundabout Qs. All it takes is one more bit of damage. Lot doesn't have flash, neither does Mirwin. The flip dodged away, the end of the wall, so close, but Mirwin should have it. All he needs is that rage to get back up as Lot has to run back to his turret. Mirwin knows he has to kill if that Cassante comes back.
That rage, given the empowered Q heal to Mirwin, was clutch, because the shield from Lot was just enough to keep him topped up, so both top laners going to step away. But this game has been all about fighting. Everyone on the map's getting involved.
That's why I'm glad GX drafted like they did. And it's so funny that top is just as explosive as well on a Cassante, but it's kind of both these top laners right now. So, Dagda, state of the game, 2.5k gold lead. GX found themselves everything they wanted in bot and more. Stormrazor first, 2,000 alone on Noah. So Super and Alvaro are just on their own isolated little island and just has to try and catch up a little bit here while Noah and Jun being moved to the top side to find their next turret.
Yeah, I mean, turret plates not disappearing means that Caitlyn just gets to farm more turret plates, right? So Noah going to be happy to just move around the map here. And I think, as Busio was already saying, the fact that this accelerated is insane. Stormrazor's already picked up another BF sword item on the way. Like, Noah is going to hit like a truck when he gets these headshots. And you've so many ways of organizing that. The Vi gives you an option to get the trap down. Same with the Elise. So I think Noah is just going to start one-topping people soon.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, all it takes is one Cocoon as Ace in the hole on the Super. He's at half HP again. Jun is looking for an angle. He has a Hextech Goldenator, so the burst from this Elise is going to be exactly what you expect as Isma, seen on a ward, now sees enemy jungler in Elyoya. Has to run it back because GX, their bot lane is moving down. Super, by the way, just took Piltover Peacemaker, and that hit him for way too much damage. They're controlling this topside jungle with ease. 3.3k, by the way. Noah is single-handedly, with Jun, I should say, taking this game under his wing. Q's going to come again. Oh!
Just a bit shy. Again, though, like, you can see how many members of Giant X are up here. Alvaro going to get his back are interrupted, and as long as Alvaro isn't actually able to get up into this top side, it just enables Caitlyn even more. Like, Super cannot stand here alone. Boosty was already talking about the dive potential from the Elise. So Noah going to be able to take his second turret of the game here for Giant X.
Solo as well. Now all it is mid. I mean, this is really clean from GX's early game, how they're rotating. Dagda keeps pointing to the gold. It's 2.8k, you're right. You're right to point at it.
It's a silly amount of
It's
gold.
a silly
that
amount of
Noah
gold at
has.
14 minutes, but like, you know what I love is a lot of the time in LEC, I think we get drafts that are just like, yeah, we'll just chill and scale, and like both teams will shake hands. We'll go to a 35-minute game. GX literally said, you know what? We're gonna try and win this, as Boosio said, first 10-15 minutes, and then make the game unplayable for MKOI. He also said one mistake and it's over, and he said when they make a mistake, not if. So I don't know about his faith in GX, but the point being is that like, it's not a boring draft, it's a really exciting draft. GX are executing on it as Lot versus Mirwin happens again. Dominus comes out, but Isma's here. Ain't fair this time. All out, buffeted by a Vault Breaker. But Mirwin, that means he just gets to eat through the wave. However, the season says makes it so. Isma gets the kill, and that ain't a fair 1v1 anymore.
Yeah, Mirwin didn't stand a chance. Too many knockarounds, and he gets knocked down. And now Noah.
Guess who's fed?
He's a big PvE fan this game, because maybe not now.
Is he isolated though? Noah went too far by himself. He's got the barrier up and available. Super Phil to take the 1v1, but Isma's also here on the wing. You see Jojo was also angling in from the left side of the map, but unable to get anything. Ace in the hole on Super. He gets a bit of a shield. There was decent damage from Noah, so in a 1v2, Noah still held his own a bit.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the net would have been back up momentarily as well, so potential for a headshot, I think, is why Super ended up backing away. Jackie's. I mean, like, this is kind of the downside of the draft that MKOI had. You're heavily reliant on the Shurelias for the speed up, for a Trundle to get a pillar, for your chase down to start fights. That means Jackie's is completely fine when he has Ghost to just walk away from a Trundle who doesn't have any sort of speed up. So in this sort of situation, it's much more difficult for MKOI to find picks, and it is kind of a, hey, let's hope that GINX overextend on a play and we can actually turn it around.
They can turtle it out if GX get held at 3.5k, 4k where they are now, but I was going to go into how maybe MKOI can find some kind of salvation in this mid game, but Herald just got picked up. That'll open up mid for Noah, and then we go next.
But I think this is a real test for GINX, because if you think back to last year, the biggest problem we had with this team was their inability to be clean in the mid game, to play around leads, to pick up on side lanes, and this is kind of the game where you have to be able to achieve that. You have to be able to play around Noah. Make sure you're setting up your vision correctly, not getting picked off, and we'll have to see if GINX are going to be able to achieve that, as there's a lot of members around this mid lane. GINX really want to try and break this last outer turret.
Herald would do so, but I feel like GINX want to use it maybe to go for inners. When I said go next before, I mean like go next turrets, because it's about breaking inners, Dagded. I think that's going to be really the test for this comp, right? Out is very easy to approach here with how Isma's been playing, but it's that next wave of turrets that is harder to approach themselves. They're going deep.
I think MKOI are basically just trying to play off the window before Noah has that Infinity Edge completed. Like, Caitlyn got changed as well, so we're scaling with the crits are pretty damn nice.
Yeah.
But at the moment, you haven't had a chance to reset. Now, GINX are still picking up the wins, right? Dragon and stuff is there, but MKOI haven't found that play that they need because GINX are defending well, and now on his next back, Noah will have that Infinity Edge, so the potential for that one-shot, if you get caught underneath the tower by an Elise Cocoon or by Isma, suddenly becomes that much higher.
Jackie's finds a flick back. Jojo, one of the shifting sands into that as well. Jojo's actually been farming a Storm, and you know, over these last couple of weeks of LEC returning, there's been criticism for Jojo in lanes, but also for how aggressive he plays. It can work. He's flipping coins a little bit. But this game, he's been really clinical. 200 CS at 17.5 minutes, or 18, I should say. And Dagda, Jackie's has been paying attention to bot. Like, he made that bot roam. Jojo punished it, and he's been farming really well inside. So if there is hope in this game that they'll get to a point where they can fight, I mean, Jojo will probably be it as he's heading towards Ryla next.
Yeah, it's going to be a little wobbly. Like, you have only just completed an item for Jojo, and it's 2 items completed for Noah. Like, and now it's mid lane tower down, which has only accelerated that goal in towards Noah as well, and you didn't use that Rift Herald, which you called in.
Yeah.
For GINX, these are the kind of plays that you can now start to make. Force into the enemy jungle, look for picks. You can have Caitlyn with the long range ult as well.
Smite goes down. That was Elyoya who got it, I believe, as well. Cocoon a little bit short. Isma goes in anyway. Elyoya pops the subjugate and backs away. GINX just trying to take what they can as they retreat from enemy jungle. You look towards bot. Nothing happening there outside of Lot and Mirwin just fighting it out, but because of where Mirwin is, I mean, nothing else to happen. I was going to wait for the all out. Meaning that bot jungle is safe for now, but Dagda, it is difficult that I don't trust, but what are you going to tell me next?
Yeah, it's just I want to highlight basically how you can try and play with this Caitlyn at least now, because you've already established all this vision in the top side, right? And we already kind of see Giant X trying to control that area. And the reason is you can play for picks with Elise over this wall.
Okay.
Just constantly playing for picks underneath the tower. And what that also means is as you push in mid, you can then rotate up towards this top side as well with the Caitlyn. And if Giant X ever try and commit towards you as well, they've got to try and take this long route back through their own jungle to match up on towards this top side. And I think this is where a lot of that pressure is going to come from Giant X. It's positioned Elise literally here. And she just wants to sit in this area the whole time in Fog of War and just throw cocoons out. If you end up connecting onto Alvaro super under the tower, fantastic, you one shot. If not, well great, you rotate across here, keep all this control and make it impossible for MKOI to defend all these different turrets.
Speaking of defending a turret, good pillar out. Elioya stops the punch in as... Look, it is defense in top, but look at what's happening mid. It enables Giants to get access, and you're talking about controlling that vision, Dagda. That jungle is still dark. MKOI had to run around in the safe route, but three plates down, rather. And gold is, what, 5K? What am I looking? 4.1, sorry. Eyesight a little shallow.
But I do think that was a little impatient from Giant X. Again, like you can play off of these timing windows where you push in the wave, Giant X have to go and collect, and then you rotate up with Caitlyn to put down that Rift Herald as well.
Yeah.
Now you don't get the value out of the Rift Herald, you don't actually get the tower in mid lane, and you're kind of giving MKOI a chance to catch waves and see if they can farm up into the game. Now, you are still very much in the lead, but it's these kind of little mistakes that we were talking about with Giant X that they don't always have the cleanest mid game.
That's why I was saying before, like, I don't know if I believe, because I'm worried about, you know, sometimes we'll get worried about LEC teams running this draft, a riskier draft. It's exciting, but it's still riskier, but hell, it's too early for me to be concerned. I still see an Infinity Edge on Noah, 3,000 gold. Even though it's being matched with 2 items on the other side, I mean, IE and Storm Razors ain't too bad to look at a Caitlyn who's level 12 as well. Now Baron has just spawned. The benefit of Baron being earlier in the spawn is that for GX they can use this lead and try and get MKOI to approach with that lack of vision Dagda, and that would also be a way to pick off. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I think it's the lack of control that they have on side lanes against Mirren that was hurting them.
That is
Lot hasn't gone for the traditional Iceborne Gauntlet build that you see into the Renekton, which is kind of where this matchup flips heads, because he needs to be worried about the AP damage that's going to come through from Jojo. It means that he's not winning out as heavily as you'd like.
Yeah.
Mirwin has the XP level, starting to get control on sides, and it's giving MKOI a window where they can play with that Fog of War that they've established on this bottom side. I think that's where Giant X, you can see here, you know, not having the control of the wave.
Oh, Jordan missed his cocoon. He repels up. MKOI is still there, but Isma's setting up as well. TP coming in. Meanwhile, Jackie is fighting with Mirwin, who's just solo carrying in the 1v1. Jackie says to run away, but he's on the wrong side of Summoner's Rift. Here's Jojo, but interrupted. A bigger wall approaches. Jojo gets the shutdown, and Giant X for the first time are getting contested at this objective.
MKOI doing a good job of playing off Mirwin's pressure. Now, he's sitting on a ward.
Over the wall, Isma is going to find his target. There's a cocoon to layer up as well with a quick peek, but Mirwin gets wild growth. He eats over the wall, and they need to kill him. Eventually they do, but for Giant X, it's 4 versus 4. While Lot can't get past the pillar, it's shutdown after shutdown for Jojo. And MKOI, the dragon, still sits there ready for their approach.
There's still a lot of damage that can come out from Giant X. Noah's still healthy. MKOI getting lower, but he needs a front line. Isma has to go in. He has that flash engage if he wants to use it.
If Noah dies, this game seems scary. No ultis on MKOI, getting poked out. Noah happy to play with range. Jojo's the one who's healthy enough, but they go, no, we cannot give up the game and give more gold over to Giant X. Dragon will be given. Giant X will move to 3, but a close call for a team that has been in the gutter all game long.
Yeah, MKOI nearly able to turn that one around. Giant X were taking these fights in positions where Noah really couldn't set up to follow up on that engage. Like you saw it, where Mirren gets a lot invested into him in this replay, but you don't actually have that control. So Mirren, great job here. This is what we're talking about. That push in bot side, letting him play with Fog of War. He gets the engage on Jackie's and sets up with Jojo for the kill. But watch here, right? As Mirren ends up going up, it's a good ward from Jun to spot out the flank. This is how MKOI would like to play with the Renekton. But ult, the cocoon, Mirwin is not one-shot because Noah only gets a couple of shots off onto him there, and then the fight is dragged away from Noah once more. So, but Supa is free hitting this whole time, so you're getting value from MKOI.
Okay, thanks for us. Really well played, guys. Really good.
Yeah, I did good.
Okay. Well, see if comms stay that positive. Dagda, 1.8k gold lead for Jojo. Third item close to being picked up. And he picked up double shutdown in that last fight. The concern is that both Mirwin and Jojo are now in a very good position as Isma still stealing away camps. Mirwin at level 16 is going to take a while to die. Ace in the hole will help out though. And Noah still does one truckload of damage with the Lord Dominic's regard.
He took a little bit less time than I expected to go down.
Yeah, there was damage. And 45 seconds, Baron is up. GX, how quickly do they do it as they kick it off?
There's no trap line set up. So MKoi going to see if they can try and get in. Isma off on the side though, still has that ultimate available. Little invested for Giant X for that pick.
He's trying to bait it. Jojo's going to walk in first. Weaver's wall sets on up. Isma pulls the ulti, but he's so deep. He presses the button he shouldn't. The no button. Isma ran in for the shutdown, and now mid's open.
Elyoya's pillar was clutch there. He stopped Jackies from taking the Weaver's wall, which meant the Vi ended up completely isolated on the play. But Elyoya now taken low.
It's not done yet. Lot tries to run on in as Jojo from the side is who I'm watching onto Noah, but he gets flicked back. The Azir down, and Noah gets the free hit. MKoi ran up after getting the turret, confident as ever, but Jackies is on the chase. Another seismic shove soon to come up. Flash cocoon, but Jun gets the flash instead out of super. MKoi felt resilient after play, but GX still have Noah.
Mirwin still putting the pressure onto them though. MKoi still want to threaten, but it's, I mean, MKoi just some great decision making of points, working out from the fights. But Jackie's getting one back onto Jojo. This game is nuts.
It is. Testar is hello. Ow. Still a lot of damage there. Let's look at the replay though, because Dagda, you called it.
But watch, yeah, Elyoya's pillar here prevents Jackies from coming through, which means that Isma is completely isolated because nobody can follow up. So really good job from the MKoi jungler to set that play up. But here, Jackie's actually just getting some decent flicks to set things up, and Jojo kind of stunning himself. But here, the reposition from Jackie's using that Rylaze guarantees the flick. No able to follow up onto the MKoi mid laner. And this is where Giant X constantly rallying after this initial engage from MKoi and finding those picks back.
It's a good call out. I didn't even see the pillar, but that's a fantastic stop. MKoi, Trundle was a beast with his CC. Thank you so much, Nicholas. Nora is actually good. Wow, didn't expect that. Yo, Jelly, you need to watch more games, okay? We have been here before. This is not the first time highlighting Noah, but the draft set him up. He's simply slam dunking the ball. Now almost with 4 items as we're going to get a rapid fire cannon soon enough to build on range. But Dagda, what I want to point out is 115 to the Dragon. Mountain Soul gives a shield to Xante, but even more importantly, to those carries for survivability. Giant X are trying to play with that advantage that leads to Soul Point and say, hey, we can also start up this Baron that MKoi are not privy to.
Yeah, and that's the way you want to try and play with a Caitlyn like this is establish yourself in one side of the river, put down those traps, set up the line and say, right, you guys now have to try and break through this. And it's very difficult, especially for a team, again, that has little CC on their side. Giant X are playing well with this, though. Just constantly keeping up the pressure. But it's MKoi has control over the lanes. MKoi's getting control of the jungle. And there's another pillar!
Jackie's caught up by it. He flashes away, but Elyoya is still on his tail. The chomp slows him down. The rest of Giant X have to help out. But MKoi, as well as having mid control, now have pro over this Baron. A couple of wards they have to fish out there, Dagda, but Giant X, their mid laner, has now no flash.
Yeah, MKoi are playing this very patiently. One of the things you can do with Trundle is ultimate onto a squishy because it just reduces all of the resistances to 0 and essentially you can one-shot them, but Elyoya not wanting to overcommit, knowing that Dragon is now up, and it's MKoi who control the area.
3-item Croc sits in the mid lane, looking to zone off. Lot's going to run into River first, so Mirwin's only coming from behind as Giant X trying to approach now. MKoi start this off only softly though as Jackie's look for a pick and 2 members of GX look up, the rest look down. Look at Jojo here, starting to poke that tank, but the tank can heal. Giant X, they've got a GA on Isma as well to send it on in. Front to back they begin, Jojo steps up but he's at half HP already. Isma pulls the trigger. The Weaver's Wall comes in, not stopped this time around. A great shove from Jojo, but an even better flick from Jackies. Meanwhile, Noah's approaching, and he's untouched yet again. Yes, GA popped onto Isma, but Giant X are happy to consistently push the fight. Alvaro in harm's way, harm's range, and flicked back into Noah's face. Giant X will take 2, and now the Dragon Soul surely belongs to them.
The target selection from Giant X was perfect. Jojo, the 3-item Azir, didn't get to play the game, immediately taken out. And Giant X will net themselves a soul afterwards. It's a great engage. Isma pushing forward, jumps onto Jojo, the flash forward from Lot, everything to make sure he couldn't get to play, even with Alvaro using the wall growth. And Noah, good again, set up on the traps, denies any sort of entrance from Mirwin, so the Giant X just get to play down. And Noah, the damage is there, alongside a flick from Jackies to pick off Alvaro, and now establish themselves at the Baron as well.
Well, Baron's going to have no contest. Elyoy is in the vicinity, but how he approaches is beyond any business. Jun's looking for him, Jackie's too. The damage that came from Noah was enough, and slowly Giant X are just going to take this down. Baron, 6,000 plus gold now, and a Mountain Soul. It's about this onslaught, it's about finishing off the game, because Giant X, they had us doubting at, I guess, minor points, but everything else has been beautifully executed.
It just seems so difficult for MKOI to play the game at this stage. Like, Caitlyn, fantastic when she comes towards the sieges. Same when you look towards Talia. And with the Baron up now, and almost full items on the Caitlyn, like, you're in a very good spot.
We're getting towards potentially GA, who knows what we get last, but regardless, Noah still hasn't been killed in this game. You see how hard it is from MKOI to get past that Talia. You know, we did talk about it in draft. The Pebbles, we called it, the Unraveled Earth, is such good zone control that MKOI haven't found a way to get through.
Giant X continuing to put pressure on towards his bottom side. And as Noah couldn't get up towards the 7th item now, thanks to the changes, Caitlyn only becoming more terrifying when she gets a headshot, and Noyoya might be on the business end at one soon. He's just trying to hover in the bush here, deny Giant X any sort of entry. But the range on Giant X making it miserable for MKOI to play into.
Wave's just applying that pressure as well. All it takes is one more hit and that mid turret's gone. Jun gets a cocoon, but he's by himself, so he proto belts out, and Lucio would be happy. There is a Storm Surge there as well, but Jackie's isolated. Jojo pulls for the play, but a flash again. Good seismic shot back. Jackie's returned some damage, but meanwhile, Bot is getting caressed. This is a beautiful push in. Giant X have just weaved that tempo in nicely.
And this is just going to go immediately. You've so much damage on the Giant X side. Jun playing, hovering out of vision, seeing if anyone in MKOI steps that little bit too close, as the wave will be escorted in by Jackies to make sure Giant X can keep up the pressure.
Noah, you can see he's using his headshot when he gets his rapid fire cannon and then just walks towards someone like Elyoya. Boom. Headshot, 1/8 of his health gone, and now Weaver's Wall to get on out. Giant X have found themselves a Mirwin on the flank, and Jackie's there to try and take him down. Noah gets stunned up and a pillar as well, but they can't kill him. He flashes out of harm's way, and now he pulls out the ulti, as Giant X still have 4 or 5 members standing. MKOI get flicked around, and I'm talking about Jojo as he goes golden. It's the finishing touch, it's a trap on his head. Noah steps back in, and Super might kill him, but Noah takes him to the grave alongside. MKOI have 2 left alive. Double inhibitors drop, Baron in hand. The minions are going to close this game out. Lot is TPing on the spot, and Giant X, with an innovative, beautiful draft, have shown that even in the LEC, we can execute incredible stuff to be highlighted here at the end of week 2.
Great read on the draft from Giant X, and once again, it is the bot lane for Giant X that is shining. Incredible stuff. This Caitlyn, 5,000 gold ahead, single-handedly at the end of that game.
They never took their foot off the gas pedal, and that's what I love about this comp, and that's what I love about, you know, these players. Like, yeah, it's been a bit up and down. There's been some concerns in games. You can look at your player of the game and look at only the positives, because right now you're going to vote for Isma, Noah, or Jun. But what a game to end the week on. 4-2 now. They keep Koi with them. That means Casey would just sit up there. Tagged up. I was not a believer.
Yeah.
Now I am.
I mean, it'll be 4-2 for MKOI at the end of the day as Giant X. Huge win.
Yeah.
Now sitting 4-2 as well. It's a, what's that, 1, 2, 3, 4-way tie for the teams in second place with Fnatic, Giant X, MKOI, and Na'Vi sitting on 4-2.
Confusion. What is the top 4 right now? I mean, what is the top 8? No one. The league is so confusing. Like, our bottom team right now is KC Blue, but only just. What is it? Everyone is 6th and 8th right now at 2 and 4 as well. There's a lot going on, Dracos, but I'm sure Noah knows that after playing such a good game.
Flawless transition, Jake. Thank you for talking about it. I don't know who is 6 and 8. I don't know what that had anything to do about. Noah, you played an incredible game.
Yeah.
When you said bot lane was either going to be like 0-5 or 5-0, I didn't understand. Then I saw you lock in Caitlyn Elise, and I immediately understood. Talking about the confidence to pull out a bot lane that is, it's really strong, but if anything goes wrong, it feels like this bot lane just falls apart.
I mean, I think it's like a bit risky. I think this comp is like Caitlyn Elise is so, like if you go like 10-0 or like 0-10, you know. But I think I have confidence with June. Like I think we are really good for now, like in this league, you know. So yeah, we just pick and we just win.
Is this something that you think is going to become more popular in the meta, or do you think most teams aren't going to take the risk to pull out something like the Elise?
I don't think others can play like this because I think June is one of the support that can play Elise well, you know. So I think only June can play Elise, in my opinion. So only we can play, I think.
Hey, that's a pretty excellent position to be in. Now, as you got to the later stages of the game, Busio was on the cash list. He was talking about the cash talking about. They said Elise useless, not going to do anything. Was that something you were nervous about after you guys had such a good landing phase? You had such a lead, but MKOI was kind of finding some ways.
Maybe Busio just can't play like June, I guess.
There's a lot of love for June. I respect it. You guys have spent so much time together. For GX, what is the next big focus for you guys? Kind of coming into the next couple weeks. Obviously, you have some pretty big opponents, but what are you focusing on?
I think our champion pool is like not that great now, so we are focusing on getting more champions. And on stage, I think we are like a bit choking or like do nothing, or sometimes it happened like yesterday, you know. So I think we need to try to find a way to escape that. But yeah, around it.
Your coach is over there. Is there any champion that we can use the power of public pressure for the remaining people here to get him to let you pick a champion? Is there anything that you really want to play that he won't let you play?
Probably Draven.
Yeah, Draven's really good. Don't we all think that Noah should play Draven? You guys got to help me out. We're peer pressuring. Yeah, peer pressure. Noah, that's all I can do to help you out. But good luck in the games to come, and congrats again on the win. We'll send things over to PGL with Kyoto.
Noah,
I think your coach wants to say something.
if I wanted you to play Draven, I would put on stage the guy next to me.
Oh. So he doesn't have a Draven license?
trick.
I know you're really good at Draven, of course, but yeah, how is Noah's Draven actually? I don't even know if I saw him play that champ. Okay, we don't talk about it.
Yeah. I never saw it.
Better skip. Quick words on the week you had, mistakes maybe you made as a coach. Are you gonna scold the players?
Was weird. This week
Yeah.
was very weird to prepare. But I'm really happy that we managed to pull a win, at least against KOI, against Los Ratones was, or at least, I mean, now it's easy to talk, right? Like, we already beat 2 teams, but at that time, we expected the win, but it was, from a personal level, a complicated week, so I couldn't help them that much this week, but I'm happy that they managed to pull through.
Yeah, I mean, Jack, we were talking about the fact that MKOI, best team in the league, should have the upper hand here.
Yeah.
What do you think about the way they won today?
I was really surprised, although in the way you guys won, maybe not so much. I felt like if you guys were going to win, it's going to be a lot on Noah, and I think with the draft, Caitlyn and Elise made it very clear what you guys were going to play for, and I don't know, Noah's just having a fantastic year, and it's been really nice watching him play.
Yeah, I mean, it's great, especially with all the criticism that he got.
Yeah.
I think he played particularly good against G2 and KOI, which were teams that he was struggling in the past, so I was happy with that.
We've been talking about how Noah feels more confident lately, from the sound bits that we hear to the level of play he's been displaying in game. Is that something that you've noticed as a coach?
Yeah, and something that we have to push a lot for.
Mm-hmm.
I think throughout my experience with different Koreans, they are usually very shy by nature, and Noah is shy even for Korean League of Legends player standard. So pushing him for that, and especially allowing him to make mistakes was key, and now he's just trying to get new levels, and it's just important that he keeps that up.
He's the key player of the game for this one, Jack. Again,
Not too surprising.
Not a big surprise. He keeps on smashing it, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been really nice to watch. And I want to also ask you just about MCOY a little bit. Do you feel like they were, or that they are, the best team in the league? I mean, now you beat them, so you can say you're the best.
No, I think they're the best team in the league, yeah.
So then, I mean, today's win is pretty huge.
I mean, yeah, but the league is in a state where I think that everyone can kind of beat everyone a little bit. It's good for the show. I think it's part of the winter. I think a lot of teams are taking winter similar to us, and that's going to make results a lot of times just unexpected. So, I mean, beating them today, like we are not a better team than yesterday just because today we won against MCOY, and they are not a worse team because today they lost to us.
Yeah. A lot of things are really close in the LEC right now. We're going to take a look at the standings a bit later. But before that, one specific play that we wanted to watch once more. There is no choice for the Euronics play of the week here. It's Ice double pentakill on Saturday. Do we want to watch it again?
I'm down to watch it
again. All right,
I mean,
let's watch it one more time. Which was, honestly, the record was broken, I think, the day after that. So, yeah, Ice can be pretty sad about this one. But, yeah, Jack, as an AD carry.
I mean, it was kind of like the dream, right? Playing the Aphelios, and you're up against Kalista Renata, like a hard early lane, but then they just survived and weathered the storm, and then he gets one penta, and then he gets a second penta, and he's just so fed that he's kind of one-shotting everybody. And especially against, like, Carsey, I think Ice can be pretty happy.
Yeah. I mean, the second penta felt a bit like a tilt penta, you know?
Yeah,
Enemy was
cherry on top.
Enemy was like, how did we lose that fight? And then they lose another one.
200 years of collecting game design here that we see again in League of Legends. I have another topic without transition that I wanted to mention with you as a coach. We had a few changes in the way we approach the draft this year. The right of first selection. Am I saying it right?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's the one. Okay, it's hard to say. Sorry about this. What do you think about this as a coach, actually? Because it feels like everybody's making the same choice anyway.
Does
Is it actually useful?
It can. I think it's still new. For example, I mean, I don't know if it helps or not, but I try to think a lot of different situations. For example, against Los Ratones, I really wanted to play on blue side because Baus roams a lot mid level 3, but it's hard to roam mid level 3 from red side. So then, like, those type of things can matter. I think for Drakes, especially with the vision, the new vision things, I think that red side is a bit stronger for Drakes. I think that the banana bush is really, really strong for it, and it's easier to defend that space from red side. And then you can obviously look at things like against Fnatic, we picked red side because Russell really likes to path bot, so I wanted to force him to start on blue so that on some drafts we can look to invade them on the red buff and our jungler will have red and theirs won't. So it can have layers, but I think it's not even close of being explored, and it's just a matter of time until people figure out the use of it.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Did you see KC today chose red side?
Yeah, that to me made no sense.
Yeah, okay.
Even when we asked them, they were like, I don't know.
I think maybe like it can happen the submission.
They just
make a mistake.
Made a mistake.
Because when you don't have side selection, you still have to submit, but you have to submit both. So maybe they thought they didn't have, and then they submitted in the wrong order.
Okay, mistakes were made.
Could be something like this.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
All right. Another question that I wanted to ask you also from the coach perspective, we saw that LCK implemented only for regular season though, coaches being able to talk to their team 3 times per game, 45 seconds each time. Some teams haven't used it at all, like T1. I think BDD from KT Rolster likes it. Joker has been using it quite well, especially with the struggling team in LCK. What do you think of this?
I think we made a big mistake not adopting it.
Okay.
I mean, even on the Riot meeting we had, I was very vocal. So I know that me and Melzet are the two that are pushing the most for that to happen. I think we both see it the same way, where if I can have more agency and if I think that I'm good at my job, then me having more agency should be good. My reading on that is just because it's not used in international, which was the answer that we got from Riot when asked directly, that is not used in international, so they don't want to put it in LEC. that's just going to make that when indeed goes to international, because just like Fearless, it's going to end up happening. Korea and China, I think it's both, right? It's Korea and it's another region, but I'm not sure if it's China.
Is LPL doing it? Maybe
I don't think LPL is doing it.
No, but I think there is a second.
LCK.
I think so.
Yeah.
So I mean, but especially LCK, they are going to have around 400 to 500 games more than us in the end of the year where they do it, because obviously they are doing it in every day in practice as well, and it's just going to be another massive disadvantage that we are going to have compared to LCK.
Do you think it'll be something like? Because there's two ways of looking at it. One is that it helps the players improve and it makes the team better, or it's like a training wheels type of thing where it's like a quick fix, but without actually making the players smarter.
It's something that, to me, the only way that I see it is a tool that I will have more impact in the final outcome. If I think I'm better than the others, I want to have more impact. It's to me,
Fair
it's
enough.
like, I mean, I don't know. It might be like a delusional way of thinking or something, but I will always see it that if there is a tool for me to have impact, I want that tool.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Well, maybe in the future, hopefully. For now, it's only regular season for LCK, so mostly in spring. What happens? I'm not in the owners meeting, but I would be curious to know what the other teams think about this, actually.
And then it's up to each coach to choose how they want. If I have Faker on my team, I'm also not opening my mouth, you know?
Yeah.
Like, they already have coach comms throughout the whole game. They don't
That's
need the
true.
3:45 seconds.
Yeah, I feel like some players find it disruptive, others might appreciate it. Nonetheless, change is appreciated, so we'll see in the future if that can happen. But for now, focusing on the LEC and the situation we have at the end of week 2. Standings, let's check things. I think teams are very close. Yeah, okay, well, that's a mess.
It's a neck and neck race for sure.
Yeah.
Can we ask, what 4 teams do you think are not gonna make playoffs?
Anything can happen in best of 1, it's crazy.
I mean...
You would have asked me at the beginning of the week. I would have had, yeah.
Okay, I mean, I'll give my reasonings. I think that KCB and LNR should be out. Even though Los Ratones now just won two games, I don't think that they I mean, it would be weird if they have the quality to make it to playoffs. And I think Heretics, even though we lost to them, I think they are the worst team out of the LEC teams. And to be fair, if I had to bet for a 4th, it's probably Shifters, because I think the amount of tilt that they are going to have for the last 5 games, I don't think you can fix that in 3 days of practice, especially after seeing Nuke tweets.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, if I had to take a guess, it would be Shifters for that specific reason.
Jack, do you agree? I didn't ask for your
I was
standings, but...
SK over Shifters, but after seeing the mental boom of Shifters, you might be right. Yeah. I could definitely see it.
Yeah, especially with best of 1, especially with how volatile everything
Yeah.
can be. Story continues next week for those teams. Quick word on your schedule and the next opponent you're going to have. Navi is a team that we've been praising a lot, that has surprised a lot of people. Are you on that boat as well?
Yeah, I think they're playing good, especially Relich. I think he's playing quite good with innovative picks. But I think they are like on a similar level to that big mid-tier group that we are in as well. I think it's going to be an interesting game, yeah.
I feel like they exceed expectations because we didn't know a lot of players. They were coming after Rogue and the bar was on the floor.
Yeah.
So maybe there's a bit of that as well.
Yeah, it's been a really pleasant surprise to watch him play, especially with the unique picks Relich has been playing. And Mainter as well. I think he's fallen off a bit after he didn't get Kazanta every game, but still, it's been nice watching him.
Yeah, a pleasant team to watch that we'll see next week. Alongside GX, Hiroto, thank you so much for being with us today. Jack, smurfing it as always. And thanks to all of you for watching LEC this week. We're going to be back next week, next Saturday, on the 31st of January at 4:30 for Ready Check and 4:45 for the first game. Until then, take care, be nice to each other, and see you next week.
Oh my God. But the problem when you play first is if you lose, you're depressed for the whole evening. It's GG. But if you win, what a great evening, guys.
I'm ulting mid. I'm ulting mid. We are fighting bot? Yeah, I'm fighting mid as well. Jumbo.
Just beat it. Beat it.
By a good bubble, but now Velia's on the wrong side of the wall, does have to flash out, Rooster joins the fray, the Carling almost connects, Brownie does find one!
Slow, okay? We can win this. Oh, nice, that's into.
Look Pantheon. Be careful, Light out. Light out here.
Try to kill,
Run now.
I'm not running, I'm not running.
Okay, you're not running. You do you. Good job.
Okay, we should contest. Fight.
Bounce, I can ulti behind them.
Stay together.
Go.
Lucian. I'm looking Talia. Anyone, Talia?
On me.
Yeah.
They can't do anything. It's over.
F you, shifters. F you.
Another need to work. There's the plate. Now needs to get out. Zempos is flashing. Flash off the boot. He's going back in, and the Titans Wrath shield will be enough to keep him alive for now alongside the Command Protect. Linces misses the Dragon Strike. Fleshy falls as well.
Takes it. Dish on sinkers. Shockwave comes in as well. One more auto. Seren's about to die. LeBron flashes for it. He gets exhausted, but he's trying to belt away.
One more flash.
We're
Det kan inte.
in the sun. Ja, 10 minuter.
No flash. Bobby, can you sing again?
Can you focus?
If you sing, I focus. Nice.
I know Leona.
Jag har någon flash.
Come off out.
I own them.
Oh, wait a second. Yikes coming in. He's got his ult in 3 seconds. Might not even need it. Kana flashes in. And this Korean top laner is pulling KC on his back again. Question for you after this as well. Season's assist. Keeps super in place. But the wall is a shallow short. It just opens up a way, but Alvaro still gets flicked back. It should goes in. There's a kill.
Bearman diving. No, he's dead. Bye.
Okay.
Nice, guys.
Kill on 2025.
The new wave is coming to the LEC. That's gonna be one of the best LEC intros I've seen in years.
Oh, Jackies!
For a bit, I know that.
Crowd's all ready for that trash fire.
Their rapid, crazy minds right in the arcane again.
Everything blue.